Oop, what happened?
We're live.
We're live? Okay,
We're live.
well, by making capital. Let's try again. Sponsored by Skittles. How are you doing, brother?
Rainbow. I'm doing great. Taste the rainbow, motherfuckers. All
It's
right.
the rainbow motherfuckers. Hello and welcome to another episode of With and Prep Time. I'm your host, the Nerd Man, and today I have along with me an actual true DC fan, Lantern Alex.
Thank you. It's always good to see fellow. Oh yeah, fellow true DC fans. I know.
Yeah, exactly. Not just,
there ain't a lot of us.
Not
if
just
you look at the box office,
fanboys or Snyder fanboys or this kind of thing. Actual DC fans. So we're talking about Shazam: Fury of the Gods, and I'll start with you since you're the guest. What do you think about it?
Dude, that movie is fucking great. That's a great movie. Great sequel. I don't know why the critics flipped on it. I mean, how do you go from 90% of critics loving the first movie to like half of them liking the next one? Like, it doesn't make any sense because it's like the same tonal thing, the same type of energy, same director, same writing team, probably. Like, I didn't think Zachary Levi did a little better in this one. Action's great, humor's great. I don't know what the problem was.
I think it's cool now
To hate it.
to shit on comic book movies, and some of the criticisms I've heard, I liked it as well. I mean, I have problems with it. I'm not saying it's a perfect movie.
I'm saying it's a perfect movie. I'm saying it's
a perfect movie. I'm not saying it's a perfect movie. I have a couple of issues with it, and I'll get into those issues. But all in all, I mean, I've gone now with. I don't know if I told you what I did because I'm a crazy fucking DC fan. So on my first viewing, I bought 7 tickets. And I was just going alone on my first viewing. And I bought 7 tickets, and then I went outside like the cinema, like to the nearest restaurant, and I just put it in an envelope and put 3 tickets to movie or whatever. Nice. And gave it to some people. I didn't give it to anyone. I just put it there and made sure that it was noticed. And so while I'm watching the movie, these 2 guys come up behind me, and I'm just sitting there chilling or whatever, and they go, "Oh, were you the guy who left the tickets?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah." And I kind of, they wanted me to explain like why, and I was like, "Nah, it's a long story or whatever." And they gave me a gin and tonic or whatever, saying thank you. And at the end of the movie, they loved the movie. And these were actually these guys were like more MCU guys, it turns out. So they loved the movie. And then went with my girlfriend and 2 other friends yesterday. They liked the movie. And one of them hadn't even seen the first one. So I don't really see how a critic can sit there and go, I mean, it is all subjective, but like, how does 80% of the audience, or like up to 70% of the audience that are watching this thing, sit there and go, "Oh, they like it," and then 50% of the critics are like, "No." I don't know how that happens, where there's such a disparity between an audience and critics, and they're not really critics on Rotten Tomatoes. I mean, these aren't guys who are working for newspapers or something like that.
Well, the audience score actually went up on Rotten Tomatoes. It was like an 84. Now it's at 87. What if it gets to like a 90 audience score? That'd be interesting. Because I've been noticing on Twitter, like, nothing but positive words from people that are actually walking out of the movie, like watching it, like nothing but positive words. So maybe that helps its box office next weekend, because it's going against John Wick, and can't take your kids to John Wick. You can't take your kids to Cocaine Bear. So like, I don't know. Maybe it's got a chance. I mean,
See, here's the thing, though. So PKL Entertainment says, "Hi, Nerd Man. Shazam was entertaining enough, nothing special, but likable enough. Not too much to complain about."
I don't understand the
I
nothing
don't really
special part.
I don't understand that. Like nothing special.
That's something
This,
that you're saying a
this
lot, right?
sorry, just to say the things that I found special about this movie. I haven't seen a comic book. And tell me if I'm wrong. I might be completely off the mark here, but I haven't seen too many comic book movies that are like Harry Potter-esque with like the like where they go into magic realms where they're fighting with wild unicorns and
Oh yeah,
there's
dude.
Cyclopses and whatever. I haven't seen too many comic book movies that remind me of those 80s, kid movies like Monster Squad or, obviously the obvious one, The Goonies, right? I haven't seen too many comic book movies like that. So to me, that is something unique. So to say that Shazam, like, where have you seen this stuff before? You're saying, oh, we've seen everything in this comic book movie before. Where?
I know. And we're talking
Where?
spoilers, right?
Like, honestly.
We're talking
Yeah.
full spoilers and everything. That's right. The
Yeah, this is
part,
all spoilers. Sorry, spoilers, by the way, guys.
I mean, we see Billy die at the end. I thought that was like ballsy for those two. Oh, we're gonna kill Billy, even though it's only for a few seconds. I really feel like they should have just kept that for the end of the movie. Just like he's dead. That's it. Should have ended it like that.
Yeah, it would have been a bit dark for
Yeah.
a family movie, but
But
yes,
still,
I
though, pretty
get what
dark
you're saying.
moment. Pretty dark moment for a movie that's supposed to be a fun family film, and you kill the hero like near the end. Like it's.
Oh
I don't
yeah.
know.
Shazam Fury of the Gods clears Quantum Mania and Black Adam, but I've got to say, your hard on for Black Adam Superwise is something
I'm hard on that movie
look,
too.
I'll put it this way: I understand why people don't like Black Adam more than I understand why they don't like Shazam Fury of the Gods. But Black Adam is what it is, and having watched it again, I even watched it again today. I was still charmed by that whole fucking Justice Society of America.
I feel like that's the best part of the
plot.
movie. Is
I'm
Justice
like,
Society.
I'm totally there for Hawkman and fucking James Bond as fucking Dr. Fate. I'm just totally there for it. I was blown away by how good that was. But again, I would understand the critiques of Black Adam a lot more. Like it from a film critic standpoint, I do think that movie, without a love of the Black Adam character and et cetera, I do think that movie is like a 6.2, 6.5. I wouldn't go like way above that. As a person who loves Shazam as a character,
I mean, we want to talk about messy plots. I think Black Adam is the messiest of these movies for sure. The only problem with Black Adam is that it doesn't tie into Shazam at all, which was like a huge mistake that The Rock did.
That was a stupid mistake. I don't know what he was doing with this whole I want to fight Superman, fight all the Justice League. It's like, you're not a Justice League villain. The Justice League would fucking wipe the floor with Black Adam. Exactly. You know what I mean? Like that's not even a close fight, bro. So it's very, very bizarre. I'm not saying like one-on-one, like him versus Superman, he wouldn't have it wouldn't be a good, a relatively good fight, but isn't that just kind of retreading Zod versus Superman again?
Well, the idea is that they need Shazam to fight Black Adam, right? Because Shazam's magic is the only thing that can stop Black Adam's magic, because they come from the same place, right?
Black Adam's the only thing that can stop Superman. Sorry, the magic is the only thing that can hurt Superman. Or are you talking about Black Adam?
Yeah.
No, carry on. I just wanted to make sure, because you said Black Adam taking ownership.
But anyway, I mean, Dwayne Johnson really messed up. I mean, they're making that movie for a decade, and he didn't recognize how good the first Shazam movie was, that he didn't want to be a part of that franchise. He wanted to splinter off and do his own thing, when you could have made that Black Adam movie tie into this Shazam movie. And it probably, number one, would have made the Black Adam movie better, but it also would have boosted the Shazam box office, because you would have had something tying in.
The Rock. The Rock. And
get ready for The Rock to face Shazam in the third movie. Go see the second movie. You know what I'm saying?
looking at how things are going, and I'm not, and this isn't me trying to be an MCU hater, but I almost exclusively blame the MCU for the superhero fatigue that's going on.
Oh yeah, with the
I
critics.
don't see how you can genuinely, even if you like the MCU, how you can genuinely look at what's happening and not say the MCU has caused this fatigue and DC is the one that's getting punished most for the fatigue that's happening by critics, and by audiences going to see the film.
Yeah, I mean, audiences that haven't seen the film seem to be punishing it the most. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
No,
most
but they're
people
not, but you have
haven't
to say
seen it. Yeah.
that critics are also involved in that, because if somebody sees like a critic score for Black Adam and it's like at fucking 40%, or they're seeing Shazam and it's like it's a rotten score, that's going to impact, somewhat the box office. Or even if it doesn't, even if there was a chance, like say, no matter what, Shazam was always going to make this amount of money. But if there was a chance that it could have made more money, that Rotten Tomatoes score would have been a thing that could have been a defining factor. It probably still would have made the same amount, but it could have,
I mean, I feel like there's tons of factors. Like, a lot of people want to like boil it down to like one factor, but it's tons. I mean, it came out on St. Patrick's Day too. Nobody wants to point that out. Everyone's getting drunk at bars. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, who's going to the movie theater? It's already a low turnout on that day anyway. That and the whole James Gunn announcing the reboot of the DC movies and stuff. Like, that's another thing I don't get though. People are like, "Oh, I don't want to see the movie because it doesn't lead to anything." I'm like, "What? What are you talking about? You go see other movies that have no sequels." You know what I'm saying? Like,
I know. I really. This is another thing that's going on with fandom at the moment, and it's like it's another thing that the MCU has conditioned people to feel or think. I'm like, dude, you can just go and see a movie because it's good.
yeah,
Like, I don't see why it has to be tied into a bunch of universal things and it's leading to some big massive event, like climactic event. Can't you just, as a, not that many of the guys who watch comic book movies are actual comic book fans, but can't you just be like, oh, I remember as a kid just like always wanting to know what, like, a Shazam movie would look like, or what, this character's movie would look like, and just go fucking watch it on the basis of that. We are living in the best time to be to have been comic book nerds, and all we seem to be doing is complaining about it. And I don't understand it. There are comic book movies that aren't for me, and I'm not going to necessarily go out of my way to support. But those movies are doing fine. So I don't need to support them. But when it comes to movies that I'm just like, are people, maybe they're not, but like, are people not like, Shazam, Captain Marvel is one of the OGs of comic books. And like, we are just killing him. We've like, as a community, just killing him and going, no, we prefer to see more Ant-Man shit. We prefer to see Captain Marvel, the other Captain Marvel from the MCU. We're investing our dollars as comic book fans. It blows my mind how we're justifying this in those characters over Shazam, Captain Marvel. It's very bizarre to me. What do you think of that, Lantern?
sorry, my dog was barking.
No, it's okay. Did you hear any of that?
The last sentence I did not hear.
Okay, so the last sentence was, what do you think of that, Lantern? That we are, as a comic book fan community, investing more into characters like Ant-Man, Survival,
these C-list characters,
and Captain Marvel, who is a nothing character in comics, and they're going to make more money than Shazam, Captain Marvel.
And they don't even make these movies right.
Yeah,
they don't even make Ant-Man right. They don't even have the script done when they start shooting the fucking movie. unlike Shazam, they had the whole movie script done and everything, ready to make this fucking movie.
It
They
was
were
actually shot
responsible.
on sets.
Sets responsible with their budget. It was like around $100 million to make this Shazam film, which is impressive for how good it looks. This is only like $100 million film, which means it only would have to make like $300 million at the box office, and they can't even do that. It's not even going to do that because people want to blame superhero fatigue or whatever.
Anyway, let's get into a review of this thing and talk
Yeah.
about actually, because we're complaining a lot about like things that are legitimate to complain about. But I'll start off because it often helps me to centralize my thoughts by talking about like the different cast members and what I thought of them. I do have a few problems with this movie. But here's what I'll say. This is my synopsis of my thoughts on the movie. One, I'm going to support it because I'm a DC fan and this is a major DC character. And even if this isn't necessarily my favored take on the character, if I don't support this movie, then we will never get another Shazam Captain Marvel movie, and there will never
I want to
be
stop. I want to stop you right there, nerd man. I'm sorry. I got to cut you right there because I feel like there's still potential for a sequel, no matter what the box office for this one is, because Warner Brothers knew this was going to happen. They have analysts, they have people that know this months out how much movie this is going to make, and I'm sure they were anticipating this, and I'm sure they know how good the movie is. I'm sure they're happy with how David Sandberg made the movie. He didn't waste their money. So he'll be back making another movie, whether it's a Shazam sequel or something else.
I think they'll use him for some other character, but I don't think.
But I feel like you could make another Shazam movie, especially something like Power of Hope. That book, that's like, what would it take to make that movie? $50 million or something like that? It wouldn't take that much. I mean, you could make a low budget Shazam film. I mean, that's why I think there's a possible route there for another movie. Just because you could make a low budget one.
Maybe TV.
Maybe a TV movie, like an HBO Max movie. I don't know. Maybe.
No, I just mean like a TV show, adventures and stuff like that.
But yeah, I think there's potential because Shazam's budget can stay low. It's not like a $200 million thing. These movies never were. So that's the
to be fair, this to the audience and how they're receiving this movie, this goes back a long way to the culture at DC Comics itself. I remember seeing a story about a DC Comics writer. I think it was who I'll tell you, George Perez. It was George Perez who got offered after he did like a Superman run or something like that, and got offered to do Wonder Woman. And everyone in the office at DC was, going to him, oh man, sorry. Because being put on Wonder Woman was like a punishment back then or something like that. Like everyone wanted to do the Batman, the Superman thing, right?
Yeah.
And to me, that has always emanated out of how DC handles its characters. I've always felt like if you even look at the animated stuff and whatever, it's just the Batman show. It used to be the Batman and Superman show, but then it just became now almost exclusively the Batman show, right?
Yeah.
And it's like they themselves are saying to people that the rest of their characters are trash, when in fact the rest of their characters, like Shazam, are a fuck ton better than the characters that make up something like the Avengers. They're not. They may not be as good as I like the X-Men. The X-Men is awesome. Some of the other Marvel teams are awesome, like the X-Men. Spider-Man is obviously a fucking icon. Hulk and stuff like that are icons. But a lot of these characters that make up the Avengers, that you couldn't even tell me who their greatest villain is, right? Because the actual DC characters, each of them comes from their own contained little world, right? And they're just as interesting and novel and unique as Batman. I know Batman's appealing because he's dark and whatever, but they just have their own little corner of this DC universe, and it seems like only a few people like George Perez saw the potential in characters like that. So George Perez turned around and was like, no, I'm super happy to be on fucking Wonder Woman. Knocked it out of the park and did one of the greatest runs on Wonder Woman ever. And it's still iconic till this day. And it seems like there are certain writers at DC, like our boy Jeff Johns, who everyone hates, who actually see the potential in other characters like Green Lantern. They don't come to the thing of like, oh, I'm going to do Green Lantern or the Flash or Shazam or something like that. They don't come to that with the perspective like, oh, this is some demotion or like a bad thing. They come to it like, okay, no, I'm gonna like really show why this character and his universe is fascinating. What do you think of that? Do you agree? You agree with how DC has presented its characters to audiences it's as if it's like Destiny's Child, where there's only one star, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I mean,
they are like meaningless.
Batman's their golden goose, man. Like, they go with what sells. I mean, Batman's been selling more than any other book for a long time. But is that just because they've been pushing it so much? You know what I'm saying? They don't give characters a shine. I know what you're saying with that. But
why hasn't Shazam and Wonder Woman had why didn't they have a 90s animated show? Can you imagine how many more people would be interested in Shazam films if he had like one of those, the treatment of like Superman the animated series or Batman the animated series, where it was just focusing on Freddy and on Billy and his adventures week from week. And they had have done a serious show about that.
They did have a couple animated shows.
Huh?
They did have a couple animated shows with Shazam and stuff, but I mean, those were kid shows like in the 80s and 70s and stuff like that. I mean, they tried. When Shazam first came out, it was selling bigger than fucking Superman, at the time, because most kids were getting comic books, and Shazam was a kid that was a superhero, so it related to a lot of people when it was first coming out.
Hey guys, I will go through your comments in a minute, but just to finish off our conversation, but I don't think they tried though, because you have Batman.
They did try with Green Lantern in 2011.
Think about Marvel and what they did. There was an Iron Man show. They were all not good, by the way, apart from Spider-Man.
They even look bad too.
Iron Man show. There was a Spider-Man show. Since the MCU has come out, they've put out various shows about. They've had Guardians of the Galaxy shows, animated shows. They've had a bunch of shit. You can look up Marvel animated. They're not as good as DC in terms of the quality of their animation.
Oh yeah.
But
not even close. You compare the Batman animated series to that stuff, it just wipes the floor with it, Yeah.
But they don't just put it like, can you imagine if Marvel had have been like, okay, Spider-Man's our golden goose, so all we're gonna put out there is Spider-Man. Fuck Fantastic Four, fuck the X-Men, fuck all of these things. We're not gonna make them feel like important characters. Just Spider-Man all the time. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you'd get this sense that, oh, if they don't like their own characters, then why the fuck should we?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? Like, they treat a lot of these characters at DC from the jump like there's some kind of embarrassment in comparison to Batman.
Yeah. And they gotta make them super dark and gritty.
And you blame the audience for then, I've seen DC, and I swear, if I was the owner of DC, I would fire the guys. I've seen DC writers or creators or whatever go, yeah, Superman's kind of boring in comparison to Batman. I would literally fire them.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that. That's one of your main fucking characters. You put it out there that actual writers and creators who, and it's usually the ones, it's usually the ones who never, that they love Batman so much, and yet they make really shitty Batman runs, and
Mhm.
and it's always the ones that are actual, are a little bit more creative, that do the really good stuff on Batman.
Mhm.
But anyway, my point is, I've seen, DC writers, artists do this, and like they're at conventions and at things, and they're talking about Superman, one of the main fucking characters of, the second biggest or the biggest character in my opinion in DC. And they're talking about him like he's boring or he's hard to write. That's their
Which is
thing.
just that's a lazy ass excuse. Hard to write, lazy. You're just lazy. It's not hard. It's not, you know what I'm saying? He
No.
saves the day. He's a hero. All right. Write the story. He's not a bad guy. He's not gonna do bad things. It's not rocket science. Even Alan Moore, who's known for all like dark comic runs, when he was doing Superman, he's like, all right, there's a certain tone Superman has to be. I can't do dark and gritty with this, Superman has core values you gotta stand by and stuff. And he wasn't complaining it was hard, right? Alan Moore never
Exactly.
complained.
So that's my thing with DC. I really think that impacts how, like, people, they should have put a stop to when people started going, oh yeah, Shazam is like DC's Ant-Man. No, it fucking isn't. Shazam is one of the biggest fucking characters of the golden age.
Yep.
Don't fucking
Top
compare
3.
it to Scott Lang, not even fucking the original Ant-Man, to Scott Lang's Ant-Man. I'm
If
sorry,
anything,
that's
he's closer to
that's not even
Spider-Man.
beginning to be a fucking comparison.
Mhm. I think Shazam's way closer to Spider-Man as far as, like, characters, we're talking
He's
about young
older than
characters.
Spider-Man. He's
Yeah, I
not
know,
just
yeah, the actual character,
he
yeah,
was
older than Spider-Man.
he's
Yeah.
outselling Spider-Man at one point. So
Oh, yeah.
it's like, it's stuff like that. Don't let people fucking, without coming out in defense of it and educating people, like, no, this isn't fucking Ant-Man. This is a golden age character that at one point outsold fucking Superman at the height of his popularity.
Mhm. Kids
You
love
know?
Shazam, and I think it still stands true today. There's just something relatable about a kid getting superpowers to kids. It's a great family thing, and
And that is one thing that, I fault, I have to say, I fault this film a little bit for. And
the
let's get
kids are
into,
old. Yeah, the
because
the kids are like 17, 18. The kids
yeah,
they're
I,
yeah,
I kind of like, I'm like, don't be embarrassed by your own source material. Again, like, don't be like, oh, maybe it will be cooler, and more relatable to audiences if Billy's like a teenager, like an
yeah.
angsty teenager, you
Mhm.
know. Um, Spider-Man, No Way Home was kind of popular, or what was it? What was it? The first one, Spider-Man. Was it No Way?
Sp
No, no. What
Something
was it?
Homecoming, yeah,
Homecoming. There you go.
yeah.
And they were like, oh, so maybe if we make him a little bit like more that age, that it would be cooler. And it's like, no, it wouldn't be. Like, and you fuck yourself up for sequels because now he
Mhm.
looks too old.
Yeah, now
You
he looks
know,
like an adult. Yeah, there shouldn't be a
if
transition from Shazam, saying it should just be him putting on the suit. Like, that's there
right,
really shouldn't be
yeah,
another
it's
actor.
like,
Yeah.
they should have ensured that the guy who was playing it was 12 to 13
Yep.
years old
Mhm.
max.
Yeah, and he
You
should be
know,
like 14 in this movie or 13 in this movie or something like that. Yeah, every
right,
Great Shazam book I read, he's a kid. Like, he's like a little, 13-year-old
right,
kid, 12-year-old kid, um, in an adult body.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's my issue with it, like, mainly. But having said that, since they did go the teenage route, um, I think Sandberg has done a fantastic fucking job.
Oh, yeah.
Altogether, I really do. And I want to go over like some of the things. Like, let's get like, what should we get out of the way first?
You
So
want
should
to
we
talk
get
about the actors, right?
the cast out of
Yeah.
the way, the actors out of the way,
With
and then we
that
can
Grace
go
Caroline
cinematography,
Curie,
music, that kind of stuff.
yeah.
Mm,
The girl who played Mary, oh my god. She perfect. She needs to get recast as some other hero. Like, this is
yeah,
she pretty good.
absolutely. She was really, really good, and I like the fact that she played it. in a kind of she was the what's the character, not Tinkerbell, in Peter Pan, Jane. She
Oh
was the
yeah.
Jane of the group, right? She's the oldest, she's the kind of
Mhm.
wisest. She doesn't overdo it. She plays it with a sort of realism to the way she's playing it, and I think it worked really, really well for her. She was surprisingly one of my favorite characters, and again, a little bit of a critique. A little bit of a critique. I think that this film could have focused on, and I don't think it would have impacted the box office, to be honest.
Clearly, I don't think
I don't think
anything.
it would have impacted the box office, but this is just a critique in the terms of the quality of the film. I think it could have focused a lot more on more characters than just Jack Dylan Grazer.
Mhm.
I think they should have allowed a few more characters, like especially Mary Marvel, who's as big as Captain Marvel Jr.,
Mhm.
to be at the forefront in terms of story, giving a little bit more of their background.
Mhm.
How did they get into the foster care
Yeah.
system, like make us care about these kids a little bit more. I thought Ian Chen, who was really good in the last movie, this movie, it was not really, you can't really say either way. But he he was just really underutilized,
Well, I think most of them, because they focused on pretty much Zachary Levi and Freddie. Those are the two main ones they were focusing on, and Mary got a little screen time, but yeah. I think
yeah,
Rochelle Zegger, whoever Athena, is that who she plays? Or Athena? Or she
yeah,
was also like the main that
she
they were
got more
focusing on.
screen time than a
Yeah,
lot of the kids, and
for sure.
to
But that's
me,
just the that's a
that's a
runtime thing.
mistake
Mm,
for a couple of reasons. One, because I think the kids are so fun, and the kids are what make you feel like this is more heartfelt.
oh
Like
yeah.
when you see the kids talking about these things, it's better than the adults pretending to be kids talking about
Mhm,
those things. I think that would have given it more of a Stranger Things, more of a Goonies vibe, which it does have at times. And I think when it has that Stranger Things Goonies vibe to it, that's when
mhm,
the film is at its best. And I think if you gave the kids more of the dialogue to do, that would have that spirit would have come out more, and it would have made for a better movie.
mhm.
Um,
Yeah, like,
and
Megan Good, who plays the, adult version of the
Dog,
little girl, Darla, yeah. Um, sh What a great casting, but you don't see any of her. You probably get, like, 5 minutes of her in the movie. And that's something I feel
um,
like it's
I
it's a
think she
runtime
fared
thing.
a little bit better than most of the foster kids. I
Yeah.
think
Yeah, she
after
definitely got more than, Eugene or whatever his name is, like, yeah, the Asian one, like, but
yeah.
I feel like it's just a runtime thing. If they had an HBO Max series, they could do, like, every character, right? You could have entire episodes dedicated to each character and stuff, but it's a movie. You
No, I
gotta
get that. I
yeah.
get that. But I also think in terms of like, taking advantage of this whole like thing around representation, like everyone's talking about representation these days
Mm,
and whatever, and you've got this multicultural cast, and it's not like a gimmick, it's not like oh, we're just forcing something in there. It's just a natural situation where they have this multicultural cast. Why not utilize that?
mhm.
Why not utilize them in the marketing? Why not utilize them in the in the film itself? Because
Well,
I swear,
you don't wanna get the woke label. You don't wanna get that "Go get woke, go broke" label
I
that all these
know, I
fucking
know.
grifting
I'm not
channels
saying
do.
like overdo it, because one of the things I actually appreciated about this movie is in the end of the day they made it a Shazam movie,
Yeah.
and it was Shazam at the end of the movie, like
Mm,
really taking on the villains. I
mhm.
like that, but I still think they could have just given the kids a little bit more to do. It doesn't mean they have to do the superheroing stuff,
Yeah.
but just a little bit more to do in terms of like I love my favorite bits of the movie, honestly,
when they're all
were,
working together.
they're driving around in their little Scooby-Doo car,
Yeah.
like fighting the monsters or whatever, and riding on unicorns and stuff like that, which was all very, very much out of a Shazam comic. And so that I really appreciated, and I think that it lent a lot of heart to the movie, which they could have just amped up a little bit more rather than relying so much on Zachary Levi and his humor, his over the top humor sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Which
so
I feel like in this movie there was a little bit more of that from Zachary Levi, but I almost bought it more in this movie just because he was on screen so much. I don't know. I just got used to it as the movie was going. Like, all right, we're back with Zachary Levi making a joke.
yeah,
Yeah.
making a joke, right?
But yeah, I think they would reboot and redo this whole cast younger. I totally think they would do that. You're totally right about them casting way too old. That might be the main reason why they would reboot, probably, because they're not rebooting because it was a bad film. That's not, rebooting, probably because the cast is too old and it doesn't make enough money financially.
Yeah,
I don't. Those are the
yeah,
factors. I feel like
um,
they know it's a good movie.
yeah.
I'm
But
not buying
okay,
your
so
critics for a second.
let's talk about Zachary Levi since we've got onto him now. Zachary Levi was much more in it than Asher Angel. I also think that was a mistake because I really like Asher Angel. I think he
He
more
should
than
just be
anything.
Shazam, the adult version of Shazam.
Yeah, no, I don't know about that,
Put
but
some
like
muscles on him.
I think you need the separation for the concept to work.
Well, remember,
Um,
what was that one book, that Alex Ross book, the Justice book, where Lex Luthor is mind controlling Shazam? And they're like,
and it's
wait, how's
just
he doing that? It's because it's Billy grown up. It's the adult version of Billy, and he just looks like Shazam. They think
yeah, I
it's,
know,
yeah.
but like then you lose all
Oh,
the
yeah.
whole.
The
It's
whole
like
point. Yeah.
the kid that turns into,
That's like
but
future stuff, though. That's like,
I think you could do that for like a Justice League movie, like if they were going down the route of doing what's it called, Kingdom Come or something like that. I think you could that would be a cool thing to do, just to have the kid playing Shazam actually be Shazam, and he's just like older now. But I think in the Shazam movies themselves, you have to stick to it being a kid who turns into a superhero. But I think you need to utilize the kid more. I think you need to utilize Billy Batson more, because the most touching moments in that first movie came from Billy Batson. And the moment in this movie that almost got me in tears once again came from a scene with Billy Batson, with Asher Angel.
yep. He's really
So
good. I feel like he's
he,
better than Zachary Levi as an actor. Like, as far as
no, I
writing and
honestly
stuff.
do. I think he does a
Yeah.
better job of the Shazam character than I
Yeah.
wish. I wish the adult version of Shazam was a little bit more like Asher Angel, to be honest, because he's goofy and he's funny, but he doesn't overdo it. And this is where I was going to get to with my complaint about the movie with Zachary Levi is like, I get what they're doing with him being childlike and whatever, but there's humorous things that 18-year-olds do, right? That humorous ways that 18-year-olds act and are, funny to adults, because like looking back at when you were 18, how stupid you were, right? So there's funny things that you could do that would match the age of Billy Batson, but he seems to still be playing a lot of it as if he's still like 14 or 15, um or even 13 or something like that. Now, is it an entertaining character? Yeah, it's an entertaining character, but I can see it being a little bit jarring for some people. That Billy's 18. The actor that plays Billy isn't manic or anything like that, and Zachary Levi has all this kind of energy um, that is just, it doesn't seem to quite connect with the Billy Batson character. I think as the
Yeah, I
movie
agree with
goes
that.
on, Zachary Levi got better and better and better. In the beginning of the movie, this is how I summarize the movie. The beginning of the movie felt like Superman 3 to me. By about the 30 minute mark, it started feeling like Superman 1 or Spider-Man 1, right? Like that's why for me, in some ways, the Shazam 1 is better, but in other ways, Shazam 2, I feel is actually better because like by the end of the movie, I think they really embraced the whimsical elements of the Shazam story, what I see in Shazam comics. Like
That's
if you
Jeff Johns' book. Don't show that. All right. Some Snyder fans are gonna get us. This was fuck.
yeah, but so I've got other Shazam comics from other writers, but I really saw that like with their little realm, with the pen, the Steve pen, which I love the fact that they did that. The burning violin that's in there, the unicorns and
that was hilarious. I thought they just didn't know what the fuck the burning thing was. Yeah,
pure Shazam, and that had more humor and heart to it than all of these jokes that Zachary Levi. It felt like DC mandated that they needed to put more jokes in this movie, and I think a lot of the humor that was the funniest was just the stuff that was natural, like like him going, they save all the people on the bridge, and then they go, all right, next we've got to we've got to make sure this bridge doesn't fall, and then the next scene you see the bridge is completely collapsed. That's the kind of humor that works, rather than these kind of attempts at quips and whatever that Zachary Levi was doing. And that's the only thing that bothered me in this movie. And I ding it a couple of points for having too much, like, I think, like, these attempts at MCU humor. But as he got more serious towards the end, he was great. Just tone it down with the humor.
But there's some genuine like laugh out loud moments though in this movie, like more so in the first movie. I mean, like I feel like when you're trying to do humor, you're gonna do 100 jokes and like 70 of them are gonna land, and the other 30 are gonna just fall flat. And I feel like that's what they probably did with this one, but I feel like it hit more than it missed.
It did. And even to be fair to Zachary Levi, as much as I think he was playing a different character from Billy, his jokes landed more than not, but it was just calm down, bro. Like,
I mean, they opened the movie pretty serious. Like, they fucking murdered all those people,
down, and this movie would have been just a breeze to go through, rather than every once in a while I had to be like just groaning because of something Zachary Levi said, right? Like I could have just been like, it's cool, like the first one. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like a joke per minute.
It's like in the script it was insert funny quip here.
Yeah. And they had some
there was a few occasions where you didn't have to say something. It was fine. It was good.
Right.
Leave well enough alone.
That experience with it as well, Jay. Did I take it?
Pardon? You
had that experience with it as well.
I had a few experiences with this movie, but I'll save that for another time. I did. There were some when it came to the humor, there were some groaners. There were some genuine. Okay, 1 point for you, movie. That was good. But I have to say, they were trying to. The problem with this movie, one of the issues with this movie was they wanted to try to recapture what worked in the first movie and go, okay, we have to do that in this movie too, because that's our gimmick. That's our what's the word I'm looking for? That's our style. That's the style of these movies. So we now have to keep doing it. Whereas with the first one, it was like, hey, we thought of something funny. Let's add this. Where in the second movie, it's like, okay, somebody think of something funny that he can say. So that was forced
But
and
I'll
unnecessary.
say, for the most part, they were successful in capturing what they did in the first
Oh,
movie.
they
Because
did. Absolutely.
I know you didn't cry, or
Dude,
nearly.
my girl cried. Like, I
There
looked
was
over and she was
Cried
sobbing.
when? For
there
what?
was a genuine couple of moments where I was misty-eyed, man. Like
For what?
Lant and Alex said his girlfriend was the same, man. Like,
Sobbing.
For what?
When Billy died. Like,
Oh,
she
come
thought he was
on.
actually dead.
That's like-
it worked
that
for a
was like-
second.
That's like saying in at the end of Infinity War when they all started dying. It's like, oh my god, they're really
Did people
dead.
not start crying for that? I'm pretty
that
sure
wasn't
people started
that
crying
wasn't
for
the
that.
moment though. Actually,
Oh.
that wasn't the moment that got me misty-eyed.
No, it was when Iron Man died at the end of.
Oh god,
that's when
please,
everybody
Iron
cried,
Man
right?
died.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying in this movie, that him dying didn't get. I thought the scene where he was with his mother and he goes to his mother like, if I survive this, I know I'm turning 18 and whatever. And I think the way they did it was so subtle. They didn't overdo it. He just said, I won't be a burden on you or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, no, of course not. What are you talking about? You're going to be our family forever. I thought that was fucking, and I give that to Asher Angel, the way he acted that.
Yeah, he's really good.
I honestly wish somebody had have stuck Zachary Levi down and said, look at this fucking kid in this scene and just act a little bit more like that,
Like
dude.
him.
Because honestly, I'm at the point now where I'm like, I wouldn't mind Zachary Levi getting recast, and it's bad because it means everyone else would have to be recast, and I like a lot of this cast. I think Adam Brody does fucking well as the older Freddy. I think Freddy, for the most part, is charming when he isn't being like manically
Hypermanic, yeah.
Asperger,
Asperger.
I think Darla's cute, and Megan Good was for the most. I think Megan Good was Megan Good is smoking hot, but I do think she in the beginning wasn't quite working, but then as she got into it, it started working a little bit more. But again, it was like, let's have Megan Good say something funny every fucking time, and it's like you didn't need to do that. Like, oh, with the cats, it's like,
or the eyeglasses joke.
Yeah,
the eye doctor joke. It was like, you're trying too hard, movie. You really are.
Yeah, you're trying too hard. And
what you guys think of the wizard's head on Wonder Woman?
Huh?
The wizard's head on Wonder Woman. That was another big laugh out loud moment in my theater.
Really?
I heard tons of laughs. Yeah, like it was pretty loud. It was pretty. People were fucking cracking up.
I don't mind that scene. I mind what Zachary Levi did before that scene. So everything he was doing with kissing and like the chewing the gum,
chewing the gum,
all of that.
His facial shit that he was doing.
Yeah, I just
way over the top.
That was one of my grown. But I actually,
it was like, how am I supposed to act as a young, inexperienced 18-year-old, and
that's in a silent movie?
That's
way over the top with his animation.
Is he from the 50s or something, Billy? Yeah. Is it like, I don't think that's how like 18-year-olds of this generation
in 2023 will actually
act like when but especially one who looks like Asher Angel.
Right? I feel like Asher's going to surpass
somebody who looks like fucking Asher Angel when he was 18. Didn't have like super amounts of problems with girls,
Right?
I'm pretty sure he would have at least smooched a girl by the time he was 15, looking like fucking Asher Angel.
Asher Angel's going to surpass Zachary Levi as far as like acting career. I 100% believe that. Like,
it depends on what movie roles he gets.
He looks like a stud.
I agree, but it's not so much the skill of the actor; it's the movie roles they get.
It's the luck, and this isn't going to help him.
Well, I mean,
this will help. I'm not saying that. I mean, obviously, this is a good springboard.
Oh no! I mean, like, it does help, obviously, because he's in a fucking movie, and it's a big movie in some sense. It's a big superhero, tentpole movie. But
they'll probably get cast as some other DC hero when they.
Now, if he was in Game of Thrones, that would obviously guarantee him.
Right? Whatever happened to that Joffrey guy? Like his career really took off. The King Joffrey.
But, I mean, going back to it, like I don't. Again, for me, it's not like Zachary Levi is. I like him. I like his energy and whatever, but I don't think he's the definitive Shazam. That's just my opinion. He's not a definitive version of
only Shazam
in any kind of way. I could see somebody.
Well, he's not the only Shazam.
I could see
live action Shazam
playing it.
Yes, there was a live action TV show, and there was an actual cameo by the actor in this movie. And as soon as I saw him, I went, "Oh my god, really? That was a highlight."
So I want to give a special shout out to Faith Harmon. And this whole thing of like, it was like a Skittles advert or whatever. Fuck you, man. Like, there's product placement in every fucking film. No. There's product placement there's blatant product placement in every.
It wasn't the product placement.
Actually a funny fucking, thing. And again, once again, I have to say this. It is exactly what would happen in a Shazam comic. That's exactly what fucking Darla does in Shazam comics, dude. It's not some cynical...
Can I ask a question? When did product placement become such an issue with people? Product placement has been in movies for fucking ever. You do not see people drinking generic pop. They always have a Coke or a fucking Pepsi.
Well, Lantern, in the first Superman movie, a lot of the people were talking about how the product placement for Cheerios was so blatant. Because there's a scene just before, I can't remember the scene, but he's out having breakfast and there's a box of Cheerios dead center in the screen, and like
because it mirrors life. I don't know, unless the dude like is holding a can of pop, looks at the camera and says, "Drink this." That's like blatant product placement.
There's but like at least with
I think the problem is why people think it's so cynical is, unfortunately, a lot of people aren't familiar with these comics. They really aren't. And like, that is specifically Darla Wood fucking in the comics.
Well, they're not. But here's
go
the
up
thing.
for a fucking unicorn and offer him fucking, Skittles. That's what she does. That's like, that would be a fucking plot.
But so here's the thing. It's not product placement. It's, okay, this is the thing people keep forgetting. And I know, and I'm the oldest guy here, but people, you keep saying that. I turned 49 this year, dude.
Okay, and I'm older than you.
You were actually older than me?
Yes.
Jaden's like 79.
I'm 79, and I still look this good. And I still look this good.
He's like a 400-year-old fucking.
All the Gen Xers are bitching and moaning about stuff because they want it to be like when they were kids. We're not kids anymore. We're fucking old, okay? We are steps away from being fucking senior citizens. The way they're acting, they're kids. Let's not forget this. They're kids. They're teenagers. They're acting like teenagers do in 2023. It's pop fucking culture. It's TikTok culture. It's this. This is how young people act. And old people are mad that young people are acting like young people. That's what the same shit happened in the 70s when the boomers were bitching about the kids in the 70s with their hippie culture and they're doing this and doing that and blah, blah, blah. And that's how they act. That's how kids act now. They say the dumb catchphrases like catch the rainbow and the bullshit. They say that shit. It's not
but they've had product placement.
It's pop culture. That's how people act.
Like I said, they've had product placement since the 70s. So even the Gen Xers can't even use that excuse.
I just feel product placement is such a. Otherwise, I guess I should say this because I haven't said it. I mean, Nerdman is kind of see me on Twitter. This movie was spectacular to me. It was fucking spectacular. It was great. It was great. And when people have to go down to product placement as like the nitpick a problem with the movie, that tells me you don't have much to complain about. If that's what you got to complain about,
if that's your complaint, then that's a weak ass complaint.
For sure.
That's like saying E.T. sucked because of the Reese's Pieces thing.
Mm.
And that was lauded in the 80s. People are like, oh, they love Reese's Pieces because fucking E.T. ate them. I mean, yeah, it's just how, I don't know. I just do not understand. like I can understand. Everybody has their subjective opinion. We've had this arguments many times with many different movies, and we all disagree on it and this and that. And I understand that. What I don't understand though is just the vitriolic, like just hate people are having for this. And I know there's some coming from the side of the DC fandom that we know they're just going to hate everything that doesn't come from Zack Snyder. Okay, that's a given. So I'm not even questioning that because that's just what they're going to do. But there's just general, fans that are just like saying, "Oh, this was horrible. This was just so bad. This was just." It's like it's Captain fucking Marvel. I mean, what do you? This is not like 90s Batman. This is not, It's,
yeah, it's not supposed to be some dark, dreary, like
a Batman movie,
angsty kind of thing. This is the comic. They go into little universes with. I think they could have gone more into this kind of stuff. To be honest,
I want to see them bitch when they bring out Tawny the Tiger. How about that?
Right.
Because Tawny the Tiger was big in the comic books, and he was fucking just like fucking Tony the Tiger with fucking Frosted Flakes. He was a walking, talking fucking tiger.
Right. So yeah, I mean, again,
you can't have Black Adam in a Shazam movie. Can't do that.
Well,
can't do that.
Well, that's
I saw more heart, more feeling, and I'm one of those guys that like, fuck the kids, fuck the family shit. It bores me usually, right? I don't give a shit about this stuff. This movie did it so well. It did it well. It made you care about the characters. And not just Billy. It made you care about all of them. And even, like, people complain about the woke stuff, right? They brought up that Pedro's gay, right? And to me,
that's
they reacted the way... No, people complain about that. I'm not saying anyone on this.
Yeah, no, they did. They did.
But it's like they complained about Pedro being gay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, let him finish the point.
It's like, to me, they did it exactly how it should be done. They didn't make it a central point. They didn't make it like it's a big deal. They even kind of fourth wall joked where they're like, "I'm gay," and they're like, "Yeah,
we all know.
We know."
Right.
It's like,
yeah,
it's normal. Yeah, sure, whatever. That's it. They did that so well. And I thought I saw a character arc that went from the first movie and continued on through this one. Not just Billy, but they expanded it to the other characters.
But I think Billy, they did really well. I mean, the whole thing of like, oh, now he's got this family, that at first he was rejecting, but now he can't let go of them, and he wants to keep, and he's worried that he's going to lose them, and that's why, and he's overcompensating. I thought that was fucking wonderful. And the way they did that without it being overbearing without them going, having to say, oh, this is the point where you have to feel something. No, they just did it, in this way with, a few scenes here and there, and like his general attitude towards the family, which you could see. And then, then you had the reveal at the end of what he was concerned about, when he talks to the mum. And I honestly got misty-eyed. I thought it was a genuinely one of those 80s kids movie moments. The kind of thing you would see in, Stand By Me or, Goonies or something like that, where it's just like a heartfelt moment with kids. So yeah, I agree with you, Lunga. Like, I do have problems with the movie. I do. I mainly named Zachary Levi. Not that I think he's bad, but I just don't think he's like. I think he overcooks it a little bit sometimes. And I think that there was too much of a. Mm-hmm.
Zachary Levi is cornier than Billy when he's Billy. That's the part, that's the part I have an issue with. It's like, he's not like, if he was matching Billy's energy, then it would make sense. But it's not. It's like Billy's like a 17, 18-year-old typical teenager, right? But when Zachary Levi's playing Shazam, he's acting like he's a 13-year-old.
A 13-year-old. And that was one of the things that I had the problem with this movie. It's like they're trying to take the dynamic from the first movie and going, okay, we're just going to put in the second movie. And it's like, it doesn't work that way. You can't do that.
If you want my honest opinion, they should have started this with a kid that's like 12.
Or something like
that.
Yeah. And not wait 5 years for a sequel.
That's what I've said. Especially the Asian kid as well. I was like, because he was really cute in the first one, and he's cute now. I'm not like it's not like I'm saying he's.
Are we commenting on children's looks here?
No,
I
don't. No, but it was jarring to see how much he had grown up. Do you know what I mean? Like he
I brought my oldest son with me, and he throughout the whole movie he keeps saying, he's like, "This is all your fault," because everything he knows about comics, everything he loves about everything, he knows he got through me. So he knows Captain Marvel. I mean, he's 29, but he knows Captain Marvel. He gets mad when they call him Shazam. It's like, it's Captain Marvel. So he was cheering when they were doing the whole Captain Every Power, and when the kid who played Billy in the TV show said Captain Marvel, and he's like, they said Captain Marvel in the movie.
That's true. Where is the character for the
Yeah, I love that. That was so great.
But I was saying to him that the kid, what's the kid's name that plays Billy? Angel. What's his name again? The actor.
Asher Angel.
I honestly think if they, let's wait. James Gunn do his plan. Hopefully bring back Shazam. It'll be kind of a reboot, right? Because we can't keep going with the same kids because we're not going to see this for at least another 5-6 years. Right. So it's going to be a reboot. I think Asher Angel, if they make him work out, make him do, I think he'd be the perfect actor to play Shazam himself, and then have a new set of kids.
Well, yeah, it would make sense.
That would be good, actually. But the only problem is, I think with this box office, I don't see that happening. I think at best we might get a TV show. I think that's best.
It depends how good the rebooted universe goes. If Superman Legacy is a hit, if the other movie's going forward and it's got steam, right? I'm not saying $1 billion movies, but let's say it's this new universe has steam and it's going forward, right? Because I know people love to rave about the MCU, and Iron Man, the first one was great and it was good. But let's be honest, it's not like the MCU was the megalith it was in the first 4 years.
It wasn't until
it had to build steam.
It wasn't
to get
until
there.
Avengers.
Right, it had to build some steam to get there. So if we go through James Gunn's plan, and let's say after 4 or 5 years, it's got some good steam going. They could then now bring back the Shazam the way he did with Guardians of the Galaxy and make it a better property in this. It'll instantly have more cred because the universe now has steam.
Yeah, and if they can make it part of the story,
right?
Like where you feel like, oh, I've got to see this movie to be able to, understand what's happening next.
Right.
I do think that's a possibility, but I honestly think that Warner Brothers, until they're making $1 billion movies, like they're going to be a little bit gun shy about the weirder characters like Martian Manhunter and Shazam now.
I really feel unless he completely screws the pooch, which I don't think he's going to do, but unless he completely screws the pooch, Superman Legacy. It's gonna match Man of Steel. It's gonna be a $600 to $800 million movie, just because it's Superman.
Oh yeah, I think that there's loads of Superman fans. They'll definitely come out, especially if it's less divisive. Than Man of Steel.
But are they Superman fans or are they Henry Cavill fans?
No, I think those are those Henry Cavill fans. I don't think they're a vocal minority. I think they're a vocal. What's a mediumority or whatever? Let's
quantify this though. There's Henry Cavill fans who are just sad that Henry Cavill's gone, just like with The Witcher, right? But then if you talk about the Snyder Cut people, that's a whole different level of Henry Cavill fans. They're Henry Cavill fans because he's part of the Snyderverse. Okay,
same reason why they're Ben Affleck fans. Okay,
right. So there's a different level. There are a segment of fans who aren't necessarily Snyder heads. They're just like Henry Cavill.
Okay.
But I think those fans can move on. Okay. It's like, they're like, oh, it's sad we don't have him, but they'll be able to move on. And I remember everyone keeps talking about this. Obviously, just like what's going to happen now with this is the Joker syndrome, right? After Heath Ledger, it's like, who the fuck are we going to cast as a Joker now? And now after Henry Cavill, because even the people who aren't these crazy people can still agree he was a good Superman. He was a good Superman. He was.
He had a square jaw. Yep.
He had the look. He has the acting chops. You can't fault him for stuff in the script. You can't fault him for positions.
No, I don't. I just don't think he's as good as people make out. Like I liked him in Zack Snyder's Justice League, but for all of the 10 minutes he was in there.
No, see, you were mad that it was 10 minutes. That's what you were mad at. You're projecting, Nerdman. You're projecting.
No, I'm just saying I like him, but I don't think like
yeah.
for me,
whoever they
for
get
me,
to
he's
play
a,
Superman is
for
gonna
me,
get a
for
huge
one,
start.
he's a little bit like just on a looks level. I think he's a little bit too handsome for
Yeah.
Superman because of Clark Kent.
We
you know?
should all be
Right,
cursed.
I
We
know.
should all be cursed with being.
But
too
here's the thing.
handsome.
Christopher Reeve was considered a very handsome man at the time. He
Yeah,
was.
but he can also
he-
look like a
right.
geek. That's the difference.
Because he
was
had normal
handsome, but
size.
He consciously, they talk about when he made the Superman movie, he consciously, because he was a very tall man. I don't know if people really realize that how tall Christopher Reeve was too. He was a
yeah.
And he slouched
Tall
a
dude.
lot while
The dude was a complete
he like
beefcake.
said he consciously slouched.
Yes.
He put his shoulders down purposely.
Yes, he had to.
Now, so-
he had to try to.
Yeah. If there's anything I agree with Nerdman on when it comes to Henry Cavill, I don't think he's a bad actor. I think he's great. But I think he didn't know how to the range on how to become Clark Kent, the more nerdy, the more goofy Clark Kent, he didn't lean into
The more
that.
passive character.
Yeah, because I just seeing him in those glasses, he just looked like this GQ guy that like everybody would be like, yeah.
When he had the
I
flannel
wanna-
on, it's like from that myfarmer.com or shit.
Yeah, because he was still being Superman, but just not wearing the Superman outfit. That was the weird part.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
but even
I,
read some of the comic books, depending on the writer. He
I know,
yeah,
still
obviously
make
the
Clark.
different-
Yeah, yeah.
They still
It-
make
it's
Clark
the same-
cool, right.
especially like in the animated series and stuff like that. Even when you look at that, there wasn't a big distinction between Superman and Clark Kent. So I'm not saying that always has to be the case. It's just my preferred thing. I prefer it when Clark Kent is a little bit different. To
Tyler
Superman.
Hoechlin isn't like awkward or he has that boyhood innocence, that born in Kansas kind of innocence, which is fine. That's what I think is more important. But like that kind of awkward, Christopher Reeve kind of really invented that awkward kind of Clark Kent, and people are just so used to that they think that's how Clark has always been. I think it's more about his innocence and his I don't want to say naivete because he isn't naive, but his constant hope. He always has hope. He always has hope in humanity. He always has hope in people, and stuff like that. That's I think the big part more than.
Oop! I got a heart from one of the stars of Shazam.
To answer
Here comes
K-Dot's
the
question,
ultimate hater.
K-Dot, to answer your question, yes, I hated this movie. I hated the Fury of the Gods. I absolutely hated the movie. But
Don't you bullshit?
no, it's not bullshit.
I don't even.
No,
get,
he did.
It
He
had
did.
a
He did.
story. Not even the family
It had a
stuff. which
beginning,
was
middle,
great.
end, Jaden.
Oh
But
God,
the-
there was so much of this movie that.
It had a
That
story.
hurt me.
It had a legit story, unlike Black Adam, which had no story. It
Oh
was
no!
just-
Okay, hold on. If you're
Fast
gonna
and Furious in a
if you're gonna
costume.
compare Fury of the Gods with that Dwayne Johnson
have to.
train wreck, it's two different types of movies. Well, it's two different types of train wrecks.
I feel like that's why Shazam's not doing
So
good at
what-
the box office because Black Adam was that bad.
I mean,
I
it
feel
had
Do
an
you
actual
think
story.
Black
had some
Adam
It had a
was-
visual
lot.
effect. Yeah,
Do you think Black Adam really? I can understand.
I feel like
Look,
audiences.
I'll
like,
put it this
really-
way: when I put on my critic's hat for Black Adam, it fares a lot worse than Shazam: Fury of the Gods.
Yeah.
Like, if I put on my critic's hat for Shazam: Fury of the Gods, I'm like, at best, I can go down to a 7 out of 10. Like that's like if I say no for Shazam: Fury of the Gods,
okay.
I'm like, if I'm putting on my critic hat and just being like everything that's bad about the movie, I'm just gonna give the maximum ding for, then I'm going 6.5, 7. That's the worst I can get for this movie. But if I'm just being like, okay, it's a fun movie, I'm seeing what the director's trying to do, I think this is an easy it's an entertain. Like, I can't see you leaving this movie unless you're a jaded fanboy, not being entertained. I just don't.
And
I
let's
don't see where-
make a new
People
category
love
of
this
jaded
movie.
critic, because I really think just what we saw going on with the MCU, critics are getting their superhero burned out. They are now legitimately ranking superhero movies lower, which is fine. I mean, whatever. I don't usually go by critics, to determine if I like a movie or not.
But that's their problem, because they have to go and watch every single movie, and a lot of them are these terrible. I'm sorry,
and
they
they're
are
starting to
these
agree
terrible.
with the Scorseses and other people that and the business side of it. Let's look at just the business side of it, not the like people can shit on, oh, it's superhero movies, it's dumb kid stuff. Okay, but let's take that out of it. Just the business side. I understand the problem like Scorsese and other people are having with it because these are big studios, right? It's Disney. And Warner Brothers is still a big studio, but Disney especially with the Marvel movies. They are forcing theaters to play their movies in more screens.
And multiple
where
screens,
where you can't get in there as anyone else. And Disney will say, we will cut you off if you don't do X amount of screens. And the theaters can't afford to lose those movies. They have to play them. Yeah. So these smaller directors, these smaller movies. That's why everyone's still reading Ben Affleck wrong. The Snyderheads are like, oh, he still wants to go. No, he's tired of this shit. He wants to go back to indie films. He wants to go to these small art. He doesn't want to do a lot of this crazy shit anymore, but with big studios like that, because it's driving them nuts.
Yeah, you know what? Ben Affleck can go fuck himself, to be honest. Like all of that commentary that he made about like having to say like these lines in comic book movies, it's like, what are you talking about, bro? I understand like, dude, if you do your average Hollywood action movie, you have to say the same fucking shit. They're all generic. Every fucking, unless you're talking about like kind of drama, like high drama kind of thing, every single genre movie, whether it be horror, sci-fi, superhero, whatever it is, has a fucking formula. All of them do. You can say pretty much exactly what's going to happen in these movies prior to them happening, prior to seeing them. Like, I could probably tell you that without having seen any of the Creed movies, I could probably tell you the plot line of your average Creed movie, because it's a sports movie and sports movies have a formula.
And it has the same formula as Rocky. It's still the same formula as Rocky. If you look at the Creed movies, it's Rocky done in a modern and through the lens of someone who's born with more privilege. So they did it kind of reverse rather than, Rocky being poor and getting into it. And a legacy. He was a legacy hero, right? His father was a great boxer. So, but it was still the same formula. Yeah, I mean, but that's all movies, right? They all have, like you said, all genre. They all have their, like Ben Affleck had that one. What was that one movie that was on Netflix where he was like that uncle, that Boston kind of fucking uncle or something? I forgot the name of it. I don't know if any of you saw it. It was actually really good. He owned a bar. But
no, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. Right?
I enjoyed it. But it was kind of that, kind of an indie kind of feel with it, you know what I mean? And it was really good. But even that, he had this guy who was trying to teach his young nephew, whatever he was, lessons in life because he fucked up when he was younger. And even that was formulaic. You see that trope all the time,
Right.
So it's
right. It's basically, inciting incident, rising action, fucking resolution. That's all Hollywood movies.
And montage,
right? That's basically
montage.
all Hollywood movies in a fucking nutshell. You have some kind of issue that arises with a character. The character goes through some kind of rising drama where they have to face some obstacles, and they either win or they don't win. That's it. That's storytelling. I mean, to try and put that on. Now, I understand a little bit because of the MCU's formula that has gone on for quite a while, and some of the, even impacting DC movies as well. But specifically with the MCU and the last few movies. But I'll be honest, I think some of the last few MCU movies have been, a couple of them have been some of their best ones. So it's, it's just that they're putting out too much stuff and for too many characters that don't need films. That's the issue.
Yeah, it's not even that. What it is what they tried to do with Phase 4, and I got it, but it didn't work. What they were trying to do for Phase 4 is they were trying to show people now coping with everything, people having all their, their personal problems and everything after everything that's happened and stuff like that. And there was a lot of depression. If you look at it, a lot of people were down. That was the thing that was going on with a lot of these people coping with a lot of different things. And I got it, but they were all these stories that are supposed to interconnect, and they try to show you how they interconnect, but they don't interconnect. And that was the main problem. Like I like Moon Knight. I like Shang-Chi. I had a good time with some of those, but they didn't feel like they were part of the universe.
Yeah.
Even if
They
you
didn't feel like they were
They
didn't feel like they were leading anywhere. I think
didn't
is
lead
like
anywhere.
part of them. But I thought
Well, they
like
also-
I thought Doctor Strange 2 was very good. You know what Sam Raimi managed to do with that. I know, yeah, grown, lean your head over. I thought Sam Raimi's directing in that was actually pretty good. There were some other movies I know that are a bit controversial that I like. I like Black Widow, for instance. People seem to not like that because one of the characters was turned female, and that's enough for the whole movie to be shit.
Well,
I mean,
no, that's
Um,
Nerdman,
Oh, I don't know. It's
yeah,
based
that's
on an
Nerdman.
organization
That's
of all women. I mean, geez.
Nerdman.
that was part of what
Nerdman. I know you like Black Widow, but Taskmaster stuff.
I didn't say Taskmaster was good, but she was like 2% of the movie. Like
But-
there was a whole other 98% of the
Okay,
movie.
if they casted her female, which is
really
Yeah,
already
but
wasn't
she was also the
Taskmaster.
catalyst of the film.
I
What do
didn't
you mean
see
the
it.
catalyst?
She was the young daughter, and then she was the catalyst for the
Yeah,
plot.
I realized that, but I'm saying I'm saying how much she featured in the movie.
Oh no, yeah, she was.
It's not
was
just
not-
that. There's an overall problem. Everyone knows that Marvel has a villain problem. This was just symptomatic of Marvel's villain problem. It wasn't because she was a woman. It wasn't because it was just symptomatic
it
of
was.
Marvel's villain problem.
Oh, it was. Don't do that.
I mean, look,
because
look,
now
hey,
you're kind of downgrading.
I mean-
There were
I
a
mean,
bunch of
look.
people who were like, "Oh my god, they turned her into a woman. It's so
Yeah, that's
fucking woke." Blah
because your
blah blah.
opinions are irrelevant.
Like,
Because your opinions are irrelevant.
Nerdman,
You
look,
could have
Nerdman,
had.
look, Taskmaster probably should have been a man, but all they had to what they did with Taskmaster, they just made Taskmaster a silent villain like Bucky, and that's not Taskmaster.
Yeah, even if Taskmaster was played by a male actor, guess what? Taskmaster still sucked. They did it wrong.
Okay.
If it was still the same
Okay.
script and it was just a male actor in the suit,
It was
still
still a
would've been the
bad
same garbage.
Taskmaster.
I mean, look, when you
The fact that she was female was not what ruined Taskmaster.
right, because look, when you fight Taskmaster, he's like literally gonna tell you, "Haha, I just stole your move. You suck." Blah blah blah. Like he's literally gonna like. roast
Also,
the shit out of
get the
or
get the
stuff.
power set right. If you're gonna take a character from the MCU,
Power
how
set,
about,
too.
how about actually taking their power set? What a
yeah,
novel
that
idea.
That's why, look, I
that was
appreciate
kind of
it.
trash. I was like, so she copies fighting styles, but like I didn't see
that's
any of
why-
that. That was a not a little bit of a problem. That was a big problem. But I was entertained by the film. I thought it was fairly entertaining.
Nerdman,
You
that's
know,
why-
and
that's why-
I certainly think that Doctor Strange was very entertaining. And going back to the Shazam film, actually, like looking at how everyone was doing backflips over Spider-Man: No Way Home, which has an extremely generic storyline. I'm kind of like, I'm a little bit confused. So like Spider-Man: No Way Home is allowed to get away with all that shit, but like Shazam: Fury of the Gods.
Well, we know
No Way Home.
why. Now, I still love No Way Home. I don't hate it the way you did. I thought, and I don't think it's generic either. But it benefited from the legacy love people had for Tobey Maguire and even Andrew Garfield, who people hated when he first came in. But then
the sudden
later.
resurgence of love.
That alone, that was nostalgia, dude. That's what drove so many people to the theaters. Okay, was the nostalgia of Toby.
No, I agree. I'm not. Obviously, that's the case. But
And
I'm
that's why
saying
the
like
Flash is doing
how.
Michael Keaton. People don't even get it. They like, why Michael Keaton? Why? Because it worked with Spider-Man. That's why they're doing Michael Keaton.
Yeah, all of these people.
No. They were doing that before they even.
Yeah, they were
No,
doing it
before
because here's
Spider-Man
the difference.
was
I
even-
mean, it's a
Michael
multiverse
Keaton.
movie too.
Hold on. Here's the thing with difference with Michael Keaton. 90% of the people who are gushing over Michael Keaton never even saw the goddamn movie in the first place, but they're still gushing over it. At least with Andrew Garfield, they at least saw the Spider-Man movies. But like, how are you gushing over Michael Keaton when you never saw Batman '89 in the first place?
How can you quantify?
Where did you get? Where did you get?
No.
that
I'm trying to
from?
understand how are you quantifying the people who like Toby at least saw it, but the people who like Michael Keaton didn't? How are you quantifying that?
A lot of people saw those Batman movies, bro.
Because a lot of the
Pretty
people
famous.
because a lot of the people who are making these videos are in their 20s.
Yeah.
And my
they-
kids
know
all
the
know
name.
the
and they
Michael Keaton
actually
one because
admit-
of me as a
They
parent.
actually admit, because in their videos, they're actually admitting that they never saw the movie They never actually saw They never saw Batman '89.
Yeah, but
I'm looking forward
I'm
to Michael
pretty
Keaton.
sure those.
Okay, but
How
you're
many
talking
were
maybe
made?
about a handful. You may
Remember,
be talking
like,
about a handful of
directors?
Jaded. I'm sure those people haven't seen the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies either.
Yeah, and I put them under the same category too. You can't have nostalgia for a movie you never saw. I'm sorry, but
I know, but I think your complaint is about a specific number of people.
Yes,
That's not.
yeah,
But you threw it under the umbrella of all these people.
I'm sorry,
they're gushing. They haven't seen it.
I didn't.
Yeah,
mean,
that doesn't
I didn't
work.
mean to do that.
No, it's just
there are people.
Put it
who
this
are,
way: Michael Keaton movies were super popular, so and it wasn't that long. Even though it was a long time ago in some ways, it wasn't that long ago.
I was in high school when it came out.
Okay?
And my oldest son is 29, and when we were there and we saw the trailer, because my son doesn't watch trailers. He never watches any trailers of anything. He hates them. And so he saw the trailer for The Flash for the first time when we were watching Fury Gods, and he saw Michael Keaton. He was jumping out of his seat. He was like, yeah, yes. He was loving it because he knows those movies because I watched them and we watched them at our house, and I had to kiss the video because the VHSs when they were little, and they watched them over and over again. My son, 29, he was watching He-Man VHS tapes from the 80s TV show and the Transformers TV show because
but that's not common though.
I put it in there for him to watch.
But Lunga, here's the other thing.
It's not common though.
Even with the nostalgia thing, if you saw Batman '89 6 months ago, that's not nostalgia. That's not nostalgia.
No, but if you liked it, you liked it, and if you want to see it again,
that's different than saying nostalgia. You can't have seen a 30-year-old movie 6 months ago and claim to be part of the nostalgia of the movie. It doesn't work that way. That's not how
perhaps
works.
they understand the nostalgic aspect of it. It doesn't
necessarily
mean nostalgic to them.
Yeah. But
I think we're arguing over, like, look, most of the CBM fans these days, I don't think are comic book fans. I honestly don't.
No, they're not.
And I don't think they're hardcore. Like, I've seen pretty much every comic book movie outside of, like, I don't know, fucking, what's that cowboy? Or
Jonah
Steel,
Hex.
or Jonah Hex, or Steel, or something like that. I've seen, like, or the first Fantastic Four. I mean, I've even seen like the first Captain America. You
need to watch Steel. That's a good movie, man.
Yes, I like Steel. I will die on that hill.
Yeah.
I will die on that hill.
Stop.
Steel is look.
Shaquille O'Neal as Steel was bad. It was horrible.
Lunga, hot take.
K-Dots. I'll put it on right after this stream. Yeah, man. I'm super excited. I'm gonna get straight in there right after this.
Hey, hot take. And don't hate on me for saying it. Shaq Steel over Superman Lois Steel. I said it. Shout Shaq.
Well, of course you said it because you say shit just to rile people up. So
oh my God, come on. You're taking movie advice from my guy who thinks the Chipmunks movies are cinema. So come on.
They are cinema. Shout out to those
There you go.
Shout out to the Chipmunks.
You know what's sorely missing from comic book movies? Darkwing Duck. I need me some Darkwing Duck.
No, that would be the end of movies. That would be the end of comic book movies.
Darkwing Duck was spectacular when it was on. Are you kidding me?
I love Darkwing Duck, but if they put a live action Darkwing Duck out,
dude, Negaduck, come on, man.
Duck Dodgers of the 21st century. I want my Duck Dodgers movie.
Look, there's some things that don't need movies, even if you like them as a kid. The Pizza Cats. Like that don't need a movie. You know what I'm saying? I like that as a kid. Like the Pizza Cats, they were cute. But like you don't need a movie about that. So does anybody know the Pizza Cats? Was that even a big thing?
I've never watched it, but that was a 90s cartoon, wasn't it?
That was a 90s. It was basically a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles ripoff. That's all it was.
Yeah, but look. Anyway, going back to the topic. Which is, Shazam, Fury of the Gods, and us as actual comic book fans sitting around bitching about it. I do want to know, Jaded, what did you think of this movie? Why did you hate it, specifically this one? Because you hate every movie. So
I do not hate every movie. I just hate the movies that suck.
All right, well,
Which are all of them.
Okay, what blows my mind is that Jaded likes
I gotta
the first
say,
movie,
you
but
hate
doesn't like this
quite a bit. I mean, your
Well,
name is pointing
I
to
just
how much you
always-
hate most
Well,
shit.
Lunga, the problem is I have this really annoying thing called standards. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I know.
it's
I
a
know.
waste of time.
It's
I know
you
it
know,
gets in the way
no.
sometimes.
I've heard of that before.
Anyone
yeah.
can have standards,
Standards.
but
What is
but
that
but
again?
there's standards,
What?
and then there's just
There's
fucking
me.
boneheaded.
Then there's me.
Yeah. No.
I mean, look,
I think I've heard that word. That's a big word. I've heard of that before.
Wait,
the
before
standard
Jaded gives
stuff.
his
What is
opinion,
that?
you got to make this clear. Jaded, you loved the first movie, right? You liked it.
I thought it was the reason I loved the first movie was because I expected, because I didn't like the sequel, I expected the first movie to be what the sequel ended up being. The first movie ended up being way better than I expected. And because of that, I ended up appreciating it more than if I had actually thought it was going to be good.
I need video proof of when Shazam came out. I really feel Jaded was saying it sucked the first one when it came out. I think this is a retroactive change that he's saying because it's better than the second one.
Jaded. I need to see a video review of because if you don't have a video review, that means you only put out negative reviews.
Hold on. I don't do reviews. I just simply make videos trashing the stupid in these movies. You guys,
he's admitting he only makes videos of things he hates.
However,
your entire library is everything you hate, which is extensive.
Hold on. There are two movies I made videos of praising the hell out of because I absolutely loved them.
What was that?
Shaft. The Shaft remake. I love that one.
Are we really Shaft?
Yeah, I love that one because nobody.
Why does this feel like someone is trying to get racial points? I love Shaft. Look, I love black people because I love
Shaft. I made that video, Lunga? You want to know why I made that video? Because
you needed one black movie that you said you liked.
No, because I love Blade. No, sorry. I loved Blade. I love Blade way before.
Wait. Just Jaded Shaft. So you've got standards, right?
What was wrong with the Shaft remake?
This is where
the blaxploitation remake.
What was wrong with it? Nobody was making videos
I think
talking
that's
about
beautiful,
it because
man.
they were scared that no.
Honestly, Jaded, I think that's beautiful. I love that. That's the Shaft is the one that you landed on. This is the one that I'm going to defend.
Because I went online and I wanted to see if there were any reviews, and I could only find 3 videos reviewing the Shaft movie because I guess everybody.
There's a reason. There's a reason for that, Jaded. There's a reason.
No, they weren't even trashing it.
No, to be fair, I haven't seen it, and it might be a good movie.
Listen, it's the Samuel Jackson movie. There is no Samuel Jackson movie that doesn't get talked about. Okay, if it wasn't talked about with Samuel Jackson in it, there's a reason.
And I'm telling you, because even if it's trash, they'll still make videos talking about how they didn't like it.
They talk about snakes on a plane more than they talk about Shaft. Okay,
and snakes on a plane suck more than Shaft.
Wait a second. There are 2 Shaft movies, right? Like new ones.
Not, I think it's over 3 Shaft movies.
No, I don't mean like throughout the Shaft. I'm talking about Samuel L. Jackson's Shaft movies. There's 2.
I think it's only 2. I think it's only 2.
Yeah, it's 2. Okay, so you like the first one?
Yeah, the one where he had his son.
No, okay. That's the second one.
That's the second one. Yeah.
Oh, then I don't know.
Failed already.
I don't
even know which movie it is.
No, I only knew about the one where he had his son.
No, I'll watch it. I'll be honest. I never grew up with Shaft, so it was never a thing of like when they brought out these Shaft movies. Like I'm gonna go out and watch it, but it might be genuinely good. I doubt it's better than The Dark Knight.
This is what I gotta say about the Shaft.
This is what
I gotta say about the Shaft. The character of Shaft has become iconic in pop culture because it is the one, like when people think of blaxploitation films, if they've never really watched them or know much about them, Shaft is that one character everybody kind of knows. Okay,
And Dynamite something Dynamite. I forget his name.
Dynamite?
He's an iconic character. So when they remade it, it was cool to see this iconic character from these blaxploitation movies of the 70s brought back with an actor like Samuel Jackson, okay? Because he fits that role, right? Yeah. But the movie, Jaded.
Oh no! I still made a positive.
Not a good movie, dude.
I still made a positive.
Did you see it, Lunga?
What?
Did you see it?
Yes, I saw it. Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I still made a positive video about a movie, so you can't get mad at me.
Okay, wait. But let's go back to this. You've made one.
No, I made two. I'm trying to remember the name of the movie. Hold on, I'm going.
Oh, you can't remember the second
No,
name?
can't
Can't even remember it. That's how inconsequential it was.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is literally him looking at his library. He's like, I'm
looking at my library, trying to find the
Took
damn
out a
name of the movie.
dartboard and he just threw it. Okay,
No,
Shaft.
because
What's this one here?
I actually enjoyed it. I'm just trying.
Lantern,
I'm
did you
just
see
saying,
Shaft?
I have made two
did I see
videos.
Shaft?
Yeah, a long time
Oh,
ago.
yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
remember
okay.
bad movies.
So let's give Jaded his corner though, because I like to hear the opposing view of my own. Why did you think that this?
I'd rather talk about Black
Fury
Snake
of the
Moan.
Gods didn't
Why
work?
did I have a
Black
problem?
Snake Moan was good. I like Black Snake Moan. That was
Classic.
But what made you? Because I want to get back on point. What didn't work for you about Shazam: Fury of the Gods?
About Shazam: Fury of the Gods. Okay,
Yeah.
I really want to save this for my video, but I will give.
Give me a couple.
yeah,
Give me a few. Give me a
10
few.
people that watched. I think we'll be okay.
Give us a few ditties. You know, like just like
Just the
give
tip.
The biggest
just
problem
the
I
tip
had.
exactly.
Big issue I had with this movie was the fact that the concept of continuity doesn't exist anymore. It's used when it's convenient and it's ignored when the movie doesn't want to. And that's one of the biggest problems of this movie is nothing in so much of this movie, it doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. And I hate lazy,
Can
bad
you give us examples?
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll give an example. I'll give an example.
You're giving these broad
And I'll give an example. And I'll
no
give an example.
substance.
I'll give an example. You had the scene where I forget. I called them the older sister, middle sister, and the youngest sister because I can't remember.
Oh, we should talk about those guys. Actually, I really like them.
The oldest sister ends up getting captured so that she could be sent, so that she could go to the wizard's cave, so that because that's where.
Put some respect in its name. Put some respect in its name.
The Rock of Eternity. Yeah.
No, to the wizard's cave first. No, the wizard's.
What
wizard's
cave? The Rock of Eternity. The Rock of Eternity. Whatever. She wanted to be captured so that she could be sent, so she could be brought to the Cave of Eternity to be able to get the golden apple.
The Rock of it. Yeah.
Whatever, the Rock of Eternity.
Okay,
the thing is, here's the thing.
It's just the center of the DC universe and all magic.
Hold on. So she's at the Rock of Eternity. Somehow knew about the secret library and somehow knew that the golden apple was in the secret library.
You mean the 6,000-year-old goddess whose powers were stolen by these wizards?
Who has never been in the Rock of Eternity? Would have no idea what the layout of that.
How do you know she's never been there?
Have no idea what the layout was.
First of all, how do you know she's never been there? B, how do you know she doesn't know the layout?
Because the reason I know she's never been there is because the wizard goes, the apple is in a place that they cannot get to.
Because the doors are guarded. It doesn't mean she doesn't know.
No. But that was the whole point. Jaded. That was the whole point. Let me stop you one moment there. Just one moment. The whole point was that Shazam, being the ineffectual superhero he was, didn't hide the apple.
He didn't know the apple was there.
He didn't know about
the apple.
He didn't know it was the seed. He just thought it was just an apple.
He had it in that library. Do you not remember?
Yeah.
They pulled it out.
Put it on top of the book.
He put it on top of the book. He didn't know what it was. He didn't know.
So
what it was.
so it wasn't very well concealed. That was the
But
whole
it was
point.
it was in the hidden library that they didn't even know existed, except the one brother who found out about it.
No.
Oh, that is actually true.
Okay.
True.
Listen, you got to understand something here. Just the fact that you keep calling it a cave, and the reason why you're what you're talking about here is faulty is because you don't understand the Rock of Eternity. You don't understand its significance in the DC universe. B, its significance it is extremely important.
It's significant in the movie. And I'm talking about its significance and use in the movie.
All right. But let him go finish his point, and then
you don't understand its significance to. You don't understand its significance to the magic of DC universe. You don't understand that it's been around for tens of eternity. Technically, it's been around since like the beginning of time.
Right.
Hold on a second. You don't understand how before the wizards stole the power of Atlas, that the gods and other people of magic knew about the Rock of Eternity. That they just
don't know that.
Hold on.
Not according to the movie. Not according to the movie.
Oh my God. Okay.
I'm going within
the fact here. Hold on. The fact that we don't. No. Again,
but isn't this
is
deep?
This is deep nerd shit.
Nitpick.
Isn't
No matter what plot hole I bring up, anyway, continue.
Is that a plot hole? Really? Like
it's not a plot hole. This is deep. No. Listen, you got to make up your mind if you're a comic nerd or B, a general audience. If you're speaking from the perspective of a general audience, they're not going to give a shit. Number one. Okay. I'm not. The argument you're making is someone from the perspective of a comic nerd. Right. However, I'm sorry. You're an uneducated comic nerd at this point because you don't know much about the Rock of Eternity and Shazam. Right. So if you're a comic nerd, it's up to you if you want to live on that hill to be educated.
How are you saying she would have found it longer?
Wait a minute.
Not that I think that. Not that
I want to respond to
wait. I'm going to let you respond. I'm just going to say, but just to say, not that I'm taking this criticism like really that as a major criticism, because I think it's a fun movie. It establishes its tone. So she found the apple. That's basically the answer to your question. But how are you saying very quickly so that Jaded can respond? How are you saying that according to the comic books, that this makes sense, that she found the apple in this secret room? I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. I just think it's a stupid movie, not stupid in a bad way, but just a stupid movie where, so the apple was there. It clearly wasn't hidden. She somehow found it. That's it. I don't think it goes beyond that.
I am not taking the knowledge or the way the way it works in the comic books and applying it to the movie. I am applying it to the rules and the confines of the movie itself.
What rules?
According to the confines and the rules established in the movie, I am following their rules.
Okay, and what's
that's what I'm going it by. I'm not going by
so
a comic book nerd.
So you've just said that 3 times now. So what's the problem?
The rules of the movie is the Rock of Eternity is a repository of all magic in the universe. That's been established in the movies. Okay. Meaning that the seed, if it's anywhere hidden, it's going to be there. Helen Mirren's character came there to look for it. She didn't know how long it was going to take her to find it. She thought she could have been there forever, but she's a goddess. She doesn't care. She'll take however long it takes to find it. She lucked out because the dumb kids left it on top of the book. And she walked by and like, oh, that's right, fucking here. I didn't even have to look for it.
Wait a minute, but that's ridiculous. She wasn't locked up in the secret library. She wasn't locked up in the secret library. She was locked up.
What the hell are you talking about? What is being locked up? What does that matter?
How did you know?
Wait. I think I know what Jade is trying to say.
I know what she's saying. I know what he's saying as well.
So, okay. From what we've seen in the movie, there was only one path to get to the library. When Pedro hit the button and opened up the thing. Is that your issue?
Yes. And and
to be fair to Jaded, even though I think this is a really trivial point.
She could have easily.
To be fair, K-Dots. To be fair to you, even though I think it's quite a trivial point, to be honest. To be fair to you, they were in that room, which seems to be the only passageway to the library. All of the Shazam family were in that room when she apparently escaped. How would she have got there and got through to the library?
through them, and they didn't know.
But maybe there's another fucking door. Maybe they
Maybe
locked
there's
her
another
up
door.
behind
And
the
if the
library.
movie-
I don't know.
Maybe
They're
she's a
pretty
goddess
stupid.
who has known about the Rock Eternity before the Wizards took it over. I
So
mean, it's just
what?
that's
He had to have gone into the room where all of the brothers and sisters were to get to the secret library, and somehow didn't get seen.
you know
And the
what I
movie
love.
we don't
That's
have
what pulled you out of the movie?
Hold on.
What I love is when nerds can
The
nerds can
movie
accept
went,
all this
and
shit
the
that is
movie
impossible,
we
but
don't
then
have
these
to
little things they have to tear
explain
apart.
And the
Like,
movie
you're
went,
talking about
we don't
a
have
kid.
to explain
You're talking
anything
about a kid
because
who
we have
gets
fans
followed.
like Runga who are going to go, we don't care.
Jaded,
We don't
Jaded.
care
We're
if it doesn't
talking
make
about a
any sense.
movie where a kid is goes into a train station, gets on a fucking train, and
Yeah.
is taken to a magic realm where a
Right.
wizard
And the
gives him
movie
fucking
explains how
the
it happened.
powers of
So
fucking
what?
Solomon
And the
and
movie
Hercules.
explained how it happened. So it doesn't matter how ridiculous it is. It doesn't matter how ridiculous
don't-
it
I mean,
is.
all
But
right,
if you know, like
Jaded,
they've only
There's
got
the
2
guy.
hours for a movie. You can't.
Why not?
explain
Half of the movie
every
was
little
half of the
fucking-
movie was
Why
time
didn't it
wasting
explain
anyway.
to me in Shaft why he was such an angry man? I need an explanation because
They
they
did.
didn't in the confines of Shaft, they did not explain to me why
Yes, they
he
did.
was so angry. I
they
need
did.
2 hours of backstory to understand
No, I
what he's
don't.
doing
I
because
need
it doesn't make
30
sense.
seconds. I need 10 seconds.
30
The movie
seconds.
didn't know.
No.
The movie didn't know how to explain it. Not only that, she ends up leaving. How does she?
I don't think the
Hold on, wait a
director
minute,
thought
let me
anybody
finish.
would
Wait a
think
minute.
about that.
How
To be
did she?
honest,
How does the older sister escape? She goes through one of the doors. According to the movie, Billy Batson goes, "You can't use the doors. Only the champions can." Yet what happens? She goes through one of the doors to go back to her realm.
No,
How did she
anybody,
do that?
no,
did she
anybody,
do that?
anybody can walk through the door
Jaded.
once they're in there.
You can't go from the real world, like our world,
Into the rock.
to the rock
No,
without
she
wait.
can't use the doors.
Once you're in there, you can use any door.
Once you're in there, you can use any door. Like those doors, you just open them and
She
and
needed
go
them
through.
to bring her in there.
Into
Once
Only
she's there-
champions can go through the doors. Hence,
only
No,
champions.
Enter. Only
I
champions
swear I just
can use the
answered.
doors to
Champions.
enter the rock.
Right.
To
Hence-
enter the rock. They brought her there as a prisoner. Once she's there, she can use any door to exit. They're one-way doors coming in, not out.
That's what we're saying.
why were they worried about? Why were they worried about her? Then what? Then what? When they went into the porta potty, why were they worried about her following them? They could have left the
It
door
wasn't.
open. When they went through the porta potty, they
Because
made
it was part of
Because
that
if you
joke.
leave
made
it,
sure they
because if
closed
you
it.
leave it
part
open,
of
then
the
you leave
joke,
the
so she runs
passage.
into the dude shitting on the toilet.
Yeah.
It wasn't
I don't
worried.
think it was
I mean,
part of the joke.
Darla literally was closing the door and waved like,
They had to close the door. They had to
Which,
think
by
of
the
the
way,
Matrix.
was one of the
Remember when the
worst
jokes.
Keymaster
So
was
you're
opening
saying-
the doors?
so
Once
you're
you close
saying
the
if they
door,
open the
then
door,
the
anybody
door
can
doesn't
go
go
through.
anywhere.
Is
Yeah,
that what
exactly. Once you close the door, then it's.
So
then-
what you're
then
saying is, as long as the door was open to allow them
Yeah.
in, anybody could go in.
yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Like
okay.
any
Also,
normal
part of
person
the
could
joke
go
in
in.
the scene, too.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
Right.
they
But
wanna
only
do
the
a-
champions can open the door.
Yeah.
Anyone else opens the door, it's just a fucking porta potty. The
So now you
champions open
feel.
it.
So now we've answered that. Do you feel the
No, that's
movie's
fine.
great?
I have no problem with that. I'm
So
still
you think the
saying that
movie's
there was
great, Jaded? Now.
no,
Movie's
Yeah.
10 out of 10.
still saying that there's still problems.
So go on. What was your second problem? This was an
What was the other
interesting one.
problem?
How did Helen Mirren get to the fucking apple? That's true. I didn't think.
How did she get to the apple?
How did she get to
Another
that
issue
fucking
is
apple? Go on,
the
let's hear
other
the second
issue
one.
is the wizard says that he used the staff to prevent their kind from being able to enter the realms of Earth. Okay, then how did Hades get on Earth in the Wonder Woman movie?
Ares. do you mean?
Aries.
How did Ares, who is a Greek god,
Because he was banished to Earth.
No, he wasn't banished to Earth.
Yeah, he was in the beginning.
But how?
That's
But
what
it
the
doesn't
Zeus
matter if he
banished him
banished
to.
But
Not
but-
banished, but he
according-
the lightning thing.
Fell
So-
on Olympus.
Dude, that's
according to
another
the
fucking movie. What the
according
hell's
to
that
the
got to
movie-
do
And
with
also,
Shazam?
well,
this
Jade,
is what I'm talking about.
Jada, you have to remember
It's another
You have to
fucking
remember-
movie, dude.
that
So what?
wizard,
It's
that,
still
that,
part
that
of the
wizard
lore of
was
the
just kind of
DC.
sitting for years too in the first Shazam movie. He didn't have a champion.
So
Dude, when
what?
did Wonder Woman come out? 2017?
2017.
What?
2017. It's 2023, bro. Like this
so
is
what? You
a
still have
separate
the
filmmaker,
continuity of the
and that's what.
world.
This is one of the things I like about DC. It's not like, and to be fair, MCU does this a lot as well.
Of
They
course.
contradict themselves between movies, but that's never really bothered me because as far
Well,
as I'm
it
concerned,
bothers you.
a filmmaker should focus on his film and his franchise. If it contradicts something in Shazam 1, then I might have a problem, like depending on how bad it is. But like ultimately contradicting Wonder Woman is a completely different
Doesn't
fucking
matter.
franchise
It's
and
still
property.
a shared.
And
it's
it
the
was
concept
these
of
were
a shared universe.
director-driven movies.
Okay,
That was the whole
then-
thing.
And then
it wasn't. No. Your problem at this point was Warner Brothers not making it, and that's literally been the problem with Warner Brothers, that their movies aren't as connected as the MCU.
Yeah.
But that's not a problem with this movie. That's a problem with the way Warner Brothers has been running DC.
With the movie.
That's not a problem. Listen, but that's not a problem with this movie. You're comparing this movie to another movie that's not, that even though it's connected, it really isn't, because they didn't do it that way.
Hey,
So
I'm
that
sorry to
doesn't
interrupt
change
here. I got
this
to,
movie.
I got to, guys. Sorry you didn't enjoy the film, Jaden. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I took you out of the film.
Don't be sorry. Just expect it.
I'm going to text David Sandberg and tell him to fix that.
To be fair to Jaded, I have often gone back and listened to some arguments I've had.
But thank you, Nerd Man, for letting me on.
And
I gotta go, my guy.
Yeah, thanks, man. I wish we had have got a lot of time to talk one-on-one more, but like we'll talk later. We'll text you.
All right. I'll see you.
Cool, man. Thanks. I was saying, to be fair to Jaded, I have gone back and watched some videos of ours where we've had debates about comic book movies, and I've gone away thinking, actually, he had a point. I didn't quite understand it at the time, but he does have a point. This one, I don't think you've got a point, bro.
No,
I don't think I'm gonna look back at this one.
No, I mean here's the thing.
Problem with the movie.
I can watch any movie, okay, and pull apart those things. And I have made just statements like, hey, this thing didn't make sense, or this was kind of dumb, this part was kind of dumb, or this. But I realize that in the overall enjoyment of the movie, it's inconsequential. Okay,
right.
You can point out something and be overly critical. It doesn't mean you're wrong. Okay, about this little thing didn't make sense. But to say the movie sucks because of all these little inconsequential things is where it becomes why you're jaded. You just hate these things are so inconsequential that they do not destroy what the writing plot of the movie was.
Okay. Those
are called the Apple. I'll give you this. There's a term in movies. It's called plot convenience. Okay,
yes,
that's what the Apple is, and that happens in just about every movie. There's always plot conveniences.
Right, and a good movie handles the plot convenience properly. But when it has an audience,
just contradict yourself. The fact that it's called a plot convenience mean it's a convenience. Meaning,
I see what you mean.
Glass over this thing. We're just putting it in there to move the plot along.
What I'm saying is that. The thing with a lot of the comic book movies now is that it has an audience that goes, yeah, we'll let that ride. Yeah, we'll let that ride. Yeah, we'll let that ride. And
do me a favor. Give me one recent comic book movie, say the 10 years of the MCU or the last 10 years of DC. Give me one of them that you enjoy.
The first Shazam movie. That was in the last 10 years, right?
Okay, the first Shazam movie. Okay,
hey,
I'll find something. I gotta think. I'll find something in there that I'll bring up to you. But continue discussion.
No, I know. I often say that. I think you can. Yeah, but see, this is the thing. You're going to back him up just because you don't like the movie, not because you're actually listening to the point he's saying.
No, I'm
listening to the point he's saying is fucking absurd. Are you truly going to tell me?
No, okay, that's
wait.
No, I'm not talking about the last point. I'm not talking about the last point. I'm not talking about the last point.
Can you agree with us that that's a ridiculous
it has nothing to do with
the movie?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with this movie.
Even if you think it's bad,
Hanzo loves this movie. Do not let Hanzo.
So wait a minute. According to you, I'm going. The only reason the movie sucks, the whole movie sucks, just because of she found the apple. That is not. I simply used it as an example. That was one.
The apple part I agree with. The apple part I agree with. It was stupid.
I'm sorry.
So what? Her finding the apple?
Yeah, because it's okay, it's convenient. And let me say this first: if an MCU movie did it, I would say the same thing. It has nothing to do with it being DC, because I know you're gonna try and use that part, right?
No, I'm not gonna try.
It's just a coincidence that he don't know about the apple. All of a sudden, they're in the room talking. He's holding the apple. Yeah, hey, look at this, and pops the apple down. And then 2 minutes later, whenever it happens, she goes in there, and boom, the apple's there. Convenience. That is 100% convenient.
I mean, look, Anzo, look. I will say this. I will say this. Wait, I will say this. Yes, it was convenient, but they did in the film set up that they was looking for the seed of life. We didn't know what the seed was. We didn't know what the seed
they even highlighted the apple. They showed him putting it down. They showed him holding it.
Here's another example.
Yeah, they highlighted it. What are you talking, Lunga? When he put it on the book, they highlighted the apple right away.
Can you keep the energy the same with Spider-Man No Way Home with his Tony Stark all-in-one fucking science kit that can fix every single problem of the villains? Like, can we keep that energy the same when you have clearly in comic book movies just silly
Deus Ex
MacGuffin, Deus Ex Machina fucking shit?
I just told you that.
But you didn't do that for Spider-Man No Way.
No, people, you ignore plot conveniences in movies you generally like, but then the movies you don't like, all the plot conveniences suddenly are a problem.
I do not.
Okay, that
I will.
To call the plot convenience, the plot conveniences, we'll say plural, not just the apple. The problem with the movie.
No, that's not my only problem. You
can find plot conveniences that are problems in all movies.
No, that's not my only problem, though. I agree 100%. And I said that. I said that earlier. So if there's a plot convenience in an MCU movie, even if I like it or not, I will call it out. I've done it many times.
But does it make you not like the movie?
But that's not the reason why I don't like the movie.
Then don't bring it up. Then why are we bringing it up?
Because that's part of the reason. It's not.
You just said
no. He didn't. He asked you to give reasons, examples of what you didn't like, and
he asked
gave him.
Jada to. He asked Jada to. He didn't ask me.
Okay,
that was one of them. One of my biggest issues is, like I said at the beginning, like I said on the tweet, these villains are running around at the beginning of the movie, killing everybody. They're killing everybody. Then all of a sudden, when it comes time to put the apples, you're like, oh no, it's going to destroy this universe. Now you care?
I was waiting for that. I was waiting for this. Thank you. All right, Anzo, I'm gonna nail you to the fucking wall now.
Oh, this I want to hear.
Okay.
First of all, Helen Mirren's character, if you notice the difference between hers and Lucy Liu's character, hers is that the assassin that kills people, that what they gotta do to get the job done, right? Mm-hmm. This is the job. The job is to get our powers back. We'll kill people to do, but the goal is to get our powers back. The goal isn't to kill the universe. It's not to kill a bunch of people. I don't mind killing people to get the job done,
because that's
what she was doing. Lucy Liu's character, who is a goddess of chaos, did not give a shit about anyone on the planet, and it wasn't about just getting power back. It was about it was about revenge, and it was about forcing them to understand, to know what they did. And Helen Mirren's character said, "Hey, this was not the plan. This was not the younger sister. We were not here to commit genocide. You want to commit genocide."
The younger sister said that, and then Helen agreed. But at the beginning, Helen didn't give a fuck. Helen was the one that told her to tell the teacher.
Tell me one time Helen Mirren said, "Let's destroy this world" in the movie. One time. Tell me one time she said that in the entire movie.
Her to tell the teacher to fucking jump off the fucking building. Helen told her to do that. So Helen,
once again, explain to me how killing individual people is comparative to destroying the planet and genocide.
If you don't care about one person,
don't destroy the planet.
Give a shit about the planet.
That was the stupid part.
What are you talking about? The entire thing at the end was, if this continues, it's going to destroy the earth. That was the whole point. That those creatures are going to run rampant.
It grew. Why did it suddenly stop? What are you talking about? The tree was spreading.
Did you think the tree is going to just grow indefinitely? Because that wasn't the point of the movie. You're just trying to add something that isn't the point
of the movie. The point of the tree
is not to keep growing all over the entire earth. What are you talking about right now?
The point. Lucy Liu goes.
I think if you take the barrier down, wouldn't it spread?
Right, I'll even get to that. According to Lucy Liu, she goes, we're going to punish this planet, these humans, and do to them what they did to us. So she puts the plant. So she puts the apple in the astroturf.
And what? Don't hold on. Stop right there. And hold on. Let's stop there. And then all the creatures came. And what was the punishment? What were the creatures doing to everybody? Were they spanking them?
No. What were they doing? What were they doing to the people in the 20 square block area? Not the world. The world wasn't covered with these monsters.
No,
but it was in the
barrier was Helen Mirren. It was Helen Mirren. If Lucy Liu's character had her way, it was going to spread across the entire Earth.
He had no control over how
that doesn't change the fact that was her motive. Are you, dude? You say you want to concentrate on within the rules of the confines of the movie, and I'm telling you the clear difference between those two characters, and you're ignoring it.
I'm not ignoring it. I'm applying it.
You're not. You're saying it's only applied to a 20-block radius, and that's it.
That's it.
No, that's because Helen Mirren, who said, "As long as I'm alive, the shield stays."
Right.
That's why Lucy Liu killed her, so it can spread through the whole planet. Are you not getting it?
But the shield stayed up
because she wasn't dead yet.
So then why plant the apple?
Yes, she was. Hold on.
Oh my God.
Hold on.
Wait until she's dead.
Yes, she was dead. Yes, she was dead. Because Shazam had to give her lightning bolts to bring her back to life. And she was
I don't know.
She was hanging on.
What was she doing?
Alive because the dome was around the dragon.
The fact that she said, as long as I'm alive, the dome stays up. The dome never came down. She never died. She was hanging on by a thread. She was in a coma, if you will.
All right, well, look, we're just talking over each other now. We're just talking over each other now.
The apple if the dome is still up.
Oh my God. Okay, I can't believe I got to break it down this easy. Within the movie, the sisters were working together. Lucy Liu's character felt that her sisters would go along with her. The entire conversation was her trying to convince her sisters to go with what she wants to do. The moment Helen Mirren's character stood her ground and said, "No, we're not doing that," all right, well, I'm going to kill you. Because she thought that if Helen Mirren went with her, she would take down the dome and they would go along with the plan. Helen Mirren decided she wasn't going to, so she's like, all right, I'm going to kill you. And then once you die, the barrier will come down. That was the point. You are just saying shit.
That didn't happen. That didn't happen.
It didn't happen. Why? Because she didn't die yet. She was in the middle of Is your complaint that she didn't die fast enough? Is that your bitch right now?
No.
That a goddess didn't die fast enough?
The bitch is she didn't know. She knew that Helen Mirren was still alive and the dome was still up.
And she knew she was going to die. She didn't know that Shazam was going to fucking electrify her to keep her alive long enough to fucking... Come on, dude. Come on.
Yeah, no, that's true. You can't give the character this kind of foresight.
I didn't know
that we have watching the movie. Obviously, she doesn't know that she's going to.
I love how she has the foresight for all this, but Helen Mirren doesn't have the foresight for the end.
I also want to add this. This is very, very important to me. Maybe it's not important to you, but it's important to me. This is exactly the storylines, the kind of whimsical, weird kind of storylines from the comics. A lot of the comics, when you look at the villain plans in Shazam, they're wacky and they involve monsters and they don't always hold up and make sense. They're called the Monster Society of Evil, one of his villains. And so I enjoyed that the movie embraced the silliness.
There's a talking caterpillar from Venus.
It's like too many of these comic book movies are embarrassed of their roots. This movie was not embarrassed of its roots. It was comfortable and confident enough to go, yeah, I'll fucking have Darla throw bloody Skittles at a bunch of unicorns and that be like, that is what is in the fucking comics. So
Ambrosia was magical honey. That's what Ambrosia was. It was magical honey. And and the way Taste the Rainbow Skittles is a magical candy. It makes sense within the confines of the movie.
Within the confines of the movie. Go on, Anzo.
Where the fuck was Wonder Woman? Wonder Woman obviously went on a date with Shazam. All this shit is happening.
That was a dream. What are you talking about?
Hanzo,
that was a dream.
Yeah. Okay, that was a dream. Right. Right. My bad.
Come on.
I did fall asleep on that. But I remember.
All right. Then you can't. If you're falling asleep during the movie, your fucking criticisms are null and void.
He watched it again. He watched it again. Go on.
So at the end, Wonder Woman just pops up. It's like, oh, we have no gods, and then boom, Wonder Woman's there to bring.
She didn't pop up. They were on Mount Olympus, bro. They
Okay.
weren't on Earth. They were on Mount Olympus.
So
Okay. Lunga, let him finish.
Does she live on Mount Olympus?
No, wait. Look, just tell me what your problem is with the scene, please. Answer.
Okay.
I want to hear the whole thing.
Like I said, when it comes to convenience, there's no gods, and then all of a sudden, boom, she comes up, lights the thing, Shazam's alive. I think, and I know people are gonna hate this, but I think if they would have killed him, that would have been fire for me. I'd have been like, oh shit, they really did that. And I think they could have brought him back in another movie, but obviously there won't be one. But I think they should have left that. And I do it with all movies. I hate when they fake the death, right? Yeah. And then bring the person back. I hate
that shit. You know what? I agree with you, but I don't think that ruins the movie. I don't think the fact that they decided. Wait. I let you finish.
Yeah, I will. Just let me say this before you go, because you're saying nothing that ruins the movie. No, it doesn't. But the things that I have issues with it more than that ruin the movie. It's not just that.
Oh, okay. But just to reply to
then
that.
Why did they bring back Superman? That was horrible. They shouldn't have brought back Superman.
Okay.
What,
look, but they did in the comics.
Look, let me just I just want to respond to this point, because I also agree with you. In a world where comic book movies are made for us older people who have a little bit more of a sophisticated palate and can deal with the death of their hero.
No one stays dead in comic books. They all come back.
Sure, I know. Longer. Just let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. This is a family movie. At least that's what they were trying to go for, like a family entertainment movie. I think I can understand from the point of view of the fucking studio thinking, or even the director thinking, that's a little bit strong to end a family movie on. Shazam just being fucking dead. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I think it would have improved the movie as well. I really do. I think,
and that's why they played up on it. They went from this so sad scene to this goofy him popping up like, oh, zombie. Yeah. That's why that's what made it a family movie.
Now, look, I will say this. I will say this about that scene. I like Wonder Woman popping up. I can kind of slightly agree with Anzo that yes, it was very, very, very convenient. It was very convenient. But the reason I don't have any issue with it like that is because it was established that Billy did send a letter to her. He was trying to send a letter. She pops up, and boom. And also,
did he actually send the letter though? Did he actually send the letter?
Never got the letter.
Yeah, he sent the letter.
They didn't show it, but he brought it up to Steve that could we send a letter to Wonder Woman?
Yeah, he said could we? They don't say that.
But she said in the movie she got his message.
What's the letter got to do with anything?
That they established
that she would have been aware of. She would have been aware of.
It wasn't just random. Now, if they never brought that
and
up,
Superman hung out with them at the end of the first one. They're aware of Billy Batson. They're aware. They're aware of Shazam.
So even if they sent Wonder Woman a letter, how did Wonder Woman know they were on Mount Olympus and that Billy was dead?
She's a goddess. I love when characters have powers of gods and everyone accepts all the crazy shit they do, but then in this little mundane shit, how did she know they were there? Come on, dude.
It's called lazy writing. But you're going, you know what?
Yeah, because he likes it.
Wouldn't it have been on the news?
If Lunga didn't like it,
Anzo, think about it. It would have been on the news anyway, right? Like this is a big thing. This is a big thing.
They were burying him on Mount Olympus.
Not that they were burying him on Mount Olympus.
Maybe that he died. Yes.
Well, maybe she did a little fucking investigation. I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's the point.
Like
you can't explain all this shit in every movie. Do you want 4 or 5 hour movies for everything? To explain all this shit that you guys want these little mundane things you want explanations for?
No. I hate to break it to you, but you can do an explanation in like 5 seconds.
No, they did. They sent her a letter. That was the fucking explanation. You just don't like it.
The letter has nothing to do with him. So let me see if I
him sending a letter to Wonder Woman has nothing to do with her saying, "Let me find this kid."
Here was in the letter. Here apparently was what was in the letter. Hi, Wonder Woman. I'm going to be dying soon, and they're gonna bury me on my
God, no.
there.
Oh my God, Jaden.
That was the letter.
Jaden, we don't know,
That's
but
the
it
letter.
didn't say none of that. It
Was
just,
that
it
the
just,
letter?
I
it just
can't
sent a letter
anymore. I can't anymore.
come help.
I can't.
It letter
Hate the
to come
movie.
help.
Listen, hate the movie for whatever reasons you want to hate it for. Your reasons are dumb as fuck, but continue to hate it.
because you
It's
like
subjective. It's up to you.
That's fine.
Because you like them. You think they're
Can
dumb.
I get
No, it's not because I liked it.
Yeah,
the
you do.
reasons
because
are
when
serious.
it's something,
No,
whenever it's something you don't like, you'll be quick to call out all of this shit. But when you like
Incorrect.
it and everybody likes it,
Incorrect.
it's like, oh,
I'll
no,
say,
no,
I will
that's
say,
bullshit. That's bullshit.
no. I'll say, I'll say I like the movie, and I'll say, but these are all the problems with it, and I know the movie's trash, but I still like it. That's what I'll say. Okay, if I don't like a movie. If I like a movie, I will still point out the problems with it. But I go, but overall, those problems didn't ruin the movie for me.
Right,
That's what I say.
But
however,
you're saying people are stupid because their problems.
I never said
he was
stupid.
saying. I don't think he was saying.
I never said
stupid.
stupid. I said the
Not
reasons are
stupid.
stupid.
Yeah, reasons are stupid. Okay, but that's what I'm saying. It's like it's subjective. So if we don't like certain things, you can't say
I
it's
said that as
stupid because
well.
They don't
That's
like
what I
it.
said. It's subjective.
I think he means
saying-
it's an over the top criticism, but I think that Onzo has a bigger problem with the movie. I don't think it's just this. I think he's pointing out little things that
Right.
because I have problems with the movie. I have problems with the
Right,
movie.
but how can you not overlook all the little things in BVS? That's the point I'm trying to make. We form these opinions. And if we don't like something, suddenly all the little things that don't bother us in the movies we like bother us in this movie because we don't like the movie overall, and they become highlighted. But
that's not true,
so they're
because
not
I
really
hate
the
the fact
reasons.
that
I need the core reason of what you hated so much about it.
No, but
I
I'm
just
saying
think you
that's
don't
not
like.
the-
I just think you don't
that's
like
not
Captain
the
Marvel.
truth. That's not the truth because I can't stand the fucking fact that fucking Superman let his father die. I think that's one of the stupidest fucking things in that movie. Right?
Okay, let's get back to Shazam. I agree with you.
So
yes,
it's
you are
things
able to be critical of movies you like. I've seen
Yes,
Onzo
I
do that.
do.
I'm not gonna
100%.
and I'm saying that I think the reason I'm asking you this, Onzo, is because I think the reasons you don't like the movie are some of the criticisms I have of the movie. I just have a bigger tolerance for them.
You could.
I think that's the thing. Like, for instance, I imagine maybe the way Zachary Levi was acting.
Yes, because
throughout the movie.
Lunga said it earlier when I was watching, and I had to wait for that guy to come off first before I could come on. But he said it earlier. It's like he's 18 years old, but when he's Shazam, he acts like he's 13.
Right.
That's an issue for me too, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, at least kind of make that even out. And I think and I'll give it a positive. I think even in this one, it was a little bit more toned down than it was in the first one. I think the first one was a little bit way over the top. But I think in this one, yeah,
I can agree.
I think the opposite. I think the opposite. I think he was more amped up.
Here,
I think maybe you
example.
feel like that because Billy was in it less, so there was less of a contrast.
Maybe.
Because
But let me give you an example, okay? Like, we're not saying that somebody's nitpicks that they're untrue. I can see them in principle, right? But like Nerdman said, the tolerance of it is not, for me, is not that big of a deal. Now, but the fact that you say, you like Man of Steel, you didn't like that thing with his dad, but you like the movie. To me, him letting his father die is a bigger fucking problem for the overall character in that movie than these are in this movie. And the fact that the tolerance for him, the tolerance for they killed his father, I can deal with that. The movie's okay. But these things in this movie, I can't deal with them, and this movie sucks. That's what I don't understand, is how your tolerance can swing so high and so low.
Let me explain that.
Just to back this up,
let me explain that.
Very quickly,
on.
Onzo. Very quickly, just to back that up. Like, the problems, that is one thing. Like, the problems in Man of Steel go so against the core of the character of Superman that I'm just like, I'm baffled at how people who say they're Superman fans can actually deal with some of the things like him killing Zod, with the let the bus of kids die and all of that kind of stuff. Whereas the problems that you're mentioning, even of Shazam, are indicative of the actual comic. So they don't go, like, the problems you're mentioning are like, you don't like the character Captain Marvel.
That's what I said. I think you guys just don't like Captain Marvel.
Which is fine. But you have to just say, like, okay, I just don't like this character.
This character's not for me.
That's fine. So go on. Anyway.
Yeah, so let me explain. So yeah, I agree with you 100%. That fucking Man of Steel thing is the worst fucking thing ever. I agree. And it trumps everything in this movie, right? But I go with, do I like more things in a movie or do I hate more things in a movie? I liked more things in Man of Steel than I hated them. I hate more things in this movie than I liked it. I'm not saying there's not good things in this movie, but I think the things that I hate outweigh the things that I like. So, for example, at the beginning of the movie, she's like, "Oh my God, we got to worry about the champions. The champions are this or that." And then it cuts to a scene with him on the couch saying, "I'm an idiot." I was just like, "Oh my God." And I hate that in every movie.
Wait.
Like, what
Sorry.
percentage? Like,
He's talking about how the scene switched from the villains to him with the pediatrician.
But wait, you don't wait. No.
He didn't really like the jokes in this movie, which that's
that's
fine. I like the joke.
I like that joke. That was funny, and that was one of the funniest jokes.
Right. They didn't know what they were dealing with. That was the point. They didn't know who the champions were, 100%. And they thought that
but they're gods. Wait a minute, they're gods. How is if
oh my God.
No. If you
because they're gods, they knew there was a champion. They did not get the phone book and find out who he picked a couple years ago because they weren't there.
So that's the same thing with Wonder Woman. She knows Shazam's around. How to know he was married? She's a god.
Because nobody sent a letter to the goddesses telling them these are the champions. They sent a fucking letter to Wonder Woman. Jesus fucking Christ.
But they didn't tell Wonder Woman they were burying
Keep the same energy. Keep the same fucking energy, guys, for both things, okay?
That's what we're telling you.
If the older sister, if your excuse for the older sister to be able to know where the golden apple was is she's a goddess, well then guess what? She should know who the champions are.
All right, now let me show you how fucking wrong you are. The apple has existed for fucking millennia. The Rock of Eternity has existed for millennia. Billy Bassett has been Captain Marvel for fucking 3 fucking years. Are you fucking kidding me? She knows about the Rock of Eternity. She knows about the seed because those existed before the wizard took their fucking powers. Jesus fucking Christ.
But that's not your reason for why she was able to find the apple.
That is the reason why you're fucking wrong, and you just keep won't admit it. You keep saying making these apples and oranges fucking comparisons.
The reason you said
let's compare the champion that they just made 2 years ago to an apple that's existed for millennia.
No matter how much you interrupt, Lunga, I'm still going to finish my point. You said that the reason she was able to know where the apple was because she's a goddess, and she was able to do it.
Because she existed when the apple existed 5,000 years ago. So are you fucking not listening to that?
Because she knew the apple existed doesn't mean she knows
she knew where it was. But you said
the Rock of Eternity is the fucking repository for all magic. Jesus Christ. No. The problem here is you guys just do not understand what the fucking Rock of Eternity is. That is the fucking problem.
No, we know what it is.
You don't. You don't.
Onzo. Lunga's an old man, right? We might give him a heart attack, okay? So just
no, I'm fine. My heart health is perfect.
I'm older than younger.
If I take too much sugar, that'll kill me. My blood pressure, everything is good.
I'm a little bit older.
No, but let me.
Jaden said he's older than me. Fuck, why are you worried about my heart?
When's your birthday?
And I smoke.
I think me and Anzo are the same fucking age, I believe.
Yeah, when's your birthday, Lunga?
August 23rd, 74.
Yeah, I'm in June, 74.
Yeah, but
look, we're like the same fucking age.
Yeah. Look.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
I'm again. All right. Look, if you've got source material, well, first of all, let's go over that joke because I can't see how you didn't just see that as like, that's just a humorous moment.
But
that's just a moment where she's like,
here's my point,
of course, the wizard would have chosen. No, but I'm saying she's saying. The wizard would have chosen with meticulous, whatever, and then to contrast that with Billy and who he is. Right. That's kind of like I'm not saying it's knee slapping. I'm not saying it's knee slapping funny, but at the same time, I can see that's just a stupid, goofy moment. I don't.
It is. That's what I didn't like, though. That's what I'm saying. You could have done it a little differently. It's okay, but just for me, and I would hate it in any movie.
Didn't you like the first one?
I liked the first one. I thought the first one was okay. I didn't fucking love it, but I thought it was good.
Okay,
I enjoyed it.
So that was the kind of thing
The only issue
must have been expecting, right? Like from this movie, no? Or did it just go
I
way too
guess
far or something?
I guess because it was in the trailer, why kind of like you know what I mean? But I don't know. It just didn't, it rubbed me the wrong way. It's like, yeah, we got this big champion, he's supposed to be this and that, and then next thing he cuts the scene and he's like, well, I'm an idiot. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, okay, I get it, but I would hate that in a Marvel movie as well.
Okay, that's fair enough.
But here's
That's
the
fair
thing.
enough.
Once again,
it's a trope
I
that
have no
don't
problem
like.
with you not liking the joke, but this goes back to what we said a minute ago. You just don't like Captain Marvel because that is inherent. I'm not kidding. If you read any of the 90s comic books, any of the 90s Justice League, okay, the way Captain Marvel acted the way he does in this movie in the Justice League. And they were all like, why is this kid in the Justice League? He was a grown man, Captain Marvel. Okay, and they were all laughing like, oh my god, this kid, because he's acting like a fucking kid. Okay, and he's a grown man, he's Captain Marvel, but he's acting like a kid. He's all naive, he's all this dumb shit. That happened in the 90s comic books. Okay, in the Justice League,
and then
that is inherent. These kind of jokes, these goofy things are inherent to the character of Captain Marvel for the last 30 years. In the comic books,
maybe a little bit less because he used to actually have that wisdom thing, didn't he?
I'm talking, but I'm talking about the 90s. That's 30 years
90s.
ago, bro.
Oh yeah,
40 years ago.
I swear to God,
we're old, bro. We're getting old. Okay,
it's true. It's actually
right.
We're going back.
No, I do agree with you. I agree. It's like even there's certain scenes where he's saves the car and she's playing the fucking I'm a hero and he says, "Oh my god,
I
love that part. Huh? I love that.
You see,
I love that. That was hilarious.
That for me was too much. What was too much was Zachary Levi's delivery of the joke, and even the joke itself. I feel he could have just saved her with her playing the hero song and did a little nod and just lifted the car but
that's the difference in the characters. You know who does that? Freddy's character, Captain Marvel Jr. He's the one who did that kind of. They all had different personalities. Freddy was the one that would have did a little nod and shit like that because he's all, I'm the hero. That's something Freddy would have did.
You mean Captain Every Power?
Right, Captain Marvel Jr. Exactly. Which they also turn around when they flip that. Yes, they flipped that. He's really like, "Who's that?" He's like, "Oh yeah, he's Captain Every Power Jr." They flipped it around because he's Captain Marvel Jr. You want a criticism from me? I'll give you one criticism. I thought it was dumb that the city kept hating on them. It's like Superman destroyed Metropolis. They all Superman, but but they're doing shit, and they're like, oh, they're the problems of Philadelphia. What did they call them? What was the name they called them?
Philadelphia. I mean, I did. Well, London. This is
I didn't have a
let K-Dot speak because K-Dot hasn't really spoken for
now. I can kind of hear, but I'll say I liked it because of how in the comics how Jay Jonah treats Spider-Man as a menace. Like, oh, he's the menace to New York. He's causing all this stuff.
The whole city, though, bro.
Yeah, I liked it. I just my issue with that is that they didn't elaborate on it enough. Like they didn't.
I think they did enough. They played it.
They were the entire city. All the media were ragging on it.
No, just the tribute. See, that's okay. Going along the lines of the spirit of the movie. That's why I didn't have a problem with that being called the Philadelphia Fiascos, because it was a running gag throughout the movie. Because it's going, oh, that's just the Tribune, and nobody reads the Tribune. It's only
but it was on the TV. No, but it was on the TV too.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying the running gag was whenever somebody told Billy Batson or whatever that wait a minute, because the father goes, you're the Philadelphia Fiasco. He goes, this is not an acknowledgement of that terminology, but yes, we're them. It was a running gag. So I took that in the spirit.
I was going to say just quickly before we move past the Captain Marvel Captain Every Power Jr. I really loved at the end when he calls himself Captain Everything Junior, like when Billy and
when he's
Freddy
about to
talking, when he's about to sacrifice it. I'm Captain Every Power Junior, and don't you ever forget it. I thought that was so good. Like that was one of
the actual issue.
But K-Dots, go. We didn't.
Real quick, it's just a small one. I mentioned this in my review. I didn't like that they kind of retconned the suits from the first movie. I don't really like that.
What do you mean?
Personally, I didn't like that.
Yeah,
that
you have to explain yourself better.
Captain America had like
No.
different suits.
Lunga, he hasn't explained himself properly. Explain the whole thing. They don't know what you're talking about.
So remember
in the flashback, he's talking
remember
about.
when they flashback to when he destroyed the wizard staff?
Mm-hmm.
They was wearing the suits they have on in this movie, but that happened in Shazam 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's an editing issue. Because instead of using the footage from the first one, they shot new footage and it had.
That's why I don't think they should. I think they should just use the original. I'm not saying it makes the movie bad. I'm saying I didn't like that retcon.
But what Nerdman was talking about with the Captain Marvel, Captain Every Power, is that I love that throughout the whole movie because it was Warner Brothers poking at Marvel about this fight that went on forever. I did a whole video on this whole fight with the fucking name, of Captain Marvel. And Freddy was the fan because they make him, he's the fan, right? He's the comic book guy. He's the one who loves all these heroes. And he kept pushing that name. And at the end, what's your name? Shazam. Oh, and he's like, I think we could do better. Because he wants it to be Captain Marvel. Because that's the fucking name.
That's the joke.
So another issue I had is they're on the roof with, first off, when the younger sister first came in, I knew right away she was part of it. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, she's with the other sisters. I knew that right away. So that's where I found predictable. And I was
why was she even undercover? That was the funny part. That didn't
why?
Make any sense to me.
And maybe you guys can explain this to me. But why, if they're so old, why is one looking so young, one looking so old, and the other one's middle? Is there a reason?
Gods can decide what they look like. Gods can decide what they look like. Gods, if they want to present themselves as wizened and stuff like that, they look older. Why does Zeus
or whatever?
Why does Zeus and Hades? Why does Zeus look like a 90-year-old man and Hades looks like a 30-year-old man when they're brothers and they're born at the same time?
Because that's the mythology. That's how they.
But they brought that up in the film, which I thought was one of the weaker jokes.
But
like why is the sister so old and blah blah blah. There was a lot of weak source jokes. I think 70%, maybe even 80% landed for me. But I've got to tell you, man, like the stuff with Zachary Levi, especially in the beginning of the movie, was rough for me. It was rough, and I thought in the beginning of the movie I wasn't gonna like it. It was just hitting those jokes at like 100 miles per hour. And it was like the studio had given them a mandate, like, I think the audience really loved the jokes, so like let's put more of those in. And the first one the jokes seemed to be more natural to the situation. It didn't seem like, go on.
Was it just me or okay? So the part where they're on the roof and they're talking, he's talking with the younger sister. She says, "Hey, I know Captain Every Power." He walks around the corner, and then Captain Every Power shows up, and she has no idea that it's him until he gets
that was
hit.
That was
kind of weak. That was kind of weak.
No, I thought that was funny. It was
funny, but it was like
it would be funny if she like kind of did a wink, like she kind of got it. She knew.
Right,
then it would have been funny. Right. But she was literally like oblivious. So that's what makes it not funny.
Yeah, and it's like
I guess.
Because I thought when they now real quick, because I do agree with Anzo on this. When Freddy got up, went behind thing, and she looked, I thought they was gonna, they had a camera pan on her face. I thought they was gonna do what Lunga implied, like she winked or whatever, or she knew,
or smirked or something around.
And I thought when that scene was going on, I thought she was like new and she was trying to protect him, like get out of here.
Yeah, because
she was only trying to do that. Where's Freddy? Right. Tell him to get out of here. And I'm like, wait a minute.
No, you don't know it's her. Yeah, I mean that was pretty funny. But again, he doesn't look like
through the buildings was fire. Where he's trying to get to them, when he's flying through the building, she's switching the building.
And when that bolt was coming after her, and you saw it chasing her, and she was doing the whole mirror dimension shit, and then it comes.
Can I ask though? Because I thought all three of the new additions did really well. I really liked Helen Mirren. I love the fact that she was kind of like Zod in Superman 2 in the sense of like playing it straight in this very, very like over the top.
Which is
hyper
so
movie.
Dame Helen Mirren, right? I mean, that's That's
I
it
thought she
wasn't really
was
Helen
so.
Mirren
I thought
playing
she.
Helen Mirren. She was playing a role.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool how she did that, and I really liked her energy in the movie. And it kind of almost delivering these lines in the Shakespearean way. And I think one of the biggest laughs was when she read the letter from Billy. That was one of the biggest laughs I had.
that
She was
part.
so confused.
No,
She was like, "What is it?" By the
I
way,
liked that part.
I need merch. I need Steve. I want to buy a pen that looks like Steve. I need fucking Steve in my life.
What were you gonna say,
Answer? I liked that part. I liked the part with Megan Good and the kittens. Right? Where she's like, "Oh, the kittens," and then she grabs a box of kittens before the girls. That was funny. And then the part where they're riding the horse and she's like, "Taste the rainbow, mother," and they cut it off. That was
I
funny.
like that.
Those
exactly.
jokes made me laugh.
I'd say after on the rewatch, I did like. Yeah, I mean Eugene, Nerdman, you didn't, but I think on second rewatch, Eugene did get a lot more spotlight in terms of dialogue, his input in the movie and stuff, and him and Billy having a better relationship this time around. It was Pedro that needed the most work out of the whole family.
Yeah, definitely. I like the way he was playing it, and I wish he had more. I feel like, and you can call me woke or whatever you want to call me. I think it's a little bit weird that you've got a movie with the Shazam family where even Mary Marvel, who's a classic Shazam character, they focus on the two white guys as like the main leads out of all of this family, and they don't give this other family enough development. You don't find out how they got fostered or anything like that. I think that could have contributed a lot. Even though I like them, they're really good flavors, and I do. Even though I'm saying this, I do appreciate that in the end they really made a Shazam film where Shazam has to take on the bad guys in the end. I did like that rather than the whole family taking them on. But apart from that, I really just wish it had more of a Goonies dynamic where like the kids just had a little bit more, to do, because when they were on
really
and focused on the kids.
They really grew Freddie, which I appreciated. It was great. We even saw Mary's problems of being the eldest and trying to have a life, which in the comic books they've had her split off from the family and stuff like that. Because I mean, the comic books, I don't like what they did New 52 because they made her like she wasn't really Shazam. She lost her powers and she became like bad and that's crazy shit. But they have her she's grown up. She's trying to have a life. She's trying to go to college. And she can't because she feels she's tied to this thing. And in the comic books, they did that. She was like the least reluctant hero. Like she didn't really want to have to do this all the time.
Hold on, she was the most reluctant. You mean
most reluctant?
Okay.
Yeah. So I think they really grew those characters good. And can we please highlight that ending battle when he was flying through and his eyes glow? That was fucking spectacular. I loved when they were in that small dome and he was fighting her. It was a great battle scene.
Now I see.
There's one scene that I didn't understand. Like, I'm not gonna say that I thought it was bad because I like what it was getting at, but I really didn't understand. Like, I like the fact that Freddy resisted this mind warp thing. I thought that was fucking cool. That his character did that. The way he resisted her mind manipulation thing.
Courage doesn't involve
courage. Yeah, exactly. I like that. But when the dragon was about to, I guess, burn them or eat them or whatever, why didn't it do it? I didn't understand.
Billy grabbed his tail and yanked it.
No.
Yeah.
But
it was about to bite them though. It was literally about to bite them.
Yeah, but why didn't
it's the same thing like a dog? Why didn't the dog's about to bite someone and you grab it dog's tail and yank it?
No. That's
because
not
if it breathed the fire, it would have killed them. That's why. They didn't have the dragon breathe fire because then you wouldn't.
No, but I'm not saying that they should have roasted Freddy and the little girl.
No, I understand.
They should have found a way that it made sense that the dragon didn't just burn them.
Stop.
Like for instance, maybe they could have said.
Are you saying that his mouth coming down lasted too long? It was too long of a scene.
It was too long. It was a slow.
They amped that up for drama.
Yeah, for drama.
That was the
but they could have made sense. Like maybe the dragon can't burn you if you don't feel the fear or something like that. If you're saying
have it Freddy being the one to stop the dragon rather than Billy grabbing its tail and stopping it from doing that to him.
No. I think that him stopping with the tail is fine. I'm just saying that she could have, according to the rules of this film, the dragon could have just flamed them. They needed to find a way of explaining why because clearly Lucy Liu didn't give a fuck, so she would have just killed them instantly. So why did she just fuck around?
Well, here, I guess what I see. And tell me if I'm
because it was a
not
good
going by what
scene.
you're
It
saying.
was a good scene. Otherwise,
they kept talking. They kind of played on D&D stuff, which is why Eugene kind of set up when they were talking about. Oh, you got me now. When they're talking, because there's a lot of D&D elements in there. Okay.
Yeah,
when you're talking about the dragon, what the dragon basically had is a power that dragons have in D&D. It's called dragon fear, and it paralyzes people, and that's what this dragon was doing. The dragon fear paralyzed them to where they were just petrified.
Well, technically,
and scared.
It wasn't dragon.
And then
fear.
the dragon comes in for the kill when they're frightened. He was fighting through the fear, and I think when the dragon. Just let me finish this thought real quick, Jaden. When he was coming closer and closer, and they were fighting the fear, it was the dragon trying to keep them completely feared before he killed them, and I think that's why that was so protracted, and that's why it took so long.
Yeah, but then maybe they could have explained it somehow because it just seems.
Well, then it would have been a 4-hour movie.
He explained to him what it does.
Everything.
But then it would have been a 4-hour.
No, but they did when he was captured with.
No,
the wizard,
I know that it explained that it was paralyzed through fear, but clearly the dragon could burn people as well, and I just don't see why Lucy Liu would have.
She's sadistic. She wanted to torture them. She wanted them to feel fear.
Okay, maybe that was it, but.
Langa, are you saying the movie took 10 seconds to explain how the dragon fear worked, and it didn't become a 4-hour movie? Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, because explaining a trait of a dragon is a lot easier to explain than explaining an entire backstory of how the woman knows about the rock eternity, how she knows the apple, how she knows where the apple is. You can't explain that in 10 seconds.
Why not?
Explaining how a dragon's power works, yes, you can do it in 10 seconds.
Yeah. So in other words, you can actually do that. You can. You could explain it in 10 seconds.
No, it would have been. And when I say 4-hour movie, I'm saying if you for every little thing you're talking about. Those 10 minutes will add up to a fucking long movie. That's what I'm talking about. To explain, it would be a montage. To explain how she knows about the Rock of Eternity and the apple, that would have to be a past montage of how she understands it all. That would have been a 5 to 10 minute scene. It's not 10 seconds.
In 1 minute. Could have been done in 1 minute.
No.
Can I say one thing?
No. And if they did it in 1 minute, you would have said, "What the hell? I don't even understand what's going on here." The explanation wasn't even long enough. I don't get it.
Because in Wonder Woman, they had the explanation of the history of the gods, and they did it in less than 2 minutes, and that was fine. And they covered the entire
What are you
history of the
talking about?
movie.
That was not 2 minutes. What are you talking about? That was longer than 2 minutes.
But there's a lot of things they didn't explain in Wonder Woman, right? In Wonder Woman 1, that you would have had to explain. In every single movie, and I like Wonder Woman, but there's a bunch of shit that went unexplained. Right, like that she did, or that.
And when you explain it all, you get Zack Snyder's Justice League, which is 4 hours long.
Exactly, and it still doesn't. And it still doesn't cover.
Justice League was 4 hours long because of all the Vista scenes.
Can I say something that I did like though?
Yeah.
I love the fact that it was Shazam that fought the dragon at the end by himself.
Yes, that me as well. I completely was on board with that because I was worried it was going to get like really kind of stuffy and like all of these super powered people fighting the dragon. I think it's really cool that they just let the kids shine at the end, let them go on their little Scooby-Doo adventure by themselves
with no powers unless Shazam takes center stage.
Yeah, that was one thing I think they dropped the ball on. Nerdman, we were talking about it on Twitter about the whole Wisdom of Solomon thing, and in the movie they started talking about it. Right? They're like, "Oh, why don't I?" And I'm like, "All right, we're gonna get to it. We're gonna get an explanation of why he's not." Now, when I was talking to my son, I said this, and this is what I noticed because in the comic books, when he splits his power, every time he splits it, he gets weaker. He's not as strong as he is when only he has it because he's literally giving them some of his power.
Right.
And when I was watching, I'm like, I have a feeling that each of these god powers each of them is a little bit stronger with it than the others. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and like he has the power of Zeus, right? And it felt like Freddy had like the strength of Hercules. You know what I mean? And
Freddy has the flight.
Well, flight was Freddy's strong point.
Flight's not one of the god powers.
Yeah. Okay. All right. But isn't it?
Stamina of Atlas. Stamina of Atlas is like Pedro because he's like a brick wall. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wisdom, I think, could be either Mary or Speed was definitely Darla because she was always zip around like the Flash.
But they all had speed.
Right. But yes,
but she's
don't have it. I said certain ones are a little bit better at each of them than the other.
Yeah,
I didn't find her fast. I must have missed that.
I mean, they didn't highlight it enough, but like even in the
It's not that
first
she's
movie-
faster. She uses her speed more than anyone
Oh,
else.
I see
She's
what you mean.
usually
Yeah,
running.
That's her highlight.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I thought was happening. But then he's talking about, oh, it's in your heart. Your wisdom is in your heart. And I'm like, okay, I get it, but I thought that was kind of a cheap explanation.
That's what I was saying to you.
do.
That's what I was saying. I think it is in the first movie, even.
Yeah.
I
still stand firm what I said before even seeing it. I'm like, I don't think that's a just cheap explanation.
That counts.
I mean, what I think they was trying. Okay.
Because he gives the kids the powers, right? So that's what the wizard was saying. It's like I took like millennia to even discover, like, you know, who to give these powers to. But you, because you've got this big heart and your heart is kind of wise in this way, you just knew that like giving these kids the powers was the right thing to do. And they would use it as good.
I think because with wisdom, experience comes with wisdom. You know, experience comes with wisdom, and I think they was trying to play on that aspect more, like the experience, because Billy didn't have the experience. Now, in some cases, he's supposed to just immediately have instant wisdom, but if you do that, you end up taking away the fact that he is a kid. Because if you make him instantly like wise and he knows almost everything, he's not.
You lose that kid
anymore. I saw some people complain like, you know, he's supposed to like know everything. Well, if he knows everything, he's not going to be. Yes, he's still going to have that. You
could still have that child element to him, but he could just be smart.
Wisdom and intelligence.
I don't.
I mean, because that's not Billy. Like Billy being intelligent, like a genius, and D&D
stuff. Wisdom and intelligence are two different things.
Right.
Yeah. Intelligence is knowing, like saying he knows everything. That's being intelligent.
Yes.
Right. Wisdom is knowing what choice to make.
How to deal with the situation.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So I think, you know, you can explain away that wisdom thing with what they did. I know that it's still not quite there. It doesn't quite match up. But I think what you gain from him not having the wisdom from a character standpoint is so much more, because like obviously the big thing about what's appealing about Shazam is like, hey, he's a kid who can turn into Superman. You know, or turn into like somebody who has Superman level kind of powers.
Right.
So if you give him that wisdom, then I think it kind of hurts the concept a little bit. I mean,
there's some cases with wisdom, you're going to almost lose your youth in a sense. You have all this knowledge, you took in all this knowledge of all these years, and you're going to change. You're going to become more.
Yeah. I was just thinking that, J-Man. I was gonna go, hey Lunga, the difference between intelligence and wisdom is wisdom helps you with your divinity spells, and intelligence helps you with your magic spells.
Right. And look, to be fair on Billy's part in this movie, when he did make a mistake in this movie, he made a lot of mistakes, you know. But
because I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, like they make it clear and they highlight it, and then he does work to fix it. Like learn and fix it. Now, if I bet you if Shazam 3 was coming out, he would totally be, you know, different and different.
Retro, right? They made it retro. It's like you were wise. Look at all the choices you made. They were all the right choices, and that was your wisdom. You're wise without knowing you're wise, and you've been wise all along. That's what they were trying to get at.
Because one thing I'll say about this movie that, you know, I hate that to bring it up. I'm glad he was not like how they was doing Peter Parker in the MCU movies, where 1 minute he wants to be a superhero, the other minute he doesn't want to be a superhero. Like in this movie, he was very conflicted. He was worried about getting kicked out. He was worried about losing this team, and if the family was probably going to move on and do their own thing. But he still, at the end of the day, wanted to be a hero. He wanted to lead this team. He wanted to do all that. When Freddy was in trouble, he was the first one in the lead going to go save Freddy. There was no point in this movie where he stopped wanting to be a hero. And when he wanted to sacrifice his powers in the end, it was to save the world. It wasn't to I'm giving this up. So he was.
Did you notice too when they were doing all the aerial scenes? They really went hard on how Man of Steel shot those kind of scenes. It was just like the Superman flight scenes when they were flying through the sky.
Yeah, I mean, if you notice in that one scene when they're flying to the school, all of them are trying. Darla, Mary Marvel, they're all really flying like Superman. One hand out, other hand on the way.
Yeah,
It was almost kind of a shaky cam that zoomed in and zoomed out. That was like real Man of Steel like esque shot selection. The way they did
I think Zack Snyder does it way better. Not to be
he
to
does
harp
do
on
it
this movie,
better,
but
not
like
bad, does it?
I think this looks a little bit like sometimes like it's not seamless like the way Zack Snyder does it, like with those flights.
Well, because Zack Snyder has that. Zack Snyder has that throughout. They use those elements for certain scenes. That's why it. Yeah.
But altogether, it doesn't matter because again, I feel that lends some charm to the movie, that it's a little bit like kind of 80s style, 80s 90s style flight. In terms of how it looks, because that's what it is. It's a goofy kind of golden age comic, and that's what they're bringing to life. So that stuff doesn't bother me. I know it does bother some other people, but I love the monster designs, for instance. I thought they were.
I thought the CGI was great. I didn't understand people complaining about the CGI.
I didn't think the CGI was good.
What were you going to say, Jed? Quick.
I'm saying a lot of people love the dragon. I so geeked out when I saw the Chimera.
I saw
the Chimera. I loved that. I wasn't crazy about the Minotaur and the Harpies, but when I saw the tail coming out, I'm going, is that supposed to be like a plant creature? And then when the rest of the Chimera came out, I went, oh my God, yes.
Yeah, that was cool.
CGI was good. I don't have that complaint of it. I have one complaint. I'm sorry. But when they did the dream sinkers and put the black man's head on Wonder Woman, he looked like a monkey. I'm sorry, he looked like a monkey.
He looked like that was his. Hold on. That was his head. The way his head was throughout the whole movie on Wonder Woman's body. It was the same head that he had throughout the whole movie.
But when he
did he look like a movie? Did he look like a monkey when it was his body?
But when they put it on,
that's a bit strong. So I don't know, man. Like he looked like a monkey.
Yes. Me and my son both said at the same time. It's like, why does he look like a monkey?
Hold on. But that's the same head he had on throughout the whole movie.
He looks like a monkey.
How did he look like? Did he look like a monkey when he had his body?
I think I might know what I know.
Why? Why does a female body suddenly make his head look like a monkey?
It's the contrast with the body and the head. It just.
But how does that make it look like a monkey? I don't understand that.
I feel that's a bit strong on Zo, bro.
No, he looked like a monkey, man. I was like,
as far as the scene itself, it made sense. He was having a dream, right? And dreams are fucked up like that. And the wizard magically inserted himself into his mind, and during his dream, that's how it manifested. Because dreams do fucked up shit like that. That's what dreams do.
I really don't like the comparison with Ant-Man, and I'm not somebody who hates on Ant-Man like as much as other people do. I think it was fine. Average. It didn't bother me that much. But like to compare it to what they did to what's his name? This fucking character, MODOK. That's a bullshit comparison. One, it was throughout the whole movie, right? Like MODOK is a super iconic character. This was a dream.
That was his character throughout the whole movie.
It was specifically a fucking joke scene, whatever. I didn't like the scene, to be honest. I didn't like, Freddy's like trying to make moves on Wonder Woman and whatever.
I had no problems with that because even in the Justice League War, when Shazam comes in, all he wants is Wonder Woman. I have no problem
that's true. That's true. I think it does come from the comics. It has roots in the comics that he would do that, but it's just the way Zachary Levi played it. It was like the chewing of the gum.
The gum,
actually, I thought the wizard bit where he had his head on the body of Wonder Woman was the funniest part of that scene. And one of the unsung heroes. One of the unsung heroes of this movie was Simon. What's his name? Damon Hanzu. I thought he was hilarious as the wizard. And he didn't overplay it. He didn't, there was just this little scene like where Freddie and that girl were just saying some of the most fucking cringe-inducing teenagey kind of shit to each other, you know, like while they were flirting
Oh,
or
when they were
whatever.
the younger sister and
And
him.
and you heard groans from the audience, and then you saw Damon Hunsu's reaction, or the wizard's reaction, and everybody laughed because everyone was feeling the same thing as the wizard. So you heard all the audience laugh. So I don't know. I thought he was really really good in the movie, and even though, if put it this way, that Wonder Woman scene, if you don't like it, it would have been even worse in somebody else's hands. If another actor had have been doing that, a less capable actor had have done that scene, it would have been even fucking worse. The fact that he did it even made it a little bit funny.
I don't know. I didn't find it funny, to be honest with you.
Okay, that's fair enough. But do you agree that through the rest of the film that he
was great? I have no problems with the actors in this movie, none whatsoever. I never once said, "Oh, the actors are horrible, the acting is horrible." I've heard someone say that, right? And I'm pretty sure you guys know who I'm talking about, right? One of them Snyder dudes talking about, "Oh my god, the acting was so horrible." I'm like, no, it wasn't. The acting was not horrible. Take away Zachary Levi and some of the stuff he did in it, but everybody else was great.
No, I agree. I really liked everyone. I thought Megan Good was better in the last movie, to be honest, but I still liked her in this movie. And I thought the little version of her, Darla, just give her more scenes, bro. Honestly, I think give her more scenes. She's a real.
But I mean, the whole unicorn was all her. Asset. That was a long. That was a protracted scene.
True. Yeah, maybe if she had have been in it more, maybe she would have outstayed her welcome. You're right. Maybe it's better to give less and then, you know, still be warm to her. But she always does something in each one of these movies that just make me go, that girl, she's good.
Yes,
I also love the parents. My son made a point. He's like, these parents are parents of the year. When they show up and he's like, we have something to tell you. He's like, oh, what? That all my kids are superheroes, and it is. I love that part. It was great. It made me chuckle.
Yeah, the mother was specifically very good as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on, Hunter.
No, I'm done.
Yeah. So, I mean, I get your problems with the movie, honestly, but like, I think to call it trash, like you've been saying online, I don't get that. Like, even from what you've been telling me just on this stream,
especially when you still bolster BVS. It's like, what?
How can you bolster BVS? I've never
you said really BVS is better than this.
I do think it's better, 100%. I do think. I think BVS has a lot of problems, and I've talked about the problems in BVS many times. There should not have been fucking Doomsday in it. They did not need it. Doomsday
and those problems outweigh these problems. That's what I don't understand.
Longer. BVS is underrated. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say this. It is underrated. This movie, I can see people liking BVS more than this movie. I can't see people liking Man of Steel more than this movie, but that's just me. I have a real problem against Man of Steel. But
maybe it comes more from my comic side, because I try to be as objective as I can to look at it as not a comic fan. But that's why I give 2 reviews. I'll say this is how I feel as just watching it as a movie. Like, can I sit here and watch it? Like Black Adam is the example. If I don't care about the heroes, I don't know anything about them, I'm just bunching popcorn. Oh, it's a rock movie. It's a fun, these action scenes. Ooh, it's Fast and Furious, right? But if I'm looking at it as a comic
Black
fan,
Adam,
and a Black Adam fan, I'm like, no, this shit's all fucking wrong. With BVS, it was similar. If I'm just watching it as a movie, there was a lot of action, there was a lot of drama. It was cool, right? But if I'm looking at it as a comic fan, you took Injustice, The Death of Superman, and The Dark Knight Returns and mashed them all into one fucking movie. Threw in Wonder Woman out of nowhere.
But she was good in the movie.
I thought she was with you.
Yeah, right.
But she was good in the
movie. Her being good in the movie, though, is irrelevant that she didn't belong in the movie.
I agree. 100%.
I don't think she didn't belong in that movie.
They tried to introduce the Trinity. They needed to pick one. If they wanted to introduce the Trinity, they needed to pick one storyline.
I agree.
One storyline to introduce the Trinity.
They should have done that.
You know what? I agree with you 100%, Lunga. I do. I don't think Batman versus Superman should have been about Batman versus Superman. Right. That's what it should have been. Like the Dark
her
Knight
movie
cartoon,
went
kinda
on
like
to
that.
gross. Her movie went on to gross almost 800 and something million. Like when will you
Right,
introduce?
but they needed
When you
they needed to be
that's like
a
saying
Batman movie.
that's like saying
They needed
Captain
a Batman movie
America,
before
Captain
it.
America, what's it
Civil
called?
War.
Civil War shouldn't have introduced Black Panther. What's Black Panther doing in this? This should just be Tony Stark versus.
No,
you
but
know,
that was a
no,
bigger
no,
story. No, but that was a
Right.
bigger,
That's
much
right.
bigger storyline.
There's a
Yeah.
reason why T'Challa's in that movie, though.
Right.
I mean, they
The
kind
very
of
opening of the movie, his father's
If
doing
his
the speech
father
in the United
didn't
Nations.
die-
I mean,
if his
Yeah.
father didn't
Totally
die,
different.
there would have been no motivation for him
Right.
to want to kill Bucky. So there's
Mhm.
actually a reason for him to be there.
Yeah, look, I get that, but I liked Wonder Woman in the movie. I thought she was good.
I do
It
too.
introduced her well, and
Right,
it
but
made
that's
her
your-
movie.
that's
It
your
made,
love.
it made her movie go on to be a success. So I
this
think
is a conversely of what
business-
we're talking about with Captain Marvel.
Now, you're the rest
You
of the
see?
stuff you're talking about BVS that doesn't fit, like the Doomsday, Death of Superman, all of that stuff. I agree with. And I
Horrible
think
Lex Luthor.
And I think the
God.
major problem,
Fucking worst.
the real major problem with that is Superman. People talk about Batman killing in that movie. Yes, it's bad. Batman shouldn't kill. But Superman did not contrast with Batman. He almost felt like he was Batman with superpowers, this brooding, whatever. So we're waiting all of these years for these two icons to be on screen together.
Oh,
and you
the
don't even
clash
give
of
us that.
There was
Again,
no clash
we've
of
all said it
personalities
though.
for you.
We've all said it. They needed to be
But
a
that
Batman
was
movie
like-
first. Okay, they needed
Yeah.
to be a Batman movie before this. Okay,
Mhm.
introducing Ben Affleck as Batman, showing what he's going through, and then maybe end that movie with him seeing what's happening in Metropolis. Right? You needed a Batman movie that way. You needed the Wonder Woman to. I know you like the fact that it led into Wonder Woman to her character. I think it would have been fine if her movie was first. Okay.
No, I think it would have
Okay.
been fine as well. I would have
Okay.
preferred it
If we got
your
her
way.
movie first.
Yeah, I
And
would have
then
preferred it your
there'd
way.
have to be another movie that has one storyline introducing the Trinity, and then you go to BVS. Okay, then it would have made more sense. But he rushed it. He tried to rush through all this to get to his main storyline, and he jammed it all together. And that's my biggest.
I would have
That's my
liked
biggest
your-
criticism of Zack Snyder.
I would have liked your way more. However, having said that, would Wonder Woman, independently of having been introduced in Batman v Superman, and in such a badass way, would she have? Would her movie have gone on to gross
With
as
that-
much as it did?
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes.
So,
Absolutely.
Yes.
Because
So-
it was
That
a
movie
good,
was
because it was
solid.
a good movie. Exactly.
Yeah,
okay,
It was a
all right.
really good movie. So I think
Okay.
regardless of whether she would have
And
came first or
conversely, get this: her
Look
movie
at
being as solid
Jaden
as it
smiling
was-
because he's like, oh no, it wasn't.
I'm not
her movie
discussing
being as
Wonder
good as it
Woman.
was
I'm not discussing-
would have bolstered the next movie after. It would have done.
Yeah.
It would have done.
Yeah. Again,
what
I agree.
do you mean like that?
If I had the keys to the castle, what Zack Snyder did is not the way I would have done it.
But
I
but
think
I
we can
do
all agree. Or we can all agree on that.
I do,
Like-
but I do agree that I think that's because they were trying to do it different than Marvel. They didn't want to have the single movies first, and they were trying to
Because
get
it wasn't they. Zack Snyder had his plan. He knew this is what this
Yeah,
is
that's
the
what I
story
mean.
he
Yeah.
wanted to tell. Fuck the universe. This is the story I want to tell. And while I understand directors' freedoms and auteurs and wanting to tell their stories, I get it. But when you're working with IPs that are trying to tell a cohesive story with multiple characters over multiple movies, you can't just tell your story in this very jam-packed fucking 4 or 5
yeah.
movie series.
No,
I
I
think
agree,
it's also
but I
kind of-
also don't think that it's the end all to be all that they had to have a solo movie first, though, right? I think it would have worked better, but I think also if he had done like better movies and still did it the way he did, then I think it still could have worked that way. I just think he
Yes.
did way
Even if
too
you
much
had
in
an
one
end
movie.
credit scene in the Wonder Woman movie showing Batman, right? Him
Mhm.
popping up to talk to her. We need to talk or something. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Just if you sprinkled Batman like that
Yeah,
before you got the
yeah.
BVS.
I agree. Yeah.
No. As well, yeah, you're right. But
I agree.
I think also Anso's right. If Man of Steel and BVS were just better movies, but they still introduced Wonder Woman into BVS, but it was just a better movie where Superman was a little bit more of a hopeful character, and they could have deconstructed him through the movie. They could have like started off with him hopeful, but then he ends up like being
a little bit more
through Lex Luthor and his everything that he's doing, he ends up being a little bit more what Zack Snyder wanted. I think that could have worked as an arc. And if they had have done Batman where he doesn't kill, but he's on the verge of killing because of what's happened to him in recent time, then that could have worked. But the problem with the movie is they made too many jarring changes to these characters, but expected you to just be on board with it because
Zack
it's Superman.
Snyder, people don't understand. They try to say he's the blueprint. He understands. No, Zack Snyder is like a lot of these other writers, like Alan Moore was for a little while. He hates the superhero trope. Okay, he hates Superman as he is. He wants to deconstruct it, and he wants to tell these, like the boys kind of version, the more human kind of version, that they have all these flaws and they do all these things that can be considered bad, and he wants to make them more humanized and relatable. And I understand what his goal is, okay, but but the way he did it, like, that works if you have an established universe and you're telling now this Elsewhere tale, or you're telling this, or look, this is what happens if this happens, then it would have made sense. But to start a universe with that and jam-packed, he took his favorite shit. Oh, I love Injustice. Oh, I love the death of Superman. I love Dark Knight. All these dark stories, and I'm going to take all three of those and make my even darker story with all of them. It was too much.
But wasn't the Superman movie supposed to be a 5-movie arc or something?
Yeah.
As far as knows, 2. As far as I know, there's only supposed to be a Man of Steel 2. Right. I think it was Man of Steel 2 was supposed to be like right after Justice League.
But what Jaded is talking about the whole universe, right? So Superman, Man of Steel was 1, Batman versus Superman was 2.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay.
Justice League, then Justice League 1 and 2.
And that was supposed to be the overall.
That's the 5 overall. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But look, I like a lot of what Zack Snyder was trying to do. I really do. I think to have a more introspective and a more not serious, but like a more like, one mythic,
a more Wayne Lane big mythic. Love Child?
No, just a more mythic kind of take on these characters, as if they are the modern gods, the modern mythology. I thought that's a cool idea, and I think he got better and better at doing that. And by the time he got to Zack Snyder's Justice League, he actually really did it quite well. And unfortunately, he had these 2 movies before that were really problematic. And I think that the people just, by then just had their claws out for him, and some of that is his fault because of how he fucking acts.
But they made money. That's the thing. Before as Warner Brothers goes, this is what people don't understand. As far as Warner Brothers go, they were making money. Man of Steel made money. BVS made money. You know what I mean? So they're like, why are we going to stop? They're making money. It's Zack Snyder. He's a big name. If
this formula works, if it ain't broke, why fix it? As far as they were concerned.
And I have to agree with you a little bit, Nerdman, right? Because I know you guys say that's not Superman, but if you have had the Superman, the positive Superman, the one that everybody knows, Superman, hope and everything, and then have him turn from Darkseid, doing whatever he did, killing Lois Lane or whatever, I think that gives you more of an impact. But when you have the Superman,
that's injustice.
You know what I mean?
Right, exactly. That's exactly my. You can deconstruct these characters, but you have to construct them first, and you can't say say that I'm going to rely on what people know about the Christopher Reeves movies, because half the kids these days haven't watched Christopher Reeves. So half the kids who watched Man of Steel,
but if they watched any of the animated series, any of the Justice League cartoons, but Superman was still that Superman.
Longer. That's what I'm saying. Most people who went, or a lot of people who went to see Man of Steel, that would have been their first intro to Superman. Some of them didn't watch the Justice League cartoons.
Maybe if they were 6-7 years old.
The animated. Dude,
well, not everybody's in comic books. I mean, when the movie,
anyone that was like 15 to 25 going to see Man of Steel knows Superman. They know.
I agree.
Come on.
That doesn't mean that they necessarily, saw the show when it came out.
Well, no, but we're talking about general audiences now.
Right.
Point again, that's can't, when you talk about general audiences, they're just going to see a movie. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly.
And they know Superman. Everyone knows Superman. It's like Mickey Mouse and everything. You know Superman. Oh yeah, it's Superman. It's Superman. So everyone knows it.
Yeah, he's a Marvel character, isn't he?
Because to me,
it's just
it's
like,
more...
it's the same thing with Spider-Man. That's why Spider-Man's always so popular. Everyone knows Spider-Man. He's the one Marvel character that everybody knows. And arguably, I will say, as much as I love Batman and how much money Batman brings in and Superman brings in and how big they are, Spider-Man is the most, for me, the most well-known superhero. That's
that's in our... Oh God,
I'm telling you,
it is Spider-Man.
I'm glad Nerdman's gone because I remember having an argument over this.
It is Spider-Man.
It is. I know, but
and
again, I'm a DC guy, man. I love DC.
Nerdman has a different take.
No, it is Spider-Man. You can go look it up. Google it.
Among kids, man, one of the first things they know is fucking Spider-Man.
I'm not disagreeing.
So longer, I kind of went away for a moment. I had to just go away. But just to answer your point, I think if it was a normal time, then you would be right. Most people who go and see Superman movies would have had some familiarity with Superman. But you have to remember that half of the appeal of Man of Steel was it was coming off the back of The Dark Knight. So a lot of the people who were going to see that didn't necessarily because The Dark Knight.
General audiences aren't that stupid. They know the difference between the Dark Batman and Superman. They know there's a difference between those two characters.
I don't think a lot of people, because there was much more backlash. If you remember, there was much more backlash to Batman killing than even Superman killing in Man of Steel. There was a lot more backlash.
Yeah, but there's so much. Okay, this is the thing.
Because people knew Batman more because of those Dark Knight movies.
Let me interrupt you one thing, because this whole Batman killing argument starts to annoy me after a while. Okay,
me too.
Both sides to me, both sides are too extreme. It's always this hyperbolization that goes on both ends, and the truth is always somewhere in the fucking middle, and no one wants to admit it. The whole Batman never kills is obviously fucking bullshit. Wrong. Okay, facts. Now the whole of course he kills. He does this. It's okay. It's darker. It's grittier. I like it. That's bullshit too. Here's the thing. There's a difference between killing and murder. Okay. With the appropriate term you got to understand is Batman doesn't murder.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what Batman doesn't do. If Batman has a choice to make to save these people, and the only way he can do it is these people get blown up, he'll make that choice to save those people. That doesn't mean he's killing. He's not the Punisher who's going to come in there and just blow everyone away. You know what I mean?
I'll give you an instance of what you're saying, because this one really pisses me off. It's like in Batman Begins, there are some hardcore kind of like Batman fans who are like, no, he would never have left Ra's al Ghul to die on the train. Yeah. It's like, dude, they set it up in the fucking movie, dude. It was a choice that he had to make at the end of the movie, based on everything that had been set up previously. And it was supposed to play on the fact that Batman doesn't kill, right?
And
that's why he even said that's why he...
Well, and even BVS, he was actually more sadistic rather than killing. The hardest thing he was doing was the branding. Like when he was fighting in that warehouse, the guy... when he was fighting in a warehouse and the guy with the flamethrower, and it blew up, he was saving those people. And that was a choice. It wasn't fuck this guy, I'm gonna kill him. It was like
he was killing people before, even while he was fighting in the warehouse. That's the problem with that argument.
No, I didn't see him killing anyone. He would
that guy who fell on his neck.
He would use them as shields.
It was a fact.
Dude, those guys were dead, bro. You can't tell me those guys weren't dead.
And I agree with Nerdman, because even in the Batman
comic book movie,
even in the Batman movie, right? Now, let's say that chase scene with Penguin, right? You can say Batman contributed to some people being killed by chasing Penguin onto a freeway and not stopping the chase, right? But he didn't directly crash into anyone. He didn't do it. Penguin caused a collision that ended up killing people, but Batman didn't kill nobody in that scene. Yes, he might have some part of it, but he didn't directly do it.
But that was also a theme in that movie, though.
Agreed.
That was also a theme in the movie.
That was a theme in that movie. He was a younger Batman. He wasn't year one, but he was a younger Batman. And the whole point is, by the end of the movie, he was saving people. And he's like, no, preserving life. This is what's important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just trying to say that there's levels to it people don't understand, because like even with Nerman brought with Batman Begins, it was set up for that situation to happen, because in the beginning of the movie, Batman saves Ra's al Ghul after he burns down his home. In the end of the movie, Ra's al Ghul doesn't save Bruce and leaves him to burn inside of his home. So Bruce makes a decision. Well, you left me to burn. I gave you a chance. You didn't give me a chance. I'm not going to give you a chance again. Right? And if in that scene he took a knife and stabbed Raish in the neck, okay, that's too much. But he just left.
No, and if in that scene he had have decided, fuck it, I'm not like you, and I'm still gonna save you, I would have liked that too. But it's like, it's one of those things where there has to be a resolution to a story, and if the resolution is set up throughout the film, I can accept it.
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying? It's like that's the primary difference for me with what Batman did in Batman Begins compared to what Superman did in Man of Steel, where he snaps Zod's neck, because none of that was set up.
Direct.
You know, none of it. You don't get any. I honestly, I didn't know throughout Man of Steel whether Superman was or wasn't against killing. It's never established in that movie, within the confines of that movie. You might think, oh, because I know Superman, that Superman doesn't kill, but nothing in that movie tells you what his attitude is towards it. So therefore, it had no weight. It had no weight when he kills him,
right? Because
unless you're thinking about it from the comics, that's the only way it has weight as a decision.
And what the movie does instead establish little things is like, oh, Clark throws a hissy fit and he'll throw some logs inside of a truck, right? But that, because the movie says about these other things, but it does not do one thing to set up Superman's like moral compass on killing or not killing, which is not to say it's super integral, but it is a part of how he saves people. It's how he goes about protecting.
Well, the reason it's important is if the climax of your movie, this is just film 101, if the climax of your movie isn't set up, then it has no weight. And that was the climax of the movie. Him killing Zod is like the last thing. So if it has no weight, it just makes you feel empty. It's like, oh, these indestructible guys were punching each other for a while, causing no damage. And then all of a sudden he can just break his neck. Okay. Fair enough.
And because
that's it.
But they at least they showed the anguish when he killed him, because he felt what they tried to show in that movie is he made a choice and he hated that he had to make that choice. That's
right.
But why did he hate that?
Thematic here again. This is deep, and not everyone can think. And you're correct that they didn't set it up. They didn't really make you realize he doesn't want to kill anyone, right? But when you look at it deep and what Zach was trying. And sometimes it goes over people's heads. Sometimes directors just aim too high. They're trying to show that throughout that fight, he realized the damage that was happening, and he didn't know how to stop it. And finally, he made this anguishing choice to kill Zod, because that was the only way he was going to stop him from what's happening around him. And he's contributing to it by fighting him. So he made this choice to end it to save everyone else around him. That's what he was aiming for. But again, he's aiming too high. It's not me saying that the viewers are just not smart enough to see it, because that's what the Snyder heads say. Oh, you guys just don't understand. No,
I understood.
He's aiming too high. That goes over the head. You're going over the head of most general audiences because they're not looking that deep, and you're trying to make them think about something that you should have just inherently shown.
Well, and that's why Lunga, I'm glad you mentioned that. In the movie, they was trying to explore Superman's Kryptonian side a lot. That's why Jor-El was featured so much in the movie.
Right.
Do you think they was trying to establish, Zach was trying to establish, like, okay, since he's finally learning about his Kryptonian side, him killing the last of his species that he never really grew up with or cared for is going to really hurt him as much? I mean, it's not to say that it won't hurt, but I just feel like since Clark never grew up with, he grew up being different, but he never grew up on Krypton. Doesn't know any of these people. He only knew Jor-El for a day, and you know, it is not to say that taking a life does not hurt somebody, but it was just kind of weird to me that he was like it was so hard for him to kill somebody that he doesn't really like. Because remember early in the movie he said Krypton had its chance. Meaning, fuck Krypton.
He killed all those babies as well, by the way. Superman literally killed babies in Man of Steel, just if anybody didn't notice. Like, annihilates a bunch of... He's pro-abortion.
I was about to say that.
It was also the struggle of him trying to know himself, like you said, about the Kryptonian stuff.
Right.
And the fact that the only other Kryptonian he's meeting
wants
is causing... that's causing
chaos.
all this.
Because I understand if it was like
can I take it back to
that was like, let's say Zod was under mind control and he was not meaning to do what he was doing, but it was no way to break the mind control, and Superman had to just kill him. Then I can understand. Oh, he killed an innocent person that was being used, but there was nothing innocent about Zod.
But here's the thing, and how have they consistently solved this problem in every Superman iteration? Is something that they could not introduce here. It's always been the Phantom Zone. That's how they've always. It's his Arkham Asylum, right? That's how they always introduce the way he handles a problem without killing. Is send him to the Phantom Zone. Okay.
No, they've had other ways. But
that has been overwhelming when it comes to Kryptonians and Zod.
Yeah.
That has been the overwhelming majority of how he deals.
I think the easy way to resolve it. I know not everyone would have been happy with this, but the easiest way to have resolved it, if that's the ending you wanted, is just to set up. He doesn't, his father tells him, you're this powerful, you shouldn't kill, blah blah blah, and like him having those moral conversations with his dad, and then when he's like overwhelmed by this situation, because this is a completely, like, his dad hadn't anticipated that he would have to fight another Kryptonian, so he doesn't know what to do with these teachings of his dad, like, you mustn't kill, you mustn't hurt another life. He doesn't know what to do with it in this context, and then he's forced to kill Zod, and that would have added some emotional weight to that decision. So
why Zach had him destroy Metropolis, right? Because he could have easily, which we've seen hundreds of times, flown him up into space and fought him, or flown him out to cross the country, which taken 1 second, and go out to the desert where there's no population and fight him. He could have did that easily. The reason why he didn't, he had to destroy Metropolis, because Bruce Wayne in the next movie, he already knew, he was already setting up BVS. He knew what was happening. Bruce Wayne had to see the destruction happening in Metropolis. That's why that choice was made.
Well, I'm real quick. I'm gonna try and check out Man of Steel, but I knew this, but then it's like it does bring into question, Jor-El. Because remember when he was on the ship helping Lois navigate? Why didn't he tell Lois to tell Clark there is kryptonite on the ship that he can use to weaken Zod? Because it was kryptonite. They got kryptonite on Zod's ship. And I was like, wait a minute.
You could have done something.
He would have to have his lead suit and all the other shit. He can't just
He can't use kryptonite.
I think kryptonite would have been a weak way out of the situation.
It would have,
let me bring it back to this, because you were saying about BVS, and I do see why people could say BVS is a better movie or whatever. But having said that, the only one that I think is clearly a better movie than this movie is Zack Snyder's Justice League. That being Shazam: Fury of the Gods. All in all, though,
he is better than that for sure.
See, but it's hard. It's hard for me to make that comparison, because it's such a different type of feel and story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Zack Snyder's was high drama. The Zack Snyder's Justice League, right? It's high drama, seriousness. This is a family, lighthearted. It's a different kind of hero, right?
And this is where I was going to go with this, but it doesn't matter, because I think that, to some extent, like what Zach and what's his name, this director, fucking hell, Pony Smasher or whatever he calls himself, Sandberg. What they were doing is they were being true to a certain type of the comic, right? Like Zack Snyder was being true to a certain New 52 kind of darker versions of the Justice League that have existed recently, and I think he captured that.
It wasn't even New 52, man. I mean, those elements in there, because the Superman being darker, yes, that was New 52.
Well, also the dark side, bringing them together and all of that came from the New 52.
Oh yeah, because they did start the Dark Side War, which kind of kicked off the New 52 and the animated stuff and everything like that.
Yeah, so that was being true to that, and it was genuine. So I don't see why you can't see that, people who are against the tone of this movie or whatever, this is genuine to Shazam.
Yeah.
That's it. They don't all have to be exactly the same in fucking tone. They don't all have to take these characters that are, you know,
you and
some
me
of them
for
is
once are on the same page, nerd man. Because this is like when Hanzo, when you're calling it trash. Which again, I don't get mad when people call it trash. I call shit trash all the time. I'm not getting mad that you call it trash. You can call it trash all you want. I just want you to be honest about the reasons that you think it's trash. You think it's trash because you think Shazam, the character overall, is trash. That's the problem.
No, I don't. I don't think it's trash at all. I like the first one. So if I like the first one, how can I say that it's trash because
it had the same, the same kind of conveniences, the same kind of humor.
I don't know. I just think it was
done better. It didn't have the same plot convenience.
Okay, but let's say this. Like, for instance, did the unicorns was that like, oh, this is goofy? It's too goofy. Unicorns being in the movie. No? Okay. Because I've seen a lot of that online. Like unicorns and like all of that kind of thing.
Dark, like they actually were in mythology. I don't understand.
Yeah,
but
it wasn't just monsters.
They had a Cyclops. They had everything else. So why would I be upset about unicorns?
Cyclops, Minotaurs.
You know what I mean?
But I've seen a lot of that online, and I'm just like,
those aren't my
that's the fucking comic, dude. I don't know what you want. You want them to just So
and it was a nice callback because at the beginning she was making her little diorama of unicorns.
She was
in the army.
Yeah.
At the very beginning of the movie, Darla was making that little diorama with the unicorn army.
I didn't
yeah.
Well, that's why she says I like unicorns.
And she loves them in the comic. She loves little creatures and animals and whatever. So, in any case, that's my kind of issue. It's just
what I would say,
as long as you are being genuine to a vision that you have, and also a vision that represents what's in the comic books, I'm there for you and I'll support you. If you go off the rails and do your own thing, like, I don't know, Patty Jenkins Wonder Woman 1984,
or like Aquaman.
Was Aquaman? I think Aquaman was a little bit true. I think it was a little bit true.
It was. Yellow brought up to some stuff, and I kind of tend to agree with him. I still like Aquaman.
Yeah, I like
that. The movie didn't know what it wanted to be, right?
Right.
It switched genres like 3 times in the movie, and like it became Raiders of the Lost Ark for a while, and that's.
It was one point in the movie it became a Fast and Furious movie when they played that Pitbull song.
Yeah, it was there was dinosaurs at the center of the world and all of that shit. That I was like, what's this, Jurassic Park all of a sudden? It was just weird. I just found it like a disjointed mess, that movie. But go on.
It made $1 billion. But I think, I mean, you can't always say it's the actor, because if it was the actor, Black Adam should have made $1 billion, right? Because everyone goes to see rock movies. So, but that didn't happen. But I just think it was just the combination of Jason Momoa, the timing, the fact that Aquaman has been a running joke forever.
Yeah.
Okay. It's been a running joke forever. Robot Chicken, all these years about how he is the worst villain, which I don't understand how they get all mad about.
Worst hero.
Because that's literally, hero. That's the whole fish joke has been the running joke with Aquaman for fucking 40 years.
Since Super Friends, ever since.
Which one is better to you guys, Aquaman or Fury of the Gods? For me, Fury of the Gods.
Both Fury of the Gods.
Oh, I do. I'd say Aquaman.
I probably like Orin better as a villain, but I like Fury of the Gods overall. Aquaman, I still love the movie though. So,
but then why do you like Aquaman? Because Aquaman's just.
I think it's a solid action.
No. Not why do you like it?
Action movie.
I'm asking Onzo that because I think I know the reason why you like Aquaman more. It's because of the action is fucking cooler.
That's epic. That's epic.
Because again, you see, you're trying to put things. The action in Shazam is good too. You've never once heard me complain about the action.
No, but you keep pointing out all the things you like in Shazam, and then you say it's trash. That's the problem.
Because
that's the problem we're having.
Again, and
he doesn't like it because I like it. Basically, that's what it is. That's what it really comes down to.
And anything I like, and first let me explain this. Anything I don't like, I call trash. It's just the word I use, right? So you stop saying.
Oh, right. The word itself isn't a problem because I do the same thing.
Right. So that's what I do.
But you're saying like me when you say it's trash, you're saying I don't like this movie.
Right.
And But you keep pointing out all the things you thought were great in
right,
it.
because again,
he's got a boner for me because I don't like Infinity War, and so he everything I like, he has to come and troll me on it. That's what it is.
Again, so like I said, when it comes to me, it's does the good outweigh the bad? If the bad outweighs the good, then I don't like the movie. This movie, I find the bad outweighs the good. The first one, I thought the good outweighed the bad. There's bad in the first one.
You were pretty confident on Twitter. Like, you'll see, Lunga. When you get to the part, you'll see what I'm talking about. And I got out of this movie going, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
I thought you would have some
because I love this movie.
I have because I've heard you guys. So one of the things is the redemption, right? Everybody complained about the fucking redemption on MODOK, right? But no one complained about Helen's redemption in this one.
Oh, I did. Oh no,
and I don't care what anybody says.
But it wasn't a redemption. It wasn't a redemption.
Yeah,
yes, it was.
She's still, her goal was to get the magic back for them.
Yes,
that's what her entire goal. That's it.
She didn't want to kill the world or nothing.
But she was killing people in the movie and had no
right
because some people to get what they want will break as many eggs as they can to get it.
But if you have no issues with that, then you should not have an issue with her killing the universe.
Wait, MODOK.
You're a villain.
No, those are two different motives, dude.
But you're
once she got the magic, look at once they got the magic, she doesn't care what happens to Earth. I get my magic,
exactly.
I'm done.
So why care that her sister wants to destroy it? If you don't care,
because she's not. Because again, I already explained this at the beginning. I explained this at the beginning. There's a when you got that assassin that has a job to do, and he'll kill whatever he has to do to complete the job.
But you just said.
But then when they're going to say we're going to blow up an entire city, we're going to drop a bomb in an entire city, it has nothing to do with completing the job.
No, it should have been like, go ahead, do what you got to do. I don't care.
Onzo, you realize once she planted that. Onzo, do you realize once she planted the apple in Earth, that meant that they couldn't do that and bring their realm back?
Yeah, that was ridiculous. That makes
no, and that's why.
That's why she didn't want to do that.
Hespera said it in the movie. Calypso, your ideas echo Uncle Hades. She was Calypso. Calypso was off the deep end. Helen Mirren was trying to keep her in check, going like, we need to get the seed of life and fix our world. Not that Calypso and also she was being very disrespectful to Hespera majority of the movie. Taking the staff, all that.
Then say you don't want them to do it on this world because it will fuck up your world. But don't say
they
it on here because
she said we want to bring back our realm.
Yes, but she said no, we're going to destroy this universe. We can't do that. That's what the main problem was.
I don't think she said that. I think she said that you're too obsessed with revenge. You're so obsessed with revenge that you don't.
You destroy this world.
But it's because it's meaningless. Listen, the killing the people that she was killing was a goal of getting the seed.
Bro,
okay, and the power's back. Hold on. Anzo, let me get this out, okay? Because I don't understand how you can't see the difference between the two. Her goal. When I say she doesn't care, I'm not saying she doesn't care what happens to humanity. What I'm saying is her goal was just to get the magic back and the seed back for them to bring back to the realm. That was her goal. Okay, and let humans live their lives, do whatever they want. Now, if there's people in her way, she has no problem taking them out because she's methodical. I'm going to take these people out to get what I need, and then we're out of here. Her sister became vengeful. Her sister wanted to punish humanity, which was not Helen Mirren's goal. Her goal was not to punish humanity. Her goal was just to get their stuff and leave. The fact that she went off the deep end, she's like, you're being like Nerman said, it's like you're being like Uncle Hades. You're being vengeful and evil. There's a difference between killing, which is morally wrong to get you what you need, and being evil to the point of you just want to punish and sadistically hurt.
So Helen Mirren was kind of in the middle of both of the two sisters. One of them was very noble. One of them was super evil, and she was kind of in the middle. You even noticed she even said, and I want to go on to MODOK because this is important. Like after, but she even said in the middle somewhere like, "Oh, let's not do things like the humans did." Right, like when she was just going to take the powers from all of them or something like that.
She's lost.
So she was kind of neutral the whole way through. Now, I think I agree that there's some inconsistency there. It could have been smoothed over a little bit better, but in the end of the day, I think it fit the tone of the movie the way that stuff carried out.
So at the beginning,
the MODOK stuff really did come out of nowhere. This guy has been in the first movie super fucking evil, right? Like there was no sense in which this guy was gonna be redeemed in any way. He liked being fucking evil. That was the whole thing in Ant-Man. He liked being evil.
He did say sheep,
and then even more so in the Ant-Man Quantumania, it's like he's shown like again to just be completely remorseless fucking psychopath, right? Like who just likes fucking killing and whatever. And then this girl just says one thing to him:
stop being a dick.
But stop being a dick, and that changed his whole fucking style. Right, and I just don't see how you can compare that.
Well, I think because the reason I get it, I'm not saying it was delivered well, but his whole thing was that's all he knows is being a dick, and he didn't know that there was any way he could stop being that way. This is how I am, and that one line made him realize, oh, if I want to change, I can. Again, I'm not saying the delivery was the best. It could have been done much better, but that's what they were getting through. And there is a line with them because he was her trauma as a child. And that's what that theme was throughout the movie, because he was representative of her trauma as a child and what she went through. And now he was there as a physical manifestation of it right there in front of her.
Yeah, and there's stuff I like.
Let me ask a question. Was he really like a killer in the first one, or was he just trying to get the business? I don't remember him being like this real evil fucking dude.
Yeah, he wasn't. Like,
he was.
He wasn't sadistic murderous. He wasn't. He didn't like kill because he enjoyed it.
I didn't say he was a sadistic murderer. I'm saying he had no qualms about just being evil.
Who did he murder? Who would he murder?
I know that was the thing about the movie.
I wouldn't even say evil. I said he had no qualms killing. No, I'm selfish.
He was selfish. That's what I mean. He was completely selfish.
In the first movie, Dr. Savannah was lashing out, especially back at his dad, because when he went to go confront his dad.
No, we're talking about Ant-Man.
We're talking about Ant-Man.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who did he kill? What did he do?
He killed the sheep. He killed the sheep. Look,
in the bathroom. In the bathroom, he tested it on that person, and they went, "Oh, it still doesn't work." So he actually tested it. He actually tested the device on that one guy in the bathroom, and he turned into a little bit of goop. And he did it without any, and he didn't care.
Let me explain what I mean about his character. His character was the kind of character who would be the head of a corporation, who wouldn't mind, poison or putting some experimental shit in a water supply, and that giving a bunch of people fucking cancer. Like that
Obadiah
was his kind of
from Iron Man 1.
From Obadiah from Iron Man 1. That was his mentality. There was no sense in which this guy would all of a sudden just change because of like that. It was weird. It was weird. If you go back and watch Ant-Man 1, I'm telling you, like, if you look at who he was as a character, this guy had no problem.
He was
whatsoever.
He
was a cold-hearted dude. Like,
but I'll say this again too. At the beginning of the movie, that's how they portray Helen, as this cold-hearted woman that wouldn't give a damn about killing fucking children and fucking women, which is what they did in that museum.
But you could see by actually as the movie went on, no, she was actually genuinely pissed off about what had happened to her father and her family. That's why she does. That's what she said about the in that speech that she gives to Billy about, like, if somebody came in and stole your thing, would you not give chase to them? Like, you could see that she was emotionally pissed off by what had happened to her.
She did take it personal.
And it was personal for her, but her ultimate goal, even still, was just to get her realm back. That was what she was doing. She wasn't there to, like,
right.
Really
so then say that
vengeance on humanity.
Don't say shit like you care that this universe would be destroyed. Like,
I don't think she said that though.
If you care about fucking getting your home world back and everything, I get that 100%. But don't act like you fucking care what happens to the people on this planet when you're at the beginning killing fucking kids.
I
mean, look,
know
all right,
that
all right.
she said that. When did she say that?
Think about it like this. Think about it like this, right? There's a lot of people. Let's use some real life people, for example.
Don't say Hitler.
Dang you, Jaded. Okay. There's a lot of people that do some messed up stuff, but a lot of people are not willing to risk seeing a world burn. Right? There's a lot of people do fucked up stuff. It's just like with
because we live on this world, right? So if you live on this world, you obviously don't want to see it burn.
Can I ask you a question?
Part of that, they don't live here.
Can I ask you a question? Wait,
K-Dots. There's a limit. There's a limit, and she does not want to go. She's not trying to take it that far.
Hang on. I've got a good example. Do you like The Watchmen, Anza?
No.
Movie? Oh, you don't like it?
Yeah,
okay, so but no, that's unfortunate. But I've got a good example, like the comedian in that movie. He's a ruthless fucking killer. He doesn't give a shit. But even he breaks down when he finds out what Ozymandias's plan is. Right? He's like, man, this is too much, because he wants to destroy, like a whole fucking city.
And a freaking comedian was raping women and shit in that movie. He was raping women.
He was doing everything. But I was going to say, like, it was in the context of that movie.
But Lex Luthor is another one. Lex Luthor is the same thing. He doesn't mind killing whoever he's killing to get his way, but his ultimate goal is to to protect Earth for humanity. He wants to be.
Because he
lives on Earth. And when Earth is going to get destroyed, Lex Luthor is suddenly like, "Oh no, this is not happening."
Because
now, Anzo, I do see what you're saying. He's not staying there, but it's like it's.
Hold on,
Anzo. Just the one that's not willing to let another world burn for hers.
Anzo, to play devil's advocate, Superman.
What about him?
Well, he's not from Earth, but he wants to protect it.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm saying,
but he was raised.
He lives
I know.
But he still lives here. Where's he gonna go if they destroy Earth?
Anywhere he wants.
Okay,
anywhere with the yellow side.
It's like it's literally like in
Anzo, I don't understand how you can't understand someone who has no problem, like the Punisher, or someone who's no mind killing people
completely,
or dropping an A-bomb on a fucking city. I don't understand how you can't tell the difference.
I understand completely, but if you're gonna fucking put this image in her that she don't give a shit, and she didn't give a shit.
But you're still because she killed women and children. You suddenly says, okay, this woman has no problem being genocidal. Come on, dude. That's a leap. That's a big. No, it's not. That is a huge leap. She displayed.
You don't give a shit.
No. Killing certain people again. This is simple. I don't understand the logic. I don't understand how you make this gigantic leap of logic. You're saying that anyone out there who gangbangers on the street who are shooting people, you're saying they're okay with dropping a fucking A-bomb on a fucking city? It's not the same thing, dude. Come on.
If it would benefit them, absolutely.
But who's
because
how is committing genocide getting her to magic when she already had a plan to get it? She didn't need to destroy the whole Earth to get it.
You're using gangs, but these gangs will go into other hoods and kill people because they're not making enough money in their
hoods. But they're not dropping a bomb on the entire fucking city and killing everyone in it.
If they could do it to take out the Crips, if the Bloods could drop a bomb to take out the Crips, you don't think they would? Come on now.
No.
And they wouldn't care.
And again, you're talking about an entire organization. Could there be some sadistic bastard like Lucy Liu in the Bloods? Yes. But there might have been another one that's like the sister saying, okay, no, we ain't taking it that far, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. This conversation is going way off the rails.
Hold on, Linda. You mean like in World War II?
That would do it.
Like in World War II when the United States dropped 2 atomic bombs? I mean, like something like that?
What are you talking about?
Well, you're talking about
what's that got to do with it?
Well, no, because I'm saying they'll kill some people, but they wouldn't drop a bomb. They wouldn't drop an atomic bomb.
Right.
You mean the one thing that happened once that jarred the entire world, that created an entire system of making sure this does not happen?
It'll happen again, yeah. Exactly.
Devil's advocate. I'm smiling while I'm saying I was just playing devil's advocate.
Well, I wasn't looking at the screen.
I understand your point. I understood your point.
Awesome.
I don't think I honestly don't think it's that deep a problem. I think the movie has a lot of problems, but like I really don't think this is I can see you having a little bit of a problem with it, but like it being like a thing where it's like, no man, fuck this. Like,
but it's not that one thing.
No, but they showed multiple times, multiple times in the movie. They showed Helen Mirren trying to rein in Lucy Liu. They showed that Lucy Liu was a more unhinged one, and she was the more focused one, and they showed it. That was character development. That's how they were developing.
But at
her
the same
character,
time, though,
showing
at the same time, though, it was she was keeping her Lucy Liu's character in check because of the power structure. She goes, know your place. Like she wasn't trying to calm her down. Mm-hmm. She was going, no. I'm the oldest. I'm in charge. You are,
and we're doing it my way, which includes not destroying the entire planet.
I agree. It's because I'm just saying is that the reason she's doing it is not because she's neutral,
which echoes Billy.
I'm just saying.
And here's the other thing:
because she was
with the family, she wasn't killing them either. She was just taking their powers, and when she took it, she went away. She wasn't even like vengeful. Like fair, you took my. She had that whole speech with Billy about how you stole it, even if you didn't steal it. The neighbor picked it up, and he just kept it, knowing it's mine, and you kept it. But she wasn't vengeful. She wasn't going to kill them for it.
Hold on, but Lunga, when they were fighting the Marvel family, and I forget who the cables, the magic cables were killing two of them, right? She goes, I already took 2 powers from 2 of your family members, and 2 more are dying. So she didn't care that they were gonna die.
No, that was the whole holding a gun to someone's head. Give me what I want, or they're gonna die. That's
exactly. That's
exactly what it was. That's a threat. That was her trying to stop him from acting and just give up the powers.
And can I point out something about this redemption arc of hers? Basically, when Lucy Liu, ended up trying to kill her, I think that's what she was mad about. That's why she went along with Billy's plan, more so than like, oh, I need to save this Earth.
Okay,
she was
right. It wasn't this virtuous. I need to save the planet.
But Lucy Liu doesn't.
She was pissed off that Lucy Liu betrayed her and tried to.
Whoa! Wait a minute! Lucy Liu doesn't try to kill the older sister. The dragon just does it on his own.
No, she ordered a dragon, dude. Come on, let's not talk crazy now. Let's not talk crazy now. This dragon that was completely under her control, that she was riding, ordering it to do everything it does. You're saying it suddenly said, "Fuck this bitch," and killed her. Get out of here! No, get out of here!
She has
get out of here! I am not even entertaining this. That was the dumbest thing I've heard. I'm not even entertaining it. The dragon killed her on its own. Get out of here.
The movie establishes she has to say the words to the victim. She never goes anywhere.
He called her Khaleesi because she's controlling the dragon, bro.
You can gloss over it all you want. The movie
you can just make up shit all you want. It won't be true. The dragon didn't just kill her. There is no indication that dragon killed her on its own.
The movie establishes. No, I'm not stopping this.
Lunga. What Jaded needed was like a 10-minute scene of her.
No bullshit.
Of her
explain how she healed this dragon under her control. We need to train. You need the treats and everything. Heal, sit, all this other stuff.
You can deflect all you want.
How am I deflecting? Give me one reason. No. Fuck the deflecting. You tell me one reason that dragon did it on its own. Tell me one indication in that movie that dragon acted independently. Tell me.
My point. You can talk over me all you want. I'm still going to finish my point. The movie establishes that the Lucy Liu's character has to say the words to the individual for the individual to do what she says. She goes nowhere near the dragon.
What are you talking about?
She goes.
What are you talking about? The dragon is not a human being.
She goes nowhere near the dragon to tell the dragon to kill her older sister.
Stop. Don't compare her chaos magic on humans to the. Oh my god.
You can change the rules.
I am not changing the rules. You're making up rules. You're taking the fact that she controlled human beings with her chaos magic and saying she had to do the same thing to the fucking dragon.
So then how did that?
The dragon was on her side already. It was her pet. What are you talking? Oh my god. Oh my God.
On her side.
I'm done.
Jaded, because jaded. Literally, when she planned.
I'm not even arguing this no more.
Literally, of course, you're not arguing it.
No, I'm not arguing because you're being a fucking hardhead. You are making the worst fucking comparisons, and you're presenting them. No, you are presenting them as facts. Your new name is Donald Trump. This is real. No, dude, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Why am I going to keep arguing when you keep presenting a fucking blatant lie as a fact? How am I? And I keep telling you you're wrong, dude. And you keep saying no, I'm not. What's the point in keep continuing arguing it?
Jaded is not actually wrong. I just watched the scene. Okay, so she says,
"Shut up."
She says, "I'm putting an end to this," and as soon as she says it, the dragon fucking hits her.
That's it.
The dragon puts
so
claw right in
there. So how does that show that the dragon acted independently?
Because it was not enough time for her to tell her anything.
She made the dragon kill him. Everything the dragon did was her doing it. She was controlling the dragon. Everything the dragon did was under her control. Come on.
Wait. Let Kados.
Let me say this. The dragon for sure, and it's not a bad thing because the dragon was already on her side. The dragon literally roared when she planted the seed. The dragon chose to kill Hesperia.
Yes, the dragon did it alone. Yes.
The dragon did it alone.
Yes, the dragon did it alone.
Which is fine though. I mean, there's nothing.
We're in fucking La La Land right now. We're in La La Land.
Watch it again. I can show you the scene right now. Watch it again.
All right. Onzo, do you agree that she may have told the dragon before that scene to kill Hesperia? At least that's what the film is saying. That she told the dragon to kill Hesperia at some point. Like that's basically what was happening. And as soon as the dragon saw that the Hesperia was mouthing off to Lucy Liu, it fucking killed her. Well, that's basically what I think the dragon
can we end this right here? Lucy Liu sat there watching her impale her sister, smiling. She wanted her dead. What are we talking about right now?
That she did that the dragon acted independently. That's
no, it's not that it acted independently. It's that it was done. She obviously commanded it to do it before that scene. However, the reason they didn't show that in the film is because that would have ruined the shock of that change. If they had have showed in the scene before that, she tells the dragon to do it, then it would have ruined the surprise of her betraying
Lunga is
her
not
sister.
Always right, because she's not smiling when the dragon impales her. She's not smiling. I'm looking at her right now. I'm looking at it right now.
If you want to interpret the movie the way you
look at it right now, Does she look sad? Does she look shocked? Does she look upset? Does she say stop? She sits there and upset.
Hold on.
How are you arguing that she did not want her sister dead when she obviously did not? Oh my God!
She looks a little shocked.
She looks
a little shocked. Yes, she does.
How did I change my answer?
You said she was smiling.
Oh my God! The smiling was being hyperbolic. It was meaning that she had no emotion that her sister was dying. Are you not getting it?
Smiling. Well, she wasn't looking happy.
You know what? You know what? Here's the thing. There is nothing to show she did not want her sister dead. There's nothing to show the dragon acting on its own. You're just looking at the scene and goes, oh look, it just did it. Well, guess what? When it was blowing, When it was blowing fire, it just did it. When she was riding it and it went after Mary, it just did it. No, dude, you're taking one scene and it's saying this moment it acted on its own when that moment was no different than any other moment when she was on the dragon. You have no proof to say that except this is what I believe.
Give me another example where she's on
the burden of proof is on you. That dragon acted the same in every scene. You are saying this scene is different for no reason other than you believe it. The burden of proof is on you to prove why that dragon acted independently. And you have zero proof except look at it. Look at it. That's all you say. Look at it.
Hold on. Then why did Lucy Liu tell the dragon to kill her younger sister and Freddie? Why did she have to tell him? She didn't have to tell him. According to you, she didn't have to tell him. But she did.
No,
that's my point. The movie's establishing that Lucy Liu has to say the words.
Dude, I'm watching this scene right now, and the way Lucy Liu looks at looks when the dragon fucking kills her is straight up that she
You're
knew
saying
the
she's
fucking
smiling?
shit happened.
Listen, no.
I'm not
There's a
saying
fallacy
she's
happening here right
smiling.
now. He is trying to say that every act the dragon did the entire movie, Lucy Liu commanded it with words. That is fucking wrong. She did not. She didn't. The dragon did a lot of things. Just because she chose to say it out loud on some of them does not prove that she has to. You're saying there's a rule that the dragon, there is no established rule in this, that the dragon has to only act if she says the words out loud. There is nothing establishing that other than, some scenes she did, some scenes she didn't.
You said she controlled the dragon.
Right, and controlling you're saying that controlling the dragon means she has to verbally say it every fucking time.
That's how the movie works.
The fact that she's sitting on the motherfucking thing means she's controlling it, ho. If you're on a fucking horse and you're fucking riding it and you say whoa, and another time you pull the reins and don't say whoa, did the horse just stop on its fucking own? Jesus fucking Christ. It's a mount. It's a fucking mount. She's riding the motherfucking dragon. It's under her fucking control like a fucking horse. Jesus fucking Christ. The dumb shit you guys come up with to argue about how something's wrong is the most asinine shit I've ever fucking heard. It's a fucking horse, dude. It's a fucking horse.
No, it's not a fucking horse.
Yes, it's a mount. She's riding it, you cocksucker. She's riding the fucking thing. Are you serious right now?
Okay, wait
what
a minute.
fucking world am I living in?
A
That's
dragon
because
has a
she's
bigger
riding
brain
the-
and is a lot smarter than a horse.
You know what? Anzo, I love fucking
just
dragons.
saying.
I play fucking D&D.
I'm just
I have
saying.
listened to dragon lore everywhere, all over the
just
place.
saying.
That dragon is not a fucking Dragonlance dragon or Draco from fucking Dragonheart that talks and acts independently. It's a fucking beast of burden in this movie. If you can't see that, that's the fucking problem.
Why
you
is
cannot
her-
distinguish?
And
You are trying to
why-
say all dragons act
and
the same. You
why
cannot
is
distinguish
the-
that
No, I
this
never said
dragon
that. No, I
is
never
a
said that.
wooden
I never
dragon
fucking said that, so don't put
that's
words in
under
my
her
mouth. I never
control.
said that.
It's a manifested
I never
dragon
said
that's
all
made of
dragons act the
wood.
same, so
How
don't
is it?
even
How
say
is
that
it?
shit.
How is it? How is it? Why is it
Don't
under
put
her
that shit in my
control?
mouth.
How does she get to be?
Well, how is it? Okay, you know what? Again, this is why I can't argue with you, because you just make shit up.
I'm
How
not
is it
making
under her
shit up.
control?
I'm
When it's, no.
responding
When
to
it's
your-
obvious, it's obvious. No. The main
You're
obvious
holding
thing
the
that's under
staff.
control, you want to ignore, but you want to say it's obvious that it acted on its own. You have no proof to show that, dude. Stop.
She was
That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
She was holding the staff. That's why she was controlling it. She took control.
No,
of the staff and was able
the
to
staff was a
control it.
battery. They already explained what the fucking staff
That has
was.
nothing to do with controlling the dragon, though, Anzo.
Okay, wait. I think it's quite simple. Can you not see that the filmmaker was trying to say that she'd commanded the dragon to do this
Thank
before
you.
that scene?
No, there's
You
nothing
don't
to
see that.
establish that.
Why is there nothing to establish that? What do you need to establish that? She's riding the dragon. She's the main person who's in control of the
4-hour
dragon.
movie.
He's the only
she's-
one that wa- because
she
Helen Mirren
clearly has some ability to control things just by fucking speaking to them.
right.
So why
That's
would
the
she
key
not have
word.
told?
That's
Why
the
would
key-
she not have told the dragon before that scene happens to kill fucking Helen Mirren?
But so hold on. So wait a minute. According to the way you're going,
Yes.
he would have had to have gone to the dragon and said
Yeah.
what? What did she have to say to the dragon for the dragon to know to kill Helen Mirren at that point? What did she say to her? What did
I
she
don't
say
know.
to the dragon? What was
Like
the
if-
command? Okay.
Like
What was
it,
the
like it,
command?
like if she mouths off or disagrees with me, kill him, kill her.
Okay, so then why didn't she?
Someone's been
then
watching
that
too
means-
much Game of Thrones. She has to say
I
Dracarys
never-
every time he
I
opens
get
his
it.
mouth.
No. So in that case,
Uh-huh.
but then as soon as she started mouthing off to him, within 5 seconds, the dragon should have killed her.
Yeah, he moved into
It
position
did.
to kill her.
It did.
Yeah, because okay.
What's the limited position? It was her tail.
Hespera was disrespecting Calypso. The dragon from Jump was clearly messing with what Calypso was doing. Even when she plants the seed, the dragons are like, yes, all this destruction, make more of it. He was down with her. Hespera disrespected Calypso. He's like, you gotta go. We try and do this.
And
evil
she
stuff."
know
gives
what?
The
she
dragon-
gives-
If
she
we
gives-
hold on, let's
Where's the
go
dragon
with their
doing
logic.
independently?
Let's
You're
go with their
not.
logic. No. You know what? Let's
dragon-
entertain this. Let's fucking humor them. The dragon does its own shit. She didn't tell it to do it. Does whatever it wants. But it obviously, no matter how the fuck you try to twist this shit, did not do anything that she did not want to fucking happen.
So-
Okay?
so-
So Jesus fuck, like K-Dot just said, it was obviously down with Calypso. It was doing whatever.
Yes.
It did not do it.
Yes.
Calypso was not against her sister dying. So it doesn't change what you're saying.
Pick one,
Hold on.
Okay, you dumb motherfucker. I started this with, let's humor them. Let's amuse them. Let's play with this. That's what I said at the beginning. Is you understand conversation? I said, okay, you know what? Let's humor them. Let's go with what they believe. Let's say this happens. That's how I started it. And you say, make up your mind. Make up your mind. Make up your mind how you argue. You try to find all these things and say, aha, that's where you're wrong. And you have the worst debating style ever in history of mankind. You are literally a Twitter person. I can tell how you argue.
Wait, let me throw this into the mix.
Hold on, Kate. I've been trying to
leave Jaded alone, man. Come on,
first
man.
Off, I'm gonna say, I'm not saying that the dragon's running around doing its own shit. The dragon had the same mindset as her, wanted the same things as her. But when she pretty much said, the minute she says, I'm gonna put a stop to this, the dragon drives its tail through her, right? So I'm saying the dragon did that all alone, but the dragon did that because it knew that's not what the other one wanted.
Yeah, look,
if it did what Callisto wanted, at the end of the day, what the fuck is the problem? That's what I don't even understand what this argument is about.
So
I don't know.
Jada
brought it up. I was just saying.
Just to go back to how this all started, I was saying that Helen Mirren's motive for wanting to help Shazam in the end wasn't so much, oh, I need to save the Earth or whatever. It was more that her sister betrayed her and she was like punishing her sister. Like that's why she said, like,
right, and
like,
Jada countered that. No, she didn't. The dragon did it on its own.
Making the point that Calypso wasn't the one that killed.
Right, and your point did not counter what Nerdman said.
I wasn't trying to counter. No, I wasn't trying to counter Nerdman.
He said she killed that Helen Mirren didn't want Calypso doing that. So Calypso wanted her dead, and you said no, the dragon did it on its own.
Right. That's it. I wasn't counting.
So by saying that, you're saying you countered what Nerdman said. You're saying she didn't want Helen Mirren dead. The dragon did it on its own.
Right. I'm just saying
right. So you're saying Callisto didn't want her dead. The dragon did it on its own. That's what you're saying.
Right. So his point was
okay, and there you go. That's where you lose. You acknowledge that the dragon is doing what Callisto wants, even if she didn't order it to do it.
But that's not why I brought it up. His point was about the redemption arc, and he used the example that it was because it's because Calypso tried to kill Helen Mirren's character, and I went, no, the dragon did it on its own. That's all I was saying. I wasn't arguing
the fact. No. But the fact you say no is saying that Callisto didn't want her dead. Do you not understand? When you say no, the dragon did it on its own, you're saying the dragon did something that Callisto did not want. And at the end of the day, if you don't agree with okay, so wait. So are you saying it did do what Callisto wanted? Are you saying it did do what Callisto wanted then? It either did it on its own, not against her wishes, or it did it because she wanted it. Which one is
he just did it on its own. He just
it's not those two
options. It's not those two.
What do you mean it's not those two options?
He did it on his own. Just because it happened to be something Calypso agreed with is irrelevant to the dragon.
Okay, so how does that change what Nerdman was saying? Because Calypso still wanted it. How does that change what Nerdman was saying?
Because Nerdman said Calypso killed her sister. And I'm saying, no, she didn't.
No, the gun killed her.
She didn't die. Oh shit! It's almost 1 o'clock. Okay, I am going to see Dungeons and Dragons in an hour, so I have to go.
Oh, really? It's not out already?
Yeah, no, it's not out until weeks. So with Amazon Prime, you get advanced tickets if you signed up.
Hold on,
I want to see that actually. Tell me how.
Yeah, Honor Among Thieves. Yeah, I'm saying that tonight, so it doesn't actually come out until the 31st.
Do you have to sign? Do you have to sign up to get those tickets, or you're already?
Well, you have to have Prime. Amazon
I
Prime.
do have Amazon Prime, but I never got that.
Danny, check your
maybe in Canada.
I didn't get a notification. When I was on my Amazon Prime on my TV, I saw a banner ad.
Don't lie, that's because he's black. They don't send it out to black people.
Maybe it's not here in Canada though.
Wait, Manga, are you going?
They don't send it out to black people or Canadians.
Yeah, at the movie theater. It's an advanced showing.
Oh, cool. So because you have Amazon Prime,
yeah,
you bought tickets to them, or they gave you tickets? Oh, cool.
You got to buy them. Yeah, so to buy it, but it's just it's a selective
like a promo.
showing. Selective theaters only like one time. Like it's only at 2:00 today for
cool.
by me. So
I'm
by
jealous.
the way, I am looking forward to that. I have to thank you guys and Lunga for coming on.
Yeah, by the way, I know I'm loud. I know I scream. I don't hate anyone here.
No. It's not even
that. Except this dumb asshole. Except this dumb asshole.
No, I don't hate you.
It's just been hilarious. It's just been hilarious. I've missed you guys. I've missed doing all of this.
We've missed
all of you kind of. So it's just fun.
My review with Danny will be at 3:00. So if anybody wants to check that out.
Yes. If you guys want to watch an absolutely trash review, okay, you don't know what they're talking about, go watch Danny and Anzo on Biggerford Entertainment.
Yeah, we already
go watch it.
We already know Lunga don't know shit. So.
I'm gonna be.
There's a meme, dude. Lunga's right again. Hashtag Lunga's right.
Created by yourself.
Doesn't matter.
Self-promotion.
I can neither confirm nor deny that I created that meme. All right, I'm out of here, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Enjoy the movies.
He laughed. My daughter bought me this.
I don't have that long time, but to go on. But I'm genuinely curious, and I'll definitely watch your review as to see like how you fill out the rest of what you didn't like about it. But my main thing, as I said, and I don't know if you agree.
You on.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
But
I don't know if I'll be able to go because it's my mom's birthday today, so I'll be going to her birthday party. So
all right, let me know.
Yeah, sure.
Happy birthday to your mom.
Happy birthday, Mama Jade.
luckily, my parents' birthdays fall on.
Are they really positive? Are they really optimistic?
Oh God, yeah. My mother's birthday falls on St. Patrick's Day, and my dad's birthday falls.
I bet your mum just sat down with you and like when you were watching cartoons, like Saturday morning cartoons as a kid,
and probably couldn't take it no more. Fuck this.
Just criticizing the hell. What is with this?
Well, no, I couldn't because I couldn't criticize to my mom because she had absolutely
no. I'm saying your mum used to do that to you. That's why you've got these. That's why you've got these psychological.
Oh no, I did it all on my own. I started criticizing this stuff when I started watching G.I. Joe. It was like, are you kidding me? I did this all on my own.
Really? From G.I. Joe? How old were you? Like,
I have no idea how
5?
old, but I remember. Yeah,
when
I remember
did you become that jaded? Like what
well, God, I became jaded around the G.I. Joe cartoon show, and that's what really ticked me off because I always hated
jaded. I think he was born jaded.
I got mad at the G.I. Joe cartoons because I used to always root for Cobra Commander. And I got pissed that no matter how good a plan that they came up with, the show had to cheat for the Joes to be able to win. And I hated that. It was like, what are you talking about? That worked. How does that work? Where does that come from? And it's like Cobra can't win because the writers suck.
So do you not like if you're watching a tight thriller, right? Mm-hmm. And it's like it's they've set up all the pieces really kind of like cleverly,
yeah.
And you're following it, and then all of a sudden like the resolution is just completely fucking ridiculous.
Ruins the movie.
I can complete. No, it would ruin the movie for me as well. That would just be like that's fucking dumb, like after doing all of this kind of stuff. I even watched this White Lotus TV series recently, like season 2. That fucking pissed me off because you've done all this clever character work and then you just end it abruptly, that kind of stuff pisses me off.
I forget the name of the movie. Ordinary Citizen, Average Citizen, or something.
Yeah, Ordinary Citizen. I think it's something
right.
Like.
I loved that movie up until the ending because it was like that was such a cop-out ending. It was. Right. I loved that movie.
No, but I agree with you on that. But I think that sometimes like it just depends on the. I wouldn't expect like a film like The Goonies, right?
No, absolutely.
To have
I agree with that.
some super smart, like no holes in it. And in fact, when those movies do have kind of silly endings, it actually adds to their charm. That's what I find.
It's based on the movie.
That's to me. Is that not the same with you guys, Armando and J-Dots? Like I find that that's part of the charm of silly movies. Like when it's purposely trying to be silly,
right?
You know,
like Big Trouble in Little China. At the end of the movie, right? I forget the name of the bad guy, but he throws the dagger at I forget the hero. He grabs it.
I love that character.
He grabs it and throws it back and goes, it's all in the reflexes. And it's like, okay, the movie's established that he's supposed to be the incompetent one, so that he shouldn't have been able to do that. But it works because that's the point of the movie.
But they do actually establish in the movie he can do things like that because he's got really good.
I know, but he's also meant to be.
I love that. He's one of my favorite characters, and that's a good movie that you pointed out. Like
it does have its issues.
That's a dumb, big, fucking ridiculous movie, and I don't expect it to suddenly turn into having some, well thought out Fincher-esque style ending. I
agree.
Expect the ending to fit. So when I look at something like Shazam, I'm judging it on that curve because it's establishing itself to be this big, silly, goofy movie that's just supposed to put a smile on your face. So I don't expect the villains to be like super well layered and thought out, and whatever. The villains fit the tone of that movie.
But at the same time, but here's the thing, though, Nerd Man. If things are out of place, it does become distinctive. Like again, with Big Trouble in Little China, you have that one guy that for some reason suddenly starts becoming big and blows up, and it's like, okay, that seemed kind of weird. That didn't really make any sense. So it became it's distinctive because it doesn't make sense to the movie. That doesn't ruin the movie. It just ruins that scene.
But it didn't ruin that scene because I thought that's hilarious. I thought it's hilarious because it's dumb. I think there's a difference between a dumb childlike. Dumb is the wrong word, but
I understand.
Kind of like
it was just point.
Almost like it's playing on its own ridiculousness, and it's self-aware of its own ridiculousness. So it's like you saw in the movie, right? Like the director gets picked up by a flying animal and thrown in Shazam: Fury of the Gods. Like the director's actually once a movie does that, that's saying to you it's very self-aware of how silly it is.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? They're even going to put the director in and have him.
I would agree, except the thing is that there's been a lot of MCU movies, and I'm not trashing specifically on MCU, Lonzo, in case, right? It's just that the MCU movies have realized we can get away with stuff, and the fans are going to let it ride. And that's become a constant. And as the movies have gone further and further on, the movies are going, we're going to take more. We're going to go. But
they do it a lot worse.
Oh, they do. I'm not arguing
some MCU movies than
I'm not
arguing
that.
Like for instance, this Ant-Man Quantumania. This guy goes,
there's a lot of leaps.
I can defeat Thor. I've beat Thor thousands of times, but then ants beat him at the end.
Right.
That's a level of.
Right, but the movie's going,
what's going on here?
And the movie's going, we can do that, and the movie's going, we can do that because we know that the fans are just going to accept it anyway, and they're just going to let it ride.
Yeah.
And the problem is that a lot of these movies, they're going further and further and further and letting things ride, and that. So, like, if what happened in, let's say, Fury of the Gods came out 8 years ago. I would have gone, okay, I would have given it a little bit more leeway. But it's like, no, all you're doing is going, hey, we can get away with stupid. We can get away with lazy writing. So we don't have to put any effort into it. And that's my big issue with this movie, is that there's a lot of lazy writing where it's going to go, We're just gonna let it ride because don't worry, the audience doesn't care either. Like the whole point with the staff.
Everyone watching, if you could give us a like, it would really help everything, the algorithm and stuff. So if you're watching, you could give a like, give me a high five. That would be fantastic. Anyway, carry on.
Like with the staff, we don't know how. Like in the first movie, it's established that the staff grants the power of these 7 characters. Yes. But then the second movie goes, no, they stole. Apparently, it steals the power of the gods. Well, Solomon isn't a god. Solomon doesn't have a magical power of wisdom. Achilles isn't a god. Achilles doesn't have the magical power of courage. So it's like so the rules of this movie don't make sense to what's happening. So at the same time,
in the comics, they are gods.
I understand in the comics. I'm talking about in the context of the movie. You can't do that without it not making sense.
But wait
so
a second.
You can't have it that the staff stole the power.
David, just to make clear what I'm saying here, in the comics, not in Greek mythology. I know it gets a bit muddled and confusing. Obviously. Because they're using Greek mythology characters, but in the comics, Achilles and Solomon are gods.
Oh, they are?
So in DC lore, they're gods.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So, yeah, it gets a bit confusing when they do, because there's certain things people ask me about, like Wonder Woman, like, oh, but the Amazons were supposed to be this. And I'm saying, like, yeah, but the Amazons are different in DC lore than they are in, like classical mythology. It's not the same thing.
And with the staff, it was established that it could even take the powers of the users, because there's powers of the gods in it.
I agree. It's also
it's a giant battery of magic.
Powers. It's like it stole the power of Zeus. So like Zeus has no.
No, I wouldn't. Okay, I wouldn't.
That's what I mean about. That's what I mean about.
Exactly stole, because if.
That's what the movie says. The movie says it stole.
It captures the
sister says you stole my father's power. Well, that means that Zeus has no power because the staff took.
No, Zeus wasn't their dad. Zeus wasn't their dad. It was the daughters of Apollo.
No, it wasn't Apollo. It was Achilles.
No, it was the daughters of Atlas.
Atlas, pardon me.
Daughters of Atlas. But I'm just saying that according to the movie, the staff steals the power of the gods. So that must have meant that Zeus had no power.
It has the power to do so. Still, that because it
to store their powers and take away the magic.
It also says it steals their power, because that's why she was so mad at the staff, because it goes, imagine.
Yeah, because the wizards did in a way steal their powers. They didn't like.
Yeah, but it explains that the way the gods saw human beings, and and that's why the Council of Wizards took their powers, because
but that's the other thing.
But here's the thing. Again, I think that falls into my thing of, you either have to accept that about the movie because it's a silly movie, or I don't think that falls into the same kind of thing you're talking about with like. Certain DC movies and certain MCU movies, and like even a DC movie that I like for instance, Zack Snyder's Justice League, that DC movie, you have Darkseid saying he lost where he found the animal.
Oh yeah, Kato has an issue with that.
That for me is a plot. Like, that's a plot problem. It's not necessarily a plot hole, but it's a serious problem. You're just like, wait a second, how did you do that with all this advanced technology? And you're trying to make me take this film seriously.
Hold on. K-Dot, because they haven't invented GPS yet.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Well, so that for me, because of the context of that movie, the tone of it, all of that kind of thing, that's a problem for the movie. Whereas what you're talking about, I don't know, it's just like one of those story beats that you just have to accept or not.
And unfortunately,
because it's not because to explain that, really, for you to explain how the wizards took all the powers of the gods and how were they alive or dead when they did it, to do all that it would take a lot of explanation and a lot of time from the movie that doesn't need to really be done, because most people, Jaded, would accept it. Most people just accept it.
And look, let me just say.
Wait, Kate.
Wait, Jaded, let him respond. Sorry, not K-Dots, let Jaded respond.
Okay.
Yeah, go.
Oh,
go, Jaded.
Like in the first movie, they do not explain how the staff has the power of the gods. It doesn't explain it. It's like, okay, I'm fine. That's the rules. The staff has these powers. I didn't need the movie to. I wasn't going, well, no. I'm not accepting that this staff has the power of the gods because the movie doesn't explain it. That's not necessary because it didn't bother trying to explain it because it wasn't the point of the staff. The point of the staff is to give Billy Batson the powers of Shazam. So I'm done. I'm good. But then in this movie, it's like, no. Now we need to justify these three goddesses we invent. Oh, hold on.
Okay.
We need to justify why these three goddesses we created are here. So now we're gonna make up rules for how the staff works, and it doesn't work that way.
Well,
so
that's just fleshing out.
I'll leave it at this.
That's fleshing out the story.
Yeah,
That's like let's say in Batman Begins, you establish, okay, Bruce is rich. Bruce is rich, right? And then the next movie, they want to give history on how his family obtained that wealth. That's basically what that is. They're just fleshing out.
Yeah, exactly. They're fleshing out. That's absolutely true.
Now,
guys, I need to give a warning that I need to go in a few minutes, 3 minutes or so.
Real quick, I did just want to say this because there is inconsistencies with the gods in the DC universe, but I can't put it on David F. Sandberg because what Zack Snyder established was that the gods are dead, and it caused a lot of stuff.
Actually Patty Jenkins.
I think whenever the Wizards did get the power, it was when the gods was alive, anyways, because that happened thousands of years ago in this universe, but that didn't help in the beginning killing off the killing off the gods.
It was Patty Jenkins that really did that. I mean, I don't know if that was in the story before. And she just didn't change it.
But Zach was. I mean, because if you look at Justice League, no. Well, because I mean, he had a lot of like Ares. His Ares, he had kind of input on the design of Ares because his Ares in Wonder Woman was the same exact one we saw in Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Yeah, but he looked way better in Zack Snyder's Justice League, though.
Well, it was thousands of years ago, 1,000 years before.
Yeah, but he looked way better. If he looked like that at the end of the thing.
I have to head out. It's my mom's birthday party. Thanks for having me, Nerdman. Sorry I can't be there for your review, Anzo. I really would have liked to have been there, but unfortunately, Anzo, my mother. Yeah, it's not
no problem, Jaded.
Okay, see you guys.
See you. So yeah, like I think what were you saying? I can't even remember what you were saying.
I was just saying because there was some, look, I question the movie too, like the gods is dead and stuff, like when this, but then it could have happened easily before the gods died, anyways, all this stuff. And the wizards in the main wizard Shazam in DC Comics lore is already god level. He's literally up there with he's one of the most powerful beings in the DC universe.
Yeah,
same thing here too. He's just a little bit weaker than his comic version, but he is established as a overseer of the DC universe in a sense. He's a powerful being. So it makes sense to me why he would be able to even have the abilities to do that and take those powers from the gods. And
so my takeaway from this, though, just to like put a final button, I like the movie a lot, but even if I didn't like the movie, I would still go out and support it if I like the character. And that's one of the things I don't get this reluctance to go out and see this movie when you like the first. I don't get how I've never heard this before that, our first movie was really good. We really liked it, but I'm not excited for the second one.
Yeah.
Why? Like it's very bizarre. You never heard that about like Wonder Woman, right? Like even though the trailer,
everybody was excited for Wonder Woman. And once people saw Wonder Woman 1, they was excited for Wonder Woman 84. Before, not talking about after, but before, people was excited for Wonder Woman 84.
Yeah, if you're excited about a movie, what I don't get where
we're stuck in a time where people forgot how to watch movies. People can only watch movies if they have sequels guaranteed, which I think is stupid. I don't think you should be giving shit sequels before even the first thing came out. I don't think you should be filming movies the same time another movie is filming, like when Zack Snyder filmed Justice League. Or now, some cases are good, but like you need to see how the first movie does before you do anything. Like these studios, they need to stop the Titans show. They greenlight season 2 before 1 is even out. Like, stop doing that because you don't know how
people are gonna so to me, I agree with that. It's like, just enjoy a movie for what it is, you know. Not you don't have to enjoy the movie. I'm not saying like if you don't like it or it's a subpar movie, just enjoy it anyway. I'm saying before you've gone in to see it, just, you know, if you like the first one and you think the franchise is something worth keeping, then just support it. And I see a lot of people online are going, oh, you know, I don't like the new 52 version of this character, or I don't like this version of the character. Well, I'll tell you what, brother. If you don't go and support, don't go and support, this isn't Batman or Spider-Man where you can go, I don't like that version, so I'm not going to go and see it. They're testing out to see if the audience like Captain Marvel, that kind of mythology. So if you go, fuck it, I'm not going to go and see this movie, then, you know, maybe if you and if Shazam was a successful franchise, maybe one day a director would have come along and made the Shazam movie that you like. Do you know what I'm saying? But if you just spitefully kind of fuck off the franchise, then you ain't going to see it again. A lot of people are doing this online. I don't know what they think is going to happen by not supporting DC movies. What that means is they're going to take less risks on these movies. And either they're going to give them lower budgets, so they're not going to be as good, or they're going to not even make them. And I think Onzo wanted to say something, but.
Oh, no. I was going to say, yeah, like I said, keep that same energy there, man, because again, you have a lot, and you too, K-Dot, you guys have a lot of issues with like Marvel movies, and they have the same issues in this movie. They have the same issues in this movie, but this movie is okay. I don't know. That's fine.
This movie is better.
You guys,
it is better, but like
keep that same energy, man.
But Onzo, what are you saying? Like, I should support MCU movies because, you know, like, the MCU isn't in trouble. If the MCU was genuinely in trouble, and you know, there were characters that I like Hulk or something like that, and if I didn't go out and support, like, I went to see Hulk, a movie that I didn't even like, The Incredible Hulk. I went to see that 3 times in cinemas.
Oh, that was a good movie.
So if I rep for a character, I went to see all the X-Men movies. I hated that franchise. I liked 2 movies in that whole franchise. I hated them, pretty much all of them. I went to see all of them in fucking cinemas because I know, you know, if you don't support it, you're not going to get more of those.
Yeah, but I'm more or less talking about the stuff you complain about in an MCU movie. That's what I'm complaining about. I don't know, I can't think of it now, but I'm sure it'll come up to me later on. But there's a lot of things you complain about in the MCU movies where when DC does it, it's not a problem.
I know what you're talking about. I know what I mean.
That's because they're trash. Is that why you're hating on this movie? Tell the truth. That's why you're hating on this movie.
Because I'm about to keep the same energy. I'm keeping the same energy.
For what?
For Ant-Man 3, you want to know the reason why I really couldn't adore the movie like that? Because I don't give a fuck about Scott Lang Ant-Man.
Okay,
I don't give a fuck about his boring, average, mediocre character.
Fine, but that's what I'm saying. So, but that doesn't.
And I did like some of the jokes in it. I like the Blob. The Blob was funny.
That doesn't mean the movie's bad though, because you don't like fucking Ant-Man.
I mean, no. As a protagonist, he didn't grow.
But still, you're saying you don't like the movie because you don't care about Ant-Man.
I thought it was the best. I mean,
that's part of it. But
I don't think I've ever done a review on this Ant-Man movie. I'm not sure if I did one or not. But like, I'll tell you what, I didn't dislike the movie. It's complicated. I didn't really like it.
I don't hate the movie.
But I also didn't think it was any worse or better than a lot of MCU movies. In fact, I thought it was better than Thor: Love and Thunder. I thought it was better than what the fuck was that last movie? I thought it was better than Shang-Chi. I had a better time with it than
Whoa!
you tripping there. I had a better time with it than a lot of movies that are in the MCU.
Just because Jonathan Majors
and also I really like Jonathan Majors in the movie. I thought what they did with him towards the end was stupid, but I actually thought he was pretty damn good in the movie. So I was like, if you like MCU movies, I don't see what your problem is with Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. I think maybe you're fed up with it, because this is not the worst example by a long shot.
I mean,
it's way better than the second one. Ant-Man Quantumania is way better than the second
Shang-Chi,
one.
right? So Shang-Chi has I have a lot of issues with the MCU, right? And Shang-Chi, and I like Shang-Chi, but remember the moment on the plane when Shang-Chi's talking about his whole serious backstory and his tough life, and then his friend just in the middle of it starts cracking a joke and interrupts it, and then they do some like SNL skit. Mm-hmm. That's the type of shit I'm done with, because in Ant-Man 3, there was a lot of cases in that movie, and I didn't like it in Infinity War either, where these characters is fighting in a big battle, then they stop in the middle of the crack a joke, and all the other people fighting around them aren't attacking them.
And the thing is, go on, finish.
It's like there's no spatial. It's like they happen 3 times in the movie. Characters are fighting in a big battlefield, and then the 2 characters stop in the middle of it to do some shit like, let's run over and hug each other and do some cute stuff. Y'all in a battle.
But they do that in fucking DC movies all the time. You don't call
that
shit.
I don't like that stuff either. But
what did they do? They went over and hugged each other in the DC. What are you talking about right now?
In Man of Steel,
that's the constant problem I've been having, because even in Infinity War, when they're fighting a war, Thor and Steve is joking about their beards. Y'all fighting Thanos, you joking about beards. What is this?
Okay. Also, what did they do?
So what did they do? In Man of Steel, they're fighting Zod and all the Kryptonians, but Superman takes a long pause to go fucking kiss Lois Lane.
Do we like that movie?
They do the same thing in the same.
Do me and K-Dots like that movie?
No, I have to defend that, because in that part,
you're going to defend it, right?
No, but it's Anzo, in that case, that's not in the middle of the battle. That was at the end of the battle.
No, it wasn't. It was in the middle. It was in the middle of the battle. And to make it even worse, Superman would have been hearing. K-Dots, that is unjustifiable. That was unjustifiable, because also Superman must have been hearing thousands of people screaming.
Yes, probably. But that was at the end of the battle. I'm talking about in the middle.
It wasn't in the end of the battle. It was in the middle. He saves her, and then
it was a dumb scene. It was one of the dumbest scenes I've
ever
seen.
And then he goes back and fights Zod.
It was one of the dumbest scenes I've ever seen in a superhero movie.
Or the end?
No, he's talking about when he kissed Lois in the middle of
the
Ground Zero.
Scene at the end, in Ground Zero, yeah.
Yeah, he starts kissing Lois, and he goes, and she says something stupid like, "Oh, they say the first kiss is." What did you say? It was some dumb shit, like, and then to make it worse, he goes, "Oh, it doesn't count because I'm an alien." It's like, what are you talking about?
Okay, this was the issue with that. This was the issue with that. That whole relationship was rushed in the first movie anyway.
That's not the point.
That was the cliche.
No.
But you're saying Onzo. You're saying we are different with or more tolerant with DC movies.
Yes,
but I don't like that movie.
You don't, but K-Dot is just proving my point right now. He's making excuses for it.
No, I'm not. No, because it's not the same thing I'm talking about. I'm talking about in Ant-Man 3. There's a scene where Scott and Cassie go hug each other. They're in the middle of a war, a battle, and
so was he.
That happened. At the end of it all.
No. The fight wasn't over. The fight wasn't over.
Was dead.
No, they did not. Because he went back and fought Zod.
Because Zod came out the rubble and it's like, oh, he's alive still.
No.
Well, look, I
kind
of get what you're saying, K-Dots.
Let me use another example from the MC movie, Thor 4. They're having a battle where Gore's trying to steal the kids, and in the middle of the fight, he's like, "Oh, Mjolnir! Oh, like, dude, there's a war, there's a battle going on, there's people dying. And that's a lot of my issues with super movies. If it happened in a DC movie, That shit whack too.
Can I
MCU's
ask
been doing it as a running thing. That's one of my issues with Ant-Man 3. Ant-Man 3, it did it 3 times in the movie. 3 times. 3 times.
Can I ask you a question? Do you get why they're saying so that this movie Shazam Fury of the Gods, it's like if you've seen other superhero movies, you've already seen all the stuff in it? Because I don't get that.
What do you mean?
I mean, I think they might be talking about the jokes.
Like
I think
that's the only thing. Maybe it's the jokes, but
it's
like
not
other
talking about the comic. It's not groundbreaking. It's nothing new.
I'm not saying it's groundbreaking, but I'm just saying it's unique. It has its own vibe about it. I don't think it's like, you know, the only thing I can think that they're talking about is as K-Dot says, is the jokes. But like the actual content of the movie, which like the realms and the magic and all of that kind of, and the unicorns. I ain't seen fucking unicorns running around a city in any fucking comic book movie. I maybe I've missed something, but like what are they referring to? Where they've seen this a million times in other different movies. It just sounds like something somebody said, and then they just decided to fucking repeat it a bunch of times. Because the stuff that happens in Shazam Fury of the Gods, where has that happened in other movies?
I don't know. I haven't really heard that, so I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, at least you're not saying that, because they stop and kiss in the middle of the battle after he destroys the world engine and lands with her in front of Perry. And the people in the Daily Planet then fight Zod.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about in the middle of a fight, like in the middle of a tense battle sequence. I'm talking about in the middle. I'm not talking about when there's no fight going. I'm talking about in the middle of it. They did it in Infinity War. They did it in Ant-Man 3. They did it in Thor 4. That shit is annoying. This is moments where you want me to. It means
that you don't take it seriously. Yeah.
It's like how, where's the stakes at?
I'll tell you another example that this one really like annoyed me. It was in Civil War, where they were just basically having like this. It was like a play fight.
You know what? They did it.
It was a play fight in the airport.
Suicide Squad 2016, same exact thing. Harley and them all going do like that banter and shit. It's like there's movies that done it, but they do it. And I think just because other movies have better banter and jokes, like in fucking Rush Hour, they do that shit all the time, but it's much better jokes anyways when they do it.
Aubrey, can you rewrite this? Because I don't really understand. In Man of Steel, Zod was going to kill a family in that train station if Superman didn't do it. Clark gave Zod many chances, I guess, to stop, but he wouldn't when Clark had Zod in the chokehold. Okay.
I mean, I'll be honest, Superman couldn't really get no chance he getting his ass whooped.
Yeah, but again, I have to refer to this. Like, if you're saying that's a justification for Superman killing, one, it wasn't set up in the movie what his attitude to killing was. And then the second thing is, that's a writer writing that. That didn't have to happen. You didn't have to put Superman in a situation where he had to kill or nothing else. So it's not like I'm watching a documentary. You know what I'm saying? I'm watching a piece of fiction, and you can write fiction a different way. So I see some legitimacy in saying, like, put Superman in a situation where he has to make that decision. But then I think you have to set it up so that it's not just like, like all of a sudden he just kills somebody and then that's the movie resolved and it's happy ever after. Like, even after that scene, it seemed weird to me. It was like, wasn't the city completely destroyed, but then they just turn up in the Daily Planet like it's just been reconstructed overnight. It's like the whole thing didn't fucking make sense. Like in that movie, there was more than just he killed Zod. Maybe some people, that's just their problem, just him just killing Zod, but that certainly isn't mine. I think there's much more issues with everything that happens at the end of that film than just that. Like him not trying to help anyone, for instance. I find that
Anzo, just to be fair again, I'm gonna pick an MC movie I liked in Phase for Shang-Chi. They did the same shit in Shang-Chi with that bus scene. It's like all that comedy, the extra comedy shit. It's like you're overcooking it, you're doing too much. That's not my only reason for hating Ant-Man 3, but that's just one of my reasons I didn't like that. I didn't like some stuff in the movie.
We always say that the MCU has that problem. Like,
I hate Man of Steel. Yeah. Okay, so he hates Man of Steel as well. Problem. But but look, before I go, because I've got to go now. I as I said before, like I get what you're saying about my dislike of the MCU, and sometimes I'm doing it as a little bit of a joke, guys. You have to realize that I'm going now. My girlfriend's here the same like.
Yeah, Miss Nerdman, tell him, let him know.
Sometimes I'm doing it as a little bit of a joke, like taking the piss out of Hawkeye's haircut or whatever. Like I'm just trolling people. Like it's just like a funny thing for me. But there is for me an overarching issue, which is that I find the humor in the MCU movies a little bit more cynical, simply because it doesn't necessarily fit the characters. Whereas Shazam, I can get why they would do. I think you could do a more serious version of Shazam, but like in the end of the day, it is a kid turning into a superhero. So I understand the humor in that. Whereas the Hulk isn't a humorous character in the comics, and the only reason they're doing it like that is because they know that this MCU humor sells, and they're not being true or faithful to a character like Thor when you turn him into a goofball. You are being true and faithful to a character like Shazam when you turn him into a goofball. Can you do it a different way? Yes, but for the most part, I can justify the choices that David Sandberg made in the movie. Do you see where I'm coming from, Monzo? Like, or you think I'm still capping?
No, I don't have a problem with him being a goofbag. That's the way he is. But I find it's like he seems more of an adult as a kid, and I don't like that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I totally agree with that. Yeah. But yeah, that's my thing with it. Like, if they did a movie in this tone for Wonder Woman, say, or for anything like for Green Lantern or something like that, then I'll be like, this is bullshit. Like he doesn't need to be that fucking goofy. But if you do a movie in this tone I'm glad they're not doing this. But if you did a movie like this tone for say Flash. And I'm like, well, there are some iterations of Flash where he's a bit of a goofball, So it just depends on the character, and but I get what you're saying. Like we all are biased, basically. Let's face it. We will do the thing when Rotten Tomatoes doesn't like a movie that we don't like.
You bring it up.
Oh look, see, even the critics are saying. And then when they do it against a movie we like, we're like, well, Rotten Tomatoes is a bunch of shit,
But you gotta stop doing it too soon, Nerd Man. The first one you posted had like 25 likes, and I was like, Nerd Man, what are you doing? Like 25 people had posted. I'm like, why are you posting that now? Wait till at least 100 or 200 people in there that have commented before you. Like, oh, you see, the critics are wrong. The audience score. I'm like, dude, there was only 50 people. Like, what are you talking about?
Which one?
Your first post when you posted the Rotten Tomatoes for Shazam. And it said it was like 84% audience score.
Oh, it was 500 plus verified.
No, the second time you did. The first time there was only 50 plus.
No, but that wasn't me. That was somebody else.
No, that was you. You posted it.
No, it was somebody else. It was somebody else.
Or you retweeted it?
Yeah, I retweeted it basically.
Okay.
So somebody else put it up when it was 71 or something like that, and
because there was only like 50 people. I wasn't because I couldn't comment because I was suspended. But I seen that it was only like 50 people, and I'm like, why are you putting that up now? You did the same thing. You did the same thing with Ant-Man. You did the same thing. You posted it up like a day the day after it came up with the critic score, and there was only like 25 people with the critic score that
I
had
don't think I
posted.
posted anything about Ant-Man, did I?
It was either Ant-Man or one of those movies. One of those
I
movies. I believe
I
it was
really
Ant-Man.
did.
Yeah,
Because I watched it and I sort of enjoyed it.
yeah, I
I
believe it
just
was
thought the
Ant-Man.
ending. I just thought the ending was ridiculous.
I'd have to
I
go
thought
back to the
like,
tweets
how
and
would
see, but I
you?
think it was that.
How are you gonna like take your main villain and have him defeated like that? That's what I had the problem with Ant-Man. Other than that, I thought there was some endearing moments. I liked when all the different Ant-Men were trying to like save their daughter. I thought that was kind of cool. I thought that was.
Are
sweet.
you one of those ones who are saying, "Oh, he got beat by a bunch of ants"?
Yeah, I am, because that's fucking stupid.
But that's
You
not what
can't tell me
happened, though.
that's stupid.
He didn't get beat by the
He
ants,
got
though.
rocked by a bunch of ants. You
He
can't
didn't
tell
get
me
beat
that.
by them, though, because he ended
J-Man,
up
did he
coming
get
back.
beat by a bunch of ants?
He may have lost the
J-Man.
battle, but he didn't get beat by them.
Did. Of course, he
No.
got beat by a bunch of ants.
No.
The problem is that Kang, if you're setting Kang up, who I actually thought was amazing in this movie, I loved him.
Yeah, he was good.
If you're setting him up as a main bad guy to go forward, he needs to win or do something cool. Like,
I agree.
He basically got beat up.
I agree.
By
He
Ant-Man.
needs to win.
So now he's going to be fighting all the Avengers. So obviously, if Ant-Man is part of the Avengers, then they can defeat Kang easily. It's like just like Namor. Namor got defeated by Shuri, so obviously he can be defeated by everyone else combined. It's just like weakness. It's just, I don't get it. Like,
you see,
Thanos' first movie, he killed everybody and won. I'm like, shit, that's a villain, right?
I agree. I agree with you 100%. But I won't necessarily say that he got beat by Ant-Man because he was rocking Ant-Man's shit. I think that when, Wasp came in, that's when it happened. But I also think that he's not dead, right? And I think because there's some part in the movie
powers as well that he just stopped using.
Right. No, but hear this. There's a part in the movie where he says he knows how it ends. So I believe he knew what was going to happen. I believe he knew what he was going to happen.
They can retroactively do that, like.
Sure.
I suppose.
Also, I just want to point out I'm in the car, so I can't actually see the chat. I'm just driving back from my mom's place. I was visiting my mom today, so I can't see who's in the chat or see who's in the panel either. My phone's like.
It's okay. It's just me.
Cool.
It's me and Onzo, and there's like quite a few people in the chat. But anyway,
I don't think I ever met you before, did I?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I can't even see the screen, so I don't know who I know and who I don't. I know
that's so funny. That's so funny that you do haven't met, because we've been. He's definitely been on a stream that you've been on, but like you probably just came in after or before. So J-Man, what did you come on here to say? Because I have to go pretty soon, but like.
Oh no, I wasn't sure if you guys were still going, so I thought, you sent me the link. I thought I'd just pop in just to say, hey, I really liked Shazam 2. I thought it was better than part 1. I had an enjoyable time with it. It's not like perfect, but it doesn't have to be perfect. It's enjoyable, and there's some heart. I like Freddy a lot. I thought he was a great character.
I love when Freddy resisted that.
Yes.
The thing. I thought that was so cool.
Yeah, I like when heroes want to be heroes, which is why I like the first Wonder Woman. Why I like, Nerdman, I like both Wonder Woman movies. But the first one, when she wanted to be a hero and help people, I thought this was really inspirational. I thought Freddy is like, look, I want to be a hero. I want to go out there and do stuff. I can't get enough of this. And yeah, it's a little bit of arrogance, but also that he willed his way through. Like, she's like, tell me the names. And he's like, no, I'm going to power through this. And that
because he loves his family, Yeah.
I love when heroes can be heroes without using their powers, and they're just like they're mentally strong, and he was able to resist. That was fucking awesome. And I was pretty surprised. I was like, you know what, this movie's really trying hard. They're not phoning it in. I mean, yeah, there's big action at the end, which is kind of what you want to see in this movie, but they've made it about Billy. Billy has to confront the villain at the end. It's just him by himself. I was like, wow.
Exactly, which is cool. Yeah, rather than the whole family.
The kids, I thought that Darla kid was cute. I happen to love Skittles, so I'm like, well, I love Skittles, so I was eating Skittles while watching the movie, so I'm like, I thought that was kind of fun. I don't know, man, like, these people need to relax. Like, everybody wants a masterpiece. They want to watch a superhero movie and be like, wow, my mind was blown. My life has changed. Like, fuck off. It could be a fun movie, man. Like, Just watch a fun, cool movie and then go home and celebrate that. It doesn't have to be like.
And the funny thing is, in parts, it was kind of like it had that, like, I don't know, like what's his name, Zemeckis, Robert Zemeckis, kind of like vibe of that. Like, it's kind of so sweet that when something sad happens, it really hits you. And so I thought it had really touching, moving moments as well. So I don't really know what this generic talking about it like it's soulless. I don't see that. It's not a soulless movie. It's not just generic. It had aspects to it that I haven't seen in other superhero movies. I challenge anyone, like, just tell me, what are you talking about? Yes, the humor definitely has been in the other comic book movies recently, but outside of that, what's so generic about what happened? I don't
know. I don't think people can articulate their opinions very well, but that's the other thing. Normally when I gave this an 8 out of 10 and I use my rating system and whatever, and if people say you're an idiot, they usually end off like, oh, you're an idiot. Okay, well, why am I an idiot? What are your points? Like, what are you contradicting my points with? Oh, nothing, you're an idiot. I'm like, okay, well then you don't have a point. Like, you're just saying random crap. Like, and I can admit, like, there's movies I love which have faults in them, but I still like them anyways. And I can admit the faults and say, yes, this movie has a fault in it, but I also still really enjoy it anyway.
Yeah, for the most part, it was enjoyable. Yeah.
Right. Like, I'm not saying it's fucking 10 out of 10 and this is the new masterpiece of cinema and all superhero movies need to bow down. I'm like, it was a fun movie. I had a lot more fun. There was more heart than I thought there would be. The action was good. I felt I understood the motivations of the villains. They weren't just like, oh, I'm a villain because the movie needs a villain. It's like, okay, they're pissed. And each villain, actually, each girl had a different motivation, which I thought was kind of cool. They didn't, it made them seem like separate characters. Like Helen Mirren's like, yeah, I just want my realm back.
Yeah, I loved, at least, because I was a big fan of Ally McBeal from back in the day, and with Lucy Liu, and she was just hamming it up, like having a whale of a time, being just the asshole that she, that's what she's typecast as, right? Like, she could just play the biggest asshole on the planet, and she was just like her. Yeah, and Helen Mirren doing the whole Shakespearean kind of like thing in the middle of this movie. I thought all of it was kind of fantastic, or the Shakespearean style delivery. So I really like the villains. My only complaint is I could have done with a little, like, just 10% more of the children. Like, some of those scenes where it was the superheroes talking to each other, pretending to be children. You could have just had the children do that, like them being in the magic realm. I would have liked to see them in the Rock of Eternity, because the childlike wonder of them reacting to stuff in the Rock of Eternity, I think, would have been better than adults trying to pretend to do that, But that's my only thing. Kids. And even by the end of it, the fact that it was more of a Shazam story, I actually like that, because, like, part of the complaint was like, oh, what are they going to be, like the Power Rangers, like all of them fighting together against it, but no, they just made it a Shazam movie in the end of the day, but with really great, supporting casts, right? And
I'm not sure how it works. The Shazam comic that I collected was called The Power of Shazam, which was about 50 issues, and in that one,
Ostrander, right?
It was Jerry Ordway did the
Ordway,
yeah. And in that one, as more people acquired the power, so like, if Freddy says Shazam and becomes Captain Marvel, and I'm sorry, I'm going to call him Captain Marvel. That's what I call him. So when he becomes Captain Marvel Jr., he actually steals some of the powers. So it's like, if there's 3 of them, they're all using 33% of the Shazam powers versus...
Right. I don't think they do that in the movies. Yeah, I don't think they're really doing that. I think they're just like, they basically have the same kind of power level, but they're just better at one aspect of the power. Like Freddy's more of the flight, Darla's more the speed, Mary's the wisdom.
Yeah, well, they did kind of show that a little bit. They did say, yeah, Mary, you're kind of the smarter one, and Darla would do speed a lot more than the others.
So what would Shazam's be then?
Shazam has all of them.
Yeah, but you said
Captain
there's
Marvel?
one more. Yeah, Captain Marvel. So one's more dominant, right? So which one would be more dominant for him if that's the
Well,
case?
he uses the lightning
No,
powers a
he
lot, so
uses
maybe
all of them. No,
Oh, but
it's
when he
more.
gave them a round, each one had a more dominant one.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So
I gotcha.
the Asian boys more the electricity, which I kind of prefer what they do in the comics, where he's got magic spells rather than electricity. So the Asian boy is more good at the magic, like he can do like little magic spells and stuff. But all in all, yeah, I think it really captures the comics, and maybe that's why I'm biased. Maybe I'm not seeing some of the flaws that Onzo's seeing because there's a definite bias in that. I love the Shazam character. I like the New 52 version and the old version. This is a rare thing for me because usually the New 52 version I can't fucking stand. But
Yeah, I'm with you.
I actually like the new. I think it crystallized a lot of what Shazam was about, which was always there in the Shazam comics, but it wasn't really crystallized like that. It's about family and it's about like him being this adopted kid, and like they really kind of brought some kind of sense of what that means to the character. Whereas before it was just like that was just a background thing for him. It's just like he was adopted or he was homeless or something like that.
Right.
But it didn't really play into his character. Whereas in the New 52, they really like got it to mean something. So I and the funny thing about what David Sandberg did is he actually takes he takes more from the New 52, but he still takes elements from the older stuff as well, which means that it kind of pleases you, whatever fan you are, whether you're a New 52 fan or a fan of the stuff before, because he kind of brings in so much of the stuff from different parts.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone mentioned this, but having the actor from the 70s Shazam television series, Billy Batson, that actor was in it and called out Captain Marvel. And
That was so
that was
cool.
fucking awesome. I can't believe we're like me and my one buddy Sean were like cheering because nobody else knew what was going on. I'm like, oh my god, it's the real Billy Batson! Holy shit! It's like
yeah. And Anzo,
alive,
you probably didn't notice that, did you?
I did not.
No, because it was the one guy who calls him Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
That was basically the guy from the old TV show, and he was even wearing the jumper,
the same shirt,
the shirt that they used to wear in the comics. As well. Because in the old comics, he used to wear that yellow thing with the red. Yeah, that was awesome, dude. Like it's bits like yeah, exactly. He does respect the lore of Shazam, but it's bits like that I guess are lost on people. And if you don't, Shazam isn't one of those characters like Spider-Man where you would know, where he's so familiar that everyone knows every actor that played him and everything like that. So I think little bits like that were lost on people, and bits like Darla, doing this thing, everyone thinks, oh, that's just product placement. And it's like, no, Darla does that shit in the comics. That's not just something they made up for the film. It's like she literally would do that.
I think people don't have to realize too that Captain Marvel was a competitor of Superman. It was basically just, and DC sued, and it's like, and in some instances back in even the 40s and 50s, the Shazam or Captain Marvel comic outsold the Superman titles, but they were neck and neck for a while. And he was just a copy of Superman with with a different backstory. So when they do New 52, they're like, well, we don't want just another Superman clone. Let's really, develop this character and take it in a slightly new direction, but still honor what the character was at heart. And that's why the New 52 version isn't as despised as some of the other New 52 versions of other classic characters, because really it's like, well, we don't want just another Superman flying around. So I think it was kind of neat. And this movie is based on modern comics, but it still respects the old. And the problem is that if you don't know the new comics, I guess you don't know them, but I don't think you need to know them. Like, my wife doesn't know fuck all about Captain Marvel, and she really liked the first movie more than I did because she knew less about the comics. And then, so it's weird. It's almost like knowing less might make you enjoy it even more because you're just along for the ride. And I don't really see why this movie or even the first one is so looked down upon. And actually, I've heard a lot of people say, I like the first Shazam, but I don't know if I'll see the second one. It's like, well, that's not really a frame of mind that you should be in. You should be like, well, I really like the first one. I'm definitely seeing the second one, right?
Right. I don't understand it.
I don't get it.
It blows my mind, like that mentality. At least Onzo, for everything he said about the movie, at least he went to see it,
Right, and it can be a disappointment because sequels have been disappointing for some people in the past, so that's a thing, obviously. But and this fatigue and all this crap. Look, I'm never fatigued. I've been reading comics for fucking 30 years. I'm not fatigued at all. I go every Tuesday and get my comics. I can watch.
I understand fatigue only in the sense that they've been bringing out one superhero like on TV, not just MCU. Like everybody's been trying to bring out superhero stuff every single month. It's just it is. I can see the burnout, especially when it's dominated by one style.
But you see the thing, like Nerdman,
this humor stuff. Like,
I don't believe there's fatigue because if you put a really good one, it's gonna make over $1 billion, right? I just think that some of them, especially
but they need a gimmick nowadays. They need
really
bringing. No, they need a gimmick these days. Like, we're bringing back the new Spider-Man, the old Spider-Man, or
I don't really think they need a gimmick. I think they need better stories, better writing, because a lot of their stories, especially in Phase 4, were garbage.
Yeah, but this one isn't.
Except for Doctor Strange 2, Phase 4 is not great. But
right.
I mean, this one was good, but they're not even giving a
Chill.
chance.
If you want to come on and say, if you want to come on and say hi and tell me what you think of the movie, come on now because I have to go, like literally now.
Yeah, and I've got to go in about 5 minutes. I'm going to get going in about 5 minutes. I'm just on the highway right now. I'll be home in like a minute, and then I'll have to go.
Yeah. But so J-Man, like, who were your favorites in the film? Was it Freddy? I guess?
Freddy number one. I loved him. I thought he was so good. I loved that the girl kind of fell for him a little bit too, and she was somewhat faking it, but then somewhat really liked him. I thought that was really playful.
Did you think it was awkward that she was 6,000 and he was like what?
No, why not? Who cares? It's like, there's no way. That's fine. She can, and he's got, he's a smart kid. He can deal with it. I liked Freddy a lot. I like Billy. I still like Billy. I liked everybody pretty much. There's nobody I really disliked, I would say.
How did you feel about Jeff?
Jeff was awesome. Jeff. No, you're talking. I was thinking of Steve. Sorry, but you're talking about Jeff because he called Freddy Jeff. Yeah. I thought he was the unsung hero. The Wizard was so hilarious in this movie.
Yeah, he was great.
And I've got to tell you, actually, Freddy was annoying me a bit in the beginning.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, his manic kind of energy was annoying me a bit, and then as soon as I think Helen Mirren and Damon Honzu they're real heroes of this movie because I think they centered it a little bit more. And when the kids got to act off against them, or Zachary Levi got to act off against Helen Mirren, you could see his performance molding and getting better. Just being in the presence of that superior actor helped him tone it down a bit, and I think the same thing can be said with Freddy and Damon Honzu. As soon as he was with him, everything he did became funnier. Everything landed a lot more because, Damon Honzu knew how to play the straight man too. So it goes to show, like, when you have older veteran actors, how they can really help these movies.
You do need them, yeah.
What did you think, Chillmonger, before I have to head off?
Well, this was...
And hi, by the way, man. Missed you all. J-Man as well.
It was a cool movie, beginning to end. I went in there expecting the same Shazam I got last time, because it's the same director. We got the Shazam family. We kind of know the charm of the movie, the level of seriousness we were going to get. And it executed what I thought it would. It was good. You know the issue I had in the middle of the movie? Remember the dream? We're spoiling, right?
Yeah. Spoiling.
So the dream where it's a Wonder Woman that he's on a date with, and it didn't show from the neck down. I didn't think it was cute at all. I thought it was a refresher of how disjointed your studio is, that you can't even feature your actors' faces. I know what would come later on with the joke of Jimon Hansu's face, and I know we would actually get Gal Gadot. I get it. But in the moment during that scene, all I think about was your incompetence as a studio. You know, retroactively, we can appreciate it that they're just doing a long game.
Oh, I see.
Punchline. But at the moment, it's like, bro.
But I have to say, man, I fucking like. And the first time I went to see the movie, there was a little bit of applause when Gal Gadot. I wish I had have joined in because I wanted to when Wonder Woman showed up, but I think the person got a bit shy, or the people who were like clapping got a bit shy because like. You know, like not all of us joined in, but I could see everyone wanted to, but we were like, oh, I don't want to be the uncool one or whatever. But I really loved like the little speech she gave. Just seeing Wonder Woman with the Shazam family, that was just fucking awesome for me. These are two of my favorite characters. So, how did everyone feel about the Wonder Woman cameo? I didn't love this whole Shazam wants to date Wonder Woman and that he tries to like pull her even at the end, but I liked her speech towards him. I thought that was like that bit I really enjoyed. So what did you guys make of it?
I didn't think they were in the same room.
Yeah, I said the same. Well, I already said what I felt about that end credit scene. So not the end scene with her. So
well, I mean, Wonder Woman's my favorite. Wonder Woman's my favorite DC live action current person. So, and I'm the only person on the planet that loves Wonder Woman 84. So I was super happy to see her. I was like, this movie's awesome. She's in it. That's good enough.
Who's her dad?
It was awesome to have her.
Her dad is Zeus?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, Zeus, yeah, it's a combination of things, but anyway.
Yeah.
A combination of dads?
No.
It's in different
the DC
versions.
Iterations, yeah.
In different iterations. Like I prefer the old iteration, but I can deal with it. At the time,
I like the clay.
The DC, huh?
I like the clay. She's made out of clay.
I like the clay more. Yeah, way more.
That's my.
The clay, and then she's given powers by the different goddesses. That's
what I like.
But in the DCEU, it's Zeus is her father, right?
Yeah, I've never liked that, but like at least they played homage to the old version.
If they didn't do it, so Shazam would have been dead. So.
Well, the DCEU is dead. Do you guys think that there's going to be furthering of this character after this movie?
No,
not if it bombs. No, I don't see how they'll be able to justify it unless it's a TV show. That's the only way I can see this.
It's dead show.
This thing carrying on.
Amanda Waller is the only character I think that's staying.
I don't think. I think they're going to have a tough time, especially if the Flash underperforms, which I think it might do. I mean, people might be in a different mood by the time the Flash comes out, but like I see this downward trajectory for comic book movies, and it's a shame because in some ways I think they're actually getting better. Like even the MCU movies, I think they have a couple of duds, but like
Quantumania and Wakanda Forever were better.
Yes,
I thought certain MCU movies were better. Yeah, like than or at least as good as honestly, I think there's like the Doctor Strange. Everyone likes the third phase of the MCU, right? Before COVID was out, so a lot of people like that third phase. So. I don't see why there should be fatigue. It can just get more artistic and more creative with it and, continue on. But I think the thing they should do is make less movies. Make the superhero, when a superhero movie comes out, it should feel special. Uh-huh. And I think if they made less movies, like just have like 3 a year, like just between studios, just talk to each other and like work it out.
Well, that's not happening. They want to compete against each other and out Comic Con each other. So we're not going to have cooperation. Even if James Gunn is a Marvel boy, we're going to have competition. And maybe that's a solution as well, where they try to outdo each other. Oh, we can't afford to do an Ant-Man. There's Batman and Superman happening this year. Oh, let's step it up, Marvel. Let's give money to Robert Downey.
More competition, the better. You know what I mean? Yeah. It makes you want to do better.
But guys, I've got to go. And I love you 3000.
I'm going to be doing a review with Donnie in about an hour if you want to pop on.
I'm gonna leave, but you guys can keep on talking. But peace,
Right?
guys.
I'm gonna bounce